Chapter 351. New Challenge. The platform spanned half the size of a football stadium. Neo manifested an intent clone in the center of the platform. "If you guys can defeat that, you can get an exoskeleton surgery," Neo announced. The group's shock over Neo's treatment of Felix dulled their initial surprise at seeing the clone that looked exactly as Neo. "That clone is as strong as a grade 3 mythic demigod, so stronger than the me who fought you guys now." Neo stepped onto the platform. "This platform is made of death elementals. Stand on it for too long and you die. This will force you to defeat my clone as quickly as possible. You can fight my clone from outside the platform too. But then, the clone will use the strength of a grade 5 Empyrean demigod." The rules were clear. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Neo finally retracted his aura. The oppressive energy dissipated. Seeing how depressed everyone looked, Neo wondered if he had been too harsh on them. Just as he was leaving, Felix called out to him. "What about Nathan?" "Huh?" Neo paused, glancing back. "He isn't here right now. But he isn't excluded from this training, right?" she asked with a grin that carried a hint of mischief. The others looked at Felix in shock, surprised she was trying to drag Nathan down with them. Neo smiled faintly. He was happy to see Felix was back to her usual self. "Don't worry about him. He has got it worse than you." "Oh." Felix tilted her head, confused. "That little shit is with Nathan," Neo added. Felix blinked, puzzled. There was only one being Neo referred to as little shit. The caterpillar, his manifestation of the time element. "It's with Nathan? Why?" Felix asked. "Nathan was in Auburn country, right?" Neo questioned instead of answering. Auburn was one of the few countries where dark-type element users were not discriminated against. Auburn had always been a haven for them. It was one of the reasons why most families that excelled in dark-type elements, like Jack's and Nathan's family, lived there. When the dragon-ranked crack formed in Auburn, Nathan had been with his family. Beelzebub, it's the little shit's name by the way, stopped time in Auburn to eat as much as he could. But there is a limit to how long Beelzebub can stop time. Neo explained further. Sooner or later, he will have to let go of time stop. Then he won't be able to eat as much as he is eating right now. Naturally, Neo let his words hang. Felix continued in a voice tinged with exasperation. "Beelzebub knows authorities will come for him if he raids stores while time stop is not working. So, he will approach Nathan and make him cook food?" Felix questioned, not knowing what kind of face to make. "Yeah, Nathan cooks good food," Neo replied with a smirk. Felix recalled the times when they would return from academy missions, and Nathan would cook for everyone. His small but cozy kitchen would always be filled with the comforting aroma of freshly prepared dishes. Back then, Nathan's mistake had been showing off his skills to Morrigan and Neo's caterpillar. Since that day, he had been approached by the two whenever they felt hungry. Morrigan at least had a bit of decency. She didn't approach Nathan much, respecting his space most of the time. However, Neo's caterpillar, shameless and gluttonous, was a different. The tiny creature had no reservations about showing up uninvited, demanding food as if it owned the kitchen. Felix shook her head, chuckling softly. Nathan must be cursing his life right now. First, a dragon-ranked cracked appeared in his country. Next, he was approached by Beelzebub. Neo, of course, wasn't entirely certain if Beelzebub was currently with Nathan. But given that Beelzebub had neither contacted Neo nor attempted to return, it was highly probable. Demigod Academy. Amelia entered the room. The sterile scent of disinfectant filled the air. She placed her books on the table and sat next to her mother. Elizabeth lay unconscious on the hospital bed. The machines connected to her beeped continuously. If not for those rhythmic sounds, Amelia might have thought her mother was already gone. Her eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at Elizabeth's face. "Mom, why is it always you?" Her voice trembled as tears rolled down her cheeks. Her sobs echoed in the room. She grabbed Elizabeth's hand and tightened her grip. Minutes later, she wiped her tears hastily and stood. Just as she turned, her eyes caught sight of a plushie sitting neatly on the bedside table. A little mermaid doll. A frown creased Amelia's face. Where did the plushie come from? She quickly reached for her device and dialed the guard's number. Did someone enter Professor Anna's room while I was away? She asked in a sharp tone. Yes, the guard replied after a pause. It was the ruler of the first year, Neo Hargraves. Amelia froze. Hello. The guard's voice brought her back to reality, sounding confused by her silence. Got it, she muttered curtly before cutting the call. Lowering the device, she mumbled to herself, Neo came here? Her mind raced. She was already aware of the dragon-ranked crack that had appeared in Auburn. Rumors had been swirling that it had formed due to Neo's return. So it was really Neo, she murmured with a conflicted gaze. Hargrave's mansion. Neo entered the mansion. His mind continued to go back to the earlier moments. Servants quickly stepped aside, lowering their gazes as he passed. He entered the study and immediately called for Jack. Yes, Jack asked. I need you to do something, Neo said. And that is, I've given a task to everyone. After they complete it, take them and meet Luna Barton. Luna Barton? Jack questioned. Who is that? The ex-leader of one of the excavation teams belonging to Hargraves Corporation, Neo clarified. Aha, go on, Jack said. I'm listening. She is trying to drill into the continent's crust and excavate bones of old gods. Chapter 352, Corpse of Oceanus. Old gods? Jack hesitated. You mean them? Yeah, Neo said. The continent's crust was made from the Titan Oceanus. She wants to excavate it and use it since bones of old gods are precious materials. Oh, Jack relaxed upon finding that the bones didn't belong to someone he knew. Why are you even worried? You are a necromancer. I didn't take you to be the type who would hesitate to use bones of someone you knew, Neo said. And you are the inheritor of death, who is planning to revive our friends who died in Shadow Window, Jack said. Neo could almost feel Jack rolling his eyes. About that. What? Never mind, Neo said. Anyway, I called you for a different reason. I want you to take everyone and go to Luna Barton. So you want us to help her excavate the bones? No, Neo said. To be honest, you know what? Let's meet up. I'll explain everything in person. Neo hung up before Jack could question him. The two met in a private cafe a few hours later. The cafe was tucked away in a secluded corner of the bustling city. A soft hum of a jazz melody played in the background, and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air. Neo had booked a private room to ensure they weren't disturbed. The room's walls were adorned with abstract art, and a small chandelier cast a cozy glow over the table. Hey, Neo said. Hi, Jack replied, sitting across the table. His eyes were red and puffy. Neo could sense Jack had cried a lot, but he didn't say anything. Jack glanced around. Neo's choice of a private room showed he wanted this conversation to remain confidential. What did you want to talk about? Jack asked. I'll explain everything to you about the excavation mission, and why I want you to go with others. Neo opened his shadow space. He reached in and pulled out a world map and spread it on the table. Let's look at our world first. It's a single, supercontinent consisting of 79 countries and 2 island countries. Neo pointed at the center of the continent. What's the size of the continent? Before Jack could say anything, Neo answered himself. 63,579,000,000 square kilometers, Neo said. With that size, roughly 150 old Earths can fit inside our continent. Old Earth was a way of referring to the planet before it underwent any ascension. Old Earth was a stage 0 planet, then it ascended during the end of the Age of Gods, becoming a stage 1 planet. Our world ascended again a few centuries ago and became a stage 2 planet, which is the current rank of our world. Neo explained everything to Jack. When the world was a stage 0 planet, the peak of strength was Empyrean rank. This rank was a gene limit. No one could go any higher than Empyrean rank until the world ascended. After the world ascended, the next generation's gene limit evolved. The people could grow up to Paragon rank. This included only those who were born after the Earth became a Stage 1 planet. Those who were born earlier could not go beyond Empyrean rank. Later, the world ascended to Stage 2. The gene limit evolved again, allowing the next generation to reach as high as Exalted rank. Neo's finger traced the map, stopping at the continent's edge. Since our current continent size is so large, do you really think Oceanus's corpse can be the continent's crust? Neo asked. Maybe. Titans did become gods. Gods are different from the Awakeners and us demigods. I don't think it's weird for someone among them to be larger than planets. Jack shrugged. Maybe it's time for you to start using that empty head. Gods aren't invincible. They have ranks too. Neo tapped on the map. Our continent's crust is not the corpse of Oceanus. Huh. Jack frowned. She, Luna Bartern, must have some reasons to believe the continent's crust is a corpse, right? I doubt an ex-leader of an excavation team will make a decision like that on impulse, Jack said. There are reasons, actually, Neo replied. He pointed at the Red Sea that surrounded the continent after a few hundred miles of normal sea area. This area was called the Blood Sea. Even going near the Blood Sea could get one killed. The area had highly aggressive monsters, and the place was blanketed in a thick concentration of death elementals. Only peak Empyrean rank demigods and higher could enter the Blood Sea. There was a high chance they would die. Due to such dangerous conditions, no one had been able to explore the Blood Sea completely. Thus no one knew how large the planet actually was. She thinks the Blood Sea is the corpse's blood, Neo continued, and that the continent's corpse is the bones. Her previous team found a few bones during excavation, and they used them to create true soul weapons. Lastly, the deeper you go, the thicker the presence of death elementals grows. This presence of death elementals grow no matter at which location you dig. This is why she thinks it's the corpse of Oceanus, Neo explained. That makes sense, surprisingly, Jack muttered. His eyes narrowed as he thought it over. I think she is right. If you found the bones there and used them for your true soul weapons, then true soul weapons are compatible with every element, Neo said, cutting him off. Normally, you need to use a special metal that has attunement to specific elements. A sword made from Firestorm Stone will be compatible with fire elementals. A spear made from Aquastars will be compatible with water elementals, Neo said. Oh? Jack tilted his head, confused. What about TI? True soul weapons can support every element, Jack. Neo paused before he continued. That includes void element. Jack froze. His heart seemed to stop. A storm of emotions appeared within his eyes when he heard the word void element. He clenched his jaw. Does that mean? Yeah, the bones belong to someone who was compatible with void element. Since each true soul weapon has a different spirit, that means their bones belong to multiple beings. Jack instantly understood what Neo was trying to say. He opened his mouth and closed it, unable to believe it. Is that possible? It is. But those true soul weapons aren't normal. They can grow infinitely, right? That means the bones they were created from belong to someone very powerful, Jack said. He continued, if it was someone powerful, then it can't be from Earth. It can be an Earthling who was corrupted by void, but there is a high chance that the bones come from invaders. Monstrously powerful invaders. Neo completed Jack's words. Jack covered his face with his palms and leaned over. He needed time to digest Neo's words. How is our planet even alive? If multiple beings like that attacked, I don't see how our world, survived, Jack said. He recalled the Shadow Trail. It was nightmarish hell. He did not know the identity of void entity that attacked them during Shadow Trail. But he knew that there was only one. A single void entity had destroyed their world. And it seemed the corpse of multiple void entities were below their continent now. Who defeated them? Chapter 353. Corpse of Oceanus. 2. We have powerful defenders, Neo said. Silence descended in the room. Jack stood up and paced around the room. The wooden floor creaked beneath his steps. He had found the truth behind many secrets. Secrets someone like him wasn't supposed to know. In just a few minutes, his mind raced with the implications of everything he'd just learned. A few minutes later, he returned to his seat. His face was pale. "Sigh, there is a lot I still don't understand. But let's focus on why you called me here. Why do you want me to go excavate the bones?" Jack questioned, trying to bring the conversation back to the immediate issue. "First of all, there aren't many bones. Luna thinks there are many, but it was a coincidence that she entered the place exactly where the most of the bones are," Neo explained. "How many bones are we talking about here?" Jack asked. "Enough to make over 100 weapons. 100 true soul weapons?" "Calm down. Not true soul weapons. Spirits aren't so easy to find. I don't think there are any more spirits within those bones." There was a lot Neo didn't clarify. For one, spirits could only be born within living beings. In other words, those void entities to whom the bones belonged weren't dead. Technically, at least. They were weakened, though. A lot at that. I see. Still, what about the aura of death that Luna Barton found while digging?" Jack asked. Luna Barton thought the whole continent's crust was a corpse. The cause was the aura of death that came from everywhere. If the aura of death wasn't from the bones, then from where did it come? Neo looked at Jack with a strange gaze. "Do you realize you just asked a stupid question?" Neo said. "What do you think is present under the world that is releasing the aura of death?" "Something that is present under the world." "Oh!" Jack's eyes widened with realization. "It's Underworld. Wait, but I thought the Underworld exists within another dimension. How come it is under the world?" "It is inside another dimension that exists within the Earth," Neo clarified. Jack nodded slowly. The room was silent for a moment. Suddenly, Jack's expression changed as he came up with another question. "What about the Blood Sea? Why does it have an aura of death if it isn't the blood of Oceanus?" "Blood Sea is created by the blood of someone, I think so at least. But I'm pretty sure it's not from Oceanus." "You don't know where the Blood Sea came from?" Jack asked with skepticism. "I don't know." Jack seemed unconvinced. He didn't pursue the topic further and brought the conversation back to the earlier point. "I guess I understand why you want me to go with everyone for the excavation. You want me to take the bones before anyone gets their hands on them." "That's correct." Neo nodded and added, "To be honest, since the bones belong to void entities, the correct procedure would be to warn the authorities. But I'm sending you guys there, because it's a good opportunity to train for all of you. And I don't want to share the bones with anyone," Neo explained. Neo had become a proper ascender. Unlike before, he could devour the bones of void entities with true darkness. "I wonder how much boost will I get from devouring them," he thought. "That's actually a good way for us to train," Jack muttered. His mind raced. He had touched the peak of Grade 3 Empyrean demigod rank once before. He could reach that rank again, this time far faster. Moreover, their world had more resources that could boost a demigod's growth speed. Jack believed he would need only 1 to 3 years to reach Grade 3 Empyrean rank, unlike before when it took him 30 years. Seems like he is excited, Neo thought. During the Age of Gods, Jack had been busy helping others. High-rank awakeners like him were supposed to protect civilians and cities from monsters. It helped Jack strengthen his foundation to a high degree. There were only a few Empyrean rank awakeners who could defeat Jack back then, but it delayed his progression speed. Due to the day-to-day fights, his foundation became solid, but it slowed down his ranking up speed. This time, Jack, already knowing how to lay a perfect foundation, could focus on ranking up as fast as possible. "It's the best idea," Jack grinned. His smile, however, suddenly stiffened. "What about the academy? I doubt they will allow us to go on the excavation for months. Second semester students can go for missions outside the academy if there is a senior looking over them. Ask Amelia. I doubt she will refuse you guys," Neo replied. "If she refuses, I will ask someone from the student council." "That should work." Jack talked with Neo a bit more before he left. The door creaked as it opened and closed, leaving Neo alone in the room. Neo stretched his neck. "I guess I've completed my tasks here. I can go to the underworld finally now." Neo muttered to himself, standing up. He reached for his Grim Reaper badge and pulled it out. I wonder if this thing works. The timeline had changed and Neo technically was no longer a Grim Reaper. The badge, which once allowed him to travel between the underworld and the world of the living, was not supposed to work. But there was a chance someone among the Grim Reapers remembered Neo becoming a Grim Reaper and saved the 73rd Grim Reaper position for him. Let's see if this thing works. Just as Neo was about to use the badge, a sudden sound interrupted him. Multiple screens appeared before his eyes. Status screen update completed. User, Neo Hargraves, can now view his status profile. Neo raised his brows. This thing finally upgraded? He wondered why the update had taken so long. As far as he knew, it shouldn't take more than a few minutes. No point in thinking about things I can't find the answer for, Neo said. It's better if I focus on important things. Status. Chapter 354. Status screen. Information about sacred treasures. Rows of text materialized before Neo. Neo Hargraves. Rank. Half-step ascension. The world. World core rank. Not applicable. World energy rank. Stage 1. Stats. Strength. 54-51. Speed. 55-67. Dexterity. 57-65. Constitution. 59-70. Luck 0. Affinity. Death. Shadow. Darkness. Void. Water. Time. Life. Holy. Magic spells. Necrotic touch. Ocean's embrace. Essence breath. Rewind enchantment. Black dawn of despair. Shadow jump. Shadow space. Incantations. O death, be my hands, crush my enemies. O death, become my blade. O shadows, by my will, appear and spy. A fleeting shade beneath the sky. O shadows, from the abyss where terrors dwell, emerge, claws of night, fangs of dread. By my hand, thy leash is led. O shadows, beast of twilight, bound by shade, guardian of the dark cascade. With fangs of night and eyes that gleam, arise, Shadowfang, from my dream. O darkness, mark this soul with night's despair. Break their courage, leave them bare. O darkness, steal their breath, make their strength decay. Trait, Monarch of Death. Mind Invasion. Quest, complete Barbados Training Part 2. Completed 0/1. Sacred Treasures. Skyfall? Obitus. Incomplete. His stats were in upper brackets among Paragon rank demigods. Half-step ascension. Seems like this is the name of my ascender rank. Neo looked at the screen carefully. But what is this, the world? And why is its name a question mark? World energy rank and world core rank were present within the world section. His world core was written as not applicable. In other words, he did not have a world core. Seems like I was right. Ascenders need to create a world core for themselves. How though? Neo could ask Primogenitor, but the skill had 6 of its slots locked due to his questions. Only 1 slot remained free. If Neo messed up again by asking a weird question, his last 7th slot would be locked forever. Then, until he could complete a modification, he wouldn't be able to level up his Primogenitor skill. I want to punch my past self for choosing this damned skill. Sure, it gives the answers, but those answers are always fucking weird. An example was this. Q. What would be the best way to create the 9th form of the divine swordsmanship? NS. Have a sword intent strong enough to split a stage 0 world. The old Earth was a stage 0 planet. Neo, if he tried hard, could destroy a planet of that level with a single attack. Unfortunately, for this question he had to use sword intent. However, what the fuck was sword intent? Neo had tried to create this sword intent for centuries. Spoilers, he had been unsuccessful so far. I will ask about this ascender thing from Valkyria. Neo could not let Valkyria out of his shadow space. Her presence would alert everyone in the vicinity. In the academy, the principal sealed the room when Neo let out Valkyria. He could not do it here. Guess I need to go meet Valkyria. Neo used his shadow affinity. His shadows started to burn. Wisps of black and dark blue smoke wrapped around him. They pulled him into his shadow space. Neo appeared in an endlessly large space. A destroyed planet floated in the center. It was the Earth Neo brought from the Shadow Trial. His feet gently landed on the ground. He looked at the thousand-eyed pillar in front of him. "What brings you here?" "I wanted to ask about the Ascenders." "Sure, go ahead," Valkyria answered, half yawning. Can you bring something for recreation here?" "I'm bored here all the time." Neo looked at the Angel of Outer God with a complicated gaze. Why was it talking as if they were friends? Valkyria spoke as if it had read Neo's mind. "Your friends are alive in the past. Besides, you already saw them die thousands of times. Your anger against me should have been soothed over after those countless loops." Neo anger should have been soothed over due to the passage of time? He neither refused nor agreed to Angel's thoughts. He was working with Valkyria as it was beneficial for him. Otherwise, he would have killed the Angel as painfully as possible. Neo clicked his tongue. "You don't have a humanoid body. Half of the recreational games won't work for you." "That's right." Valkyria spoke thoughtfully. "What about something that will help me sing? That way I can learn this planet's language and pass the time too." "You like singing?" "Back where I come from, everyone used to love my voice." "You have a killer voice for sure." Until now, Valkyria was projecting its thoughts inside Neo's head. It was similar to telepathic communication. This mental telepathy ability allowed Valkyria to talk to others, understand what they were saying, and bombard their mind with mental attacks. "Tell me about Ascenders now." "What about them? How do I form a world core for myself, and what is the world?" "Aha!" The hundreds of eyes on the pillar blinked. They looked around as if Valkyria was wondering how to put her thoughts into words. "I will explain about the world first. Ascenders are similar to worlds as in they can create their own energy." Valkyria continued. "Awakeners connect with the world. As they reach higher elemental mastery, they need to connect with their world's core to manifest and deploy their elements, true domain, and sanctuary. Ascenders can do the same, but they do it differently." Valkyria paused. She thought about her next words before adding, "Ascenders are a world themselves. They connect with the world that exists within them and use it to manifest their elements, true domain, and sanctuary." "You mean?" "Yes. The world is the name of your world. However, since you haven't created a world core yet, your world hasn't been completely formed yet, so it has no name." Neo's brows furrowed. It seemed Heavenbreakers were far more unique than he had given them credit for. "How do I create a world core?" "I don't know." "What?" Valkyria became ticked off when it heard Neo's tone. "Do I look like a Heavenbreaker to you?" "Don't change the topic, Dash. Does it look like my mom is a Heavenbreaker? Or do you think my uncle is one?" Neo gave Valkyria a deadpan stare. He decided to remain silent and let it speak. "I don't know any Heavenbreaker. They are legendary beings you hear from stories. Why the fuck do you think I would know how they form rank up?" The information about Heavenbreakers Valkyria knew came from the legends and from what she heard from her seniors. Her knowledge was superficial at best. "I see." Neo nodded. "So you are fucking useless." Neo decided to ignore Valkyria and focused on his status screen. A thought came up to him. If Ascenders were similar to a world, maybe they had a similar way to rank up. "How does a world rank up?" he asked Valkyria. "By using a sacred treasure," Valkyria explained. A world needed to consume a sacred treasure to evolve and rank up. Sacred treasures were born naturally within a world. "What do you mean, born naturally?" "It's exactly like what I said. A world can't create a sacred treasure just because it wants to. The sacred treasure is born over countless years. It's like a tree creating a fruit. In this case, when the fruit, sacred treasure, reaches maturity, the tree world eats the fruit and ranks up." Neo nodded. He would try asking more people about it. Maybe his dad would know more. Neo's gaze went back to his status. He opened the section of Elemental Masteries. Chapter 355. Neos Elemental Masteries. Death. Mastery. Savant. High. Concept. Eternal Sleep. Darkness. Mastery. Savant. High. Concept. True Darkness. Time. Mastery. Savant. High. Concept. Null Hour. Water. Mastery. Savant. Mid. Concept. Aqua Nihil. Shadow. Mastery. Adept. Peak. Concept. 60%. Life. Mastery. Adept. Peak. Concept. 20%. Holy. Mastery. Adept. Peak. Concept. 0%. Subranks of masteries are lowest, low, mid, high, peak. I got quite a few masteries back already. His mastery of death, darkness, and time had returned to what it was before he gave everything away to Daniel. Water was only a single subrank away. For shadow element, he was creating a new concept. His previous concept was not weak, but he gained a new understanding of the shadow element when he saw the supreme deity of shadows. Shadows are one, he muttered. He frowned. The words he had spoken did not embody his concept perfectly. I guess my concept would have been completed if I could put it in words. Neos' gaze shifted to his masteries of the life element and the holy element. These elements, Neos' concept of life and holy, were not very useful for healing. It was similar to how his concept of death killed by putting others to sleep, which, strictly speaking, wasn't killing. His concepts for life and holy were not for healing and purification either. This was why he was hesitating for life and holy elements. Should he regain his previous concept or try to create a new concept for both? I can't be careless. If I mess up, I won't be able to heal Elizabeth. Neo clicked his tongue. His gaze went back to his mastery of death, darkness, and time. Hey Valkyria, what is it? How do I reach the peak of an element's savant mastery? My masteries have been stuck on savant, high, for centuries. You need the world's permission to reach savant and manifest a domain. Until expert, your masteries must have come from your hard work and talent. But from savant, you need to serve the world and hope it bestows you the masteries. Neos' expression darkened. So the mastery won't increase no matter how much we train? No, not exactly. The masteries won't increase unless you train and have the world's blessing. You need both. Just having one won't be enough. Valkyria's mood soured as it explained how masteries worked. During the Shadow Trial, Neo could never reach savant mastery after the world core was destroyed. It was why Valkyria was not worried about his infinite revival. No matter how much he ranked up, he could not kill Valkyria unless he became a god or angel. The gods were already dead after Valkyria destroyed the world core, so Neo couldn't become an angel. His only choice was becoming a god to defeat Valkyria. However, Neo could not become a god. To reach godhood, one needed to go beyond supreme mastery in an element. This put Neo in a difficult position. The world core had been destroyed, and it was impossible for him to increase his elemental mastery. In other words, he could never become a god. It was a checkmate for Neo. It should have been a checkmate. But no, this fucker chose a third path. Since he couldn't become an angel or a god, he became an ascender. Valkyria wanted to cry. She had seen a lot of geniuses. Neo was not one of them, but she would rather face 100 genius than face Neo again. What are you talking about? Nothing. Valkyria decided to change the topic. You are saying your mastery is savant already? Yes, most are high savant. That's weird. You shouldn't have been able to reach savant mastery without the help of your planet's world core. Reaching savant mastery, even if only lowest, is what allows someone to create a domain. Maybe it's because I'm an ascender? Yeah, it might be that. Neo thought about it. It seemed he didn't need the help of the world to increase his mastery of element. Unlike others, he could do it by himself since he was an ascender. But then why aren't you reaching peak mastery? It might be because I haven't created a world core yet. Neo wondered if he should use the primogenitor skill. Primogenitor would tell him how to create a world core. While busy in thoughts, He opened his primogenitor skills menu. Q1. What would be the best way to create the ninth form of the divine swordsmanship? NS. Have a sword intent strong enough to cut a stage 0 world. Q2. How to become a god? NS. Go beyond supreme mastery in any element. Q3. How to do I increase my world energy generation rate with least amount of effort? ANS. Defeating an elder dragon and absorbing its heart would allow you to increase your energy generation and recovery rate. Q4. How to achieve a soul fusion transformation, divine transformation, with Obitus. NS. All your elements need to reach same mastery. Q5. What is sword intent? ANS. Intent formed by fusing the understanding of a sword with your willpower. Q6. How do I become knowledgeable enough to create, modify, and upgrade the world time spell by myself from the scratch? NS. By entering the sea of all consciousness. Neo smiled bitterly as he stared at the questions. None of them seemed like they could be completed anytime soon. Monarch of Death. Death. Immortal. Eternal. Primogenitor. Primogenitor. Grade 1. Progress. 98%. Mind invasion. Mind invasion. Mind control. Empathetic bond. Emphatic bond. Grade 3. Allow user to share their emotions with the target through physical touch. Max emotions that can be shared at once equals 3. Progress. 60%. Empathic bond was the evolved version of mind control, which was a skill belonging to his mind invasion trait. After everyone died, Neo had no one to use his mind control on. He couldn't train his skill. His skill level had stagnated as a result. Thankfully, he had received a link lock as a quest reward long ago, and he had used the link lock to bond Monarch of Death and Mind Invasion. With link lock, as long as his higher level trait ranked up, his lower rank trait would also grow. It was how his mental control skills level increased, and it evolved into empathic bond. I guess I finally understand where my status is, Neo muttered. I shouldn't have any problem dealing with a Paragon demigod. Since Stage 1 gods were as strong as Paragon demigod, it meant Neo was on par with Stage 1 gods. However, that was only on paper. The result of the actual battles would be difficult to predict. For one, even if Neo, an Ascender, could harm gods, the gods' mastery of elements were beyond supreme rank. Neo had only savant rank mastery. But I have my swordsmanship too. In the end, he would need to fight an angel or a god to find his exact combat strength. I know a place where I can find plenty of angels. Neo took out his Grim Reaper badge and activated it. A portal made of swirling shadows appeared before him. The badge works. Neo was pleasantly surprised. He stepped into the portal. The sensation was disorienting. He felt a shift. A beat later, he was standing at the end of a giant hall. The air here was thick and heavy with dark-type elementals. At the other end, a giant three-headed dog-shaped monster sat. Its glowing red eyes scanned the room, each head moving independently. It looked ferocious. The monster was baring its teeth when it saw Neo. Its growl vibrated through the hall like thunder. Suddenly, it stopped, recognizing Neo. Woof! Cerberus' eyes shone, and it rushed towards Neo happily. Its massive paws thudded against the stone floor, and it wagged its tail. Neo, on the other hand, started to bleed. Cerberus' powerful intent was weighing down on him. He buckled over and his knees hit the ground. His heart started to beat loudly. Cerberus? He muttered as he struggled to raise his head. The air around him felt suffocating. The sheer pressure of the monster's intent was pressing down on him like a mountain. Can you do something about your intent? I think I'm going to die. Woof! Chapter 356. Cerberus. Cerberus' ears drooped when he sensed Neo's pain. The three-headed monster whimpered and tilted one of its enormous heads. Woof! Intent. Neo struggled to speak. Hold back a bit. A blind man could not be hurt by a bright flash of light, and a deaf man wouldn't be hurt by a powerful noise. Similarly, most beings never awakened their intent senses and could not sense the intent of others. Even if they did awaken senses of intent, their senses were weak. Neo, on the other hand, had trained to strengthen his intense senses for centuries. He felt like he had pressed his ear against a very powerful speaker. Cerberus whimpers and barks rattled his brain. His knees trembled, and his vision blurred. Blood dripped from his ears and eyes, staining his clothes. I need to learn how to close my intense senses. Neo closed his eyes. He had a high mastery of intent. He was confident he could learn to close his intense senses easily. It, however, needed time. Woof! Woof! Suddenly, Cerberus' overwhelming intent receded. It was absorbed back into his massive body. Neo gasped softly, feeling a weight lift from his chest. The three-headed dog-shaped monster carefully padded towards Neo. One of its heads tilted inquisitively. Woof? Yeah, it's okay now, Neo managed to say as he wiped the blood from his face with a trembling hand. Woof! Cerberus' eyes shone with joy. He pounced on Neo. His massive tongue lolled out, and he licked Neo happily, each head taking its turn. Woof! Woof! I told you. I'm okay now. You don't need to worry. Neo smiled faintly, placing a hand on Cerberus' fur. He used his life element to heal his body. Using his blessing would heal him faster, but he wanted to train his life element. Cerberus backed away after licking Neo to his heart's content. He sat on all fours and his tail wagged at a high speed. Seeing him so happy made Neo chuckle. Neo reached out to pat the side of one of Cerberus' heads. He was surprised to see Cerberus' new basic control of intent, like retracting it into his body. However, it made sense. Even Barbados could use intent to create an illusionary clone. I guess everyone learns a thing or two when you live long enough, Neo thought. He used his water affinity to clean the blood from his clothes. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he summoned his darkness element, which devoured the bloodied water. As Neo rubbed the underchin of the three heads of Cerberus, the massive beast rumbled with contentment, his thick tails thumping lazily against the floor. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the hall creaked open, and a woman hurriedly entered. She wore a flowing black robe adorned with silver embroidery. Her golden eyes were filled with panic as she bowed deeply toward Neo. I apologize, Prince, for not being there to attend you when you arrived. Gremory, the 56th ranked Grim Reaper and the gatekeeper of the Underworld, stammered as she bit her tongue mid-sentence. I'm so, WY. She tried to apologize again but ended up biting her tongue once more. Cerberus sighed audibly, and all three of his heads shook in unison. Neo smiled. Long time no see, Gremory. I'm happy to meet you too, Prince, Gremory replied nervously. Neo's reincarnation arrived in the Underworld every time he died. He had the memories of his past reincarnations, but he did not remember what his reincarnations did in Underworld. Maybe it was a rule to erase any memory of a soul related to Underworld before they reincarnated? Neo did not remember anyone in the Underworld from his past reincarnations. The Grim Reapers, however, remembered him and his reincarnations. They would always dote on Neo until it was time for him to reincarnate. Please come this way, Prince. Gremory led him to the terrace. The terrace was quite large. It had black marble flooring and a nice view over the city. Cerberus lay sprawled near Neo. Although his duty was to guard the gate of the Underworld alongside Gremory, he wanted to spend some time with Neo then in the hall below. She served him a cup of tea. Neo picked it up. Is the tea to your liking, Prince? Gremory asked, standing dutifully beside him. It is, but we can talk while sitting, no? There is no need for you to stand, Neo suggested. I dare not do that, Gremory replied. Neo shook his head before he turned his gaze downward. From the terrace, he could see the sprawling city of Cobalt Spring. The city was alive with activity with figures of monsters and humans moving through the streets. Cobalt Spring was one of the largest Reaper cities in the Forest of All Beginnings. It's a nice city, Neo commented, taking a sip of tea. It's all thanks to the soul hunters who help us in maintaining the law and order, Gremory replied with a hint of pride in her voice as she glanced at the bustling city below. Neo chuckled. Law and order needed to be maintained even in the Underworld. While he was drinking tea, a question arose in Neo's mind. Why is my Grim Reaper badge working? I thought Count Andromalius would be the 73rd ranked Grim Reaper, since the timeline was changed and I did not become a Grim Reaper. It's as you said. The position of the 73rd ranked Grim Reaper belongs to Andromalius, Gremory explained. But he gave it up when he found that, in one of the timelines, he had passed his position to you. Only 81 Grim Reapers could exist at once. The Grim Reapers would choose talented soul hunters as their successors and pass on their position to them. Neo had been Count Andromalius's successor during the Age of Gods. Back then, at Count Andromalius's request, Neo had put him into eternal sleep before taking his position. Count Andromalius cried tears of joy when he found out the second prince was his successor, Gremory commented. He bragged to Duke Belial and Marquis Zagan about it. Gremory coughed and added, in fact, he went ahead and made sure everyone knew the news. He knew the news would make most Grim Reapers envious of him, and he couldn't let go of a chance like this. That's just like him, Neo said. What is Count Andromalius doing now? He is waiting for you before he leaves, Gremory replied, lowering her gaze slightly as a sign of respect. Leaves. Once a Grim Reaper passed on their position, they would do one of three things: enter the cycle of samsara, reincarnation, enter chronosleep, or overload their core and scatter into the world as pure energy. In other words, true death. I see, Neo nodded. I will visit him soon. The gentle rustling of Cerberus's fur as he shifted nearby filled the brief silence. Neo talked a bit more with Gremory. He exchanged small pleasantries about the state of the underworld and the soul hunters before he stood up. He gazed at the map Gremory had handed him. Are you sure I will find Leonora here? Neo asked. Yes, Prince. Leonora von Villers has made a huge name for herself as a soul hunter during the past months, Gremory replied confidently. Her team should be in Solace City right now. Thanks for the information. It was my pleasure. Gremory bowed deeply. Neo left the city. He used Shadow Jump to move at a high speed. Solace City was quite far. Took him 4 days to reach it. Along the way, he passed through berserk monsters, Reaper cities, and destroyed ruins. He moved toward the Soul Hunter building after he reached Solace City. Inside, there was a huge line of Soul Hunters and civilians, all waiting for their turn to speak with the staff. The hall was bustling with activity. Neo was allowed to skip the line when he revealed his Grim Reaper badge. He strode to the front and met with the receptionist at the counter. I greet the second prince, the humanoid monster with the head of a fist said eloquently. What can I help you with today? I'm looking for Leonora von Villers, Neo said. Chapter 357. Meeting Leonora. Looking for me? Neo heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw Leonora. She had grown emotionally and physically after spending months in Underworld. Physically, the biggest change were the 2 thick horns on her forehead. Oh! Her eyes widened, and she let out a smile. Neo? Yeah, it's me. Leonora passed a bag to the spider-shaped monster next to her. Can you get these materials checked on the counter while I talk to him? Leonora spoke to the spider monster, Celine, who was her teammate. Okay, Celine answered, her voice trembling slightly. Leonora beckoned Neo to come out of the building to talk and went out first. Neo followed behind her. As he passed Celine, he spoke up. It's nice to see you. Same. Celine struggled to speak. Neo's aura was too powerful. The others in the hall were the same, unable to handle Neo's presence. Even though he kept his presence at a minimum at all times, he was still a heavenbreaker. It was normal for low-ranked beings to feel afraid of him. The outside air was cooler. Neo found Leonora at the stall next to the Reaper building. Celine is your teammate now? He asked as he approached her. Yes, we became teammates when I found her along with Gwen. Gwen? How did you find her? Before Neo entered the Shadow Trail, he had met Celine in Underworld. Together, they had defeated a powerful monster who managed to turn Gwen D. Langley and Kendrick D. Valemont into his puppets. I was searching for Gwen and Kendrick and Neo nodded while listening to her explanation. Gwen D. Langley, Leonora von Villers, Kendrick D. Valemont, Christian von Hasberg. These 4 died during the S-rank Shadow Window mission. Among them, Christian entered the cycle of reincarnation after being judged by the Jury of End. Kendrick entered the cycle of reincarnation after Neo used judgment on him. Gwen was in Leonora's Soul Hunter team. Leonora had become a successful Soul Hunter, thanks to her sky-high talent. At the pace she was progressing, she could soon become a disciple of a Grim Reaper. In fact, she had completed the requirements to become a disciple already. Right now, she was waiting for a Grim Reaper to approach her and make her their student. "I thought you were dead too," Leonora spoke. "Why?" Neo asked. The two strolled the streets while chatting. "Gwen said she saw you in Underworld. I asked Celine and she said the same." Leonora paused before she continued. "But I never found your name on bulletin boards." Names and pictures of souls who arrived in Underworld were posted on bulletin boards. Soul hunters would choose one of the souls for their mission and find them before the souls got turned into monsters due to Underworld's corruption. "I never found out why your name was missing, and the Grim Reapers refused to answer," Leonora said. She scratched her cheek with a smile and added, "I was worried something might have happened to you. It's good you are safe." Neo found it surprising that Leonora was taking the initiative to locate her Academy friends and protect them in Underworld. She must have matured after her death. Neo didn't know how to feel about it. Should he be happy she matured, or feel conflicted because that maturity came through suffering? Leonora's expression was calm, but her eyes held a depth of emotion that hadn't been there before. Neo couldn't help but notice how much she had changed. "I am the son of Hades, and I can travel freely between Underworld and the world of the living," Neo explained. "My name was not on the bulletin boards since I never died. So that's why the Grim Reapers were hiding information about you." Leonora smiled bitterly. She didn't say how she had been snooping around the residence of Grim Reapers and other officials. She had been worried they were using Neo's soul for something nefarious, and it was the reason why they were hiding information about him. "You don't look surprised by my bloodline," Neo said. "I am surprised. It's just that I'm more relieved that you are safe." The two continued to talk on the stroll. It seemed like Leonora had settled in the Underworld perfectly. When some time passed, Neo decided to be direct. "Do you want to return to the world of the living?" "No." For the first time today, he saw Leonora's smile disappear. Her face scrunched up. "I don't want to go back there. Too much work in that world." Neo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just when he was thinking she had matured, she said she didn't want to return as they would make her work in the world of the living. "Isn't being a soul hunter work too?" he asked. "It is. But here, I can take a mission, spend 7 days resting, and use 1 day to finish my task, and no one complains." Leonora's tone was light, but her eyes held a glimmer of mischief. Neo couldn't help but chuckle at her response, realizing that while she had grown, some parts of her carefree nature remained unchanged. "You sure you don't want to be resurrected?" he asked again. "Yes, I'm sure. Besides, it will become a problem for you if you broke the rules of Underworld and tried to revive me," Leonora answered. Even though she said that, Neo could tell the main reason was not her concern for him, but her reluctance to work. She had always hated the unnecessary attention she got as the child of the Poseidon clan's clan leader. Suddenly, Leonora frowned. Neo didn't use intent to read her thoughts, but he could guess what she was thinking. Why did her father, who used to dote on her, not try to rescue her? Poseidon clan had the highest number of time mages. They could have saved Leonora from dying. Of course, Leonora was happy she wasn't saved, but it didn't change the fact that something was wrong. "What about Gwen?" Neo asked. "I doubt she wants to be resurrected either." "Why?" "She says she wants to find you and kill you for killing Kendrick. Until then, she be Grim Reaper or monster or anything that lets her remain in Underworld." Chapter 358 True Names. Neo had a dumbfounded expression. "She wants to kill me?" "Yes," Leonora replied with a bitter smile. "She thinks you killed Kendrick and wants revenge. But I reincarnated him. That was what he wanted too." "Gwen doesn't know that," Leonora said softly. In Gwen's eyes, Neo had killed Kendrick brutally. Her anger was justified in her mind. Leonora noticed Neo's troubled expression. She reached out and patted his back sympathetically. "It's better if you don't meet Gwen now. She is quite motivated about her revenge." Neo sighed and nodded slowly. "I doubt she will listen to you if you tell her that you didn't kill Kendrick," Leonora added. "That sounds about right," Neo admitted. Leonora immediately spoke enthusiastically, trying to lighten the mood before it could worsen. "Don't worry. I will try to tell her that you might have helped Kendrick pass on instead of killing him. It's better to change her mind over time than to try to do it abruptly." Yeah. It seemed he would have to postpone meeting Gwen and asking her if she wanted to be resurrected. Listening to Leonora, though, made it clear Gwen had no intention of resurrection, revenge or not. The duo talked for a long while. A faint chill lingered in the air, making Leonora pull her cloak tighter around herself as she laughed softly. She began to narrate her experiences in the underworld. "Underworld was quite surprising," she said. Her voice was light and melodious. "The amount of dark energies in the underworld is too high. Anyone who comes here turns into a monster. Only those with high mastery in dark-type elements or holy or light elements are somewhat immune to monsterization." Neo glanced at her horns with a side eye while she was not paying attention. "I do have the holy element, but when I came here, my mastery was barely apprentice rank. If I didn't find a unique breathing technique, I might have become a monster by now," she explained. "Unique breathing technique?" Neo questioned. "Yes," Leonora replied. "My breathing technique turns all the dark-type elements I breathe into physical substance. These horns," she gestured to the curved, black horns atop her head. "These are the impurities everyone breathes in the underworld. I just turned them into these." Neo was impressed. It seemed a Grim Reaper had recognized her talent and decided to invest in her. They must have given the breathing technique to her. "Seems like you are lucky. It wouldn't take long before a Grim Reaper takes you in as their disciple. That reminds me." She looked him in the eye. "How did you become a Grim Reaper? I thought Grim Reapers all had expert mastery in their main elements at the minimum." The last meeting between Leonora and Neo was a few weeks ago. Back then, Neo's rank had been an awakened demigod. On average, elemental mastery was harder to gain than ranking up. By the time one reached expert mastery in an element, they would typically be paragon demigods. But Neo was only an awakened demigod. Mythic if Leonora gave him the benefit of the doubt. Neo's lips curved into a slight grin. "I'm an Empyrean now. That explains how you are." "Wait, you are what rank?" "Empyrean demigod." Her eyes widened momentarily before she looked him up and down. Then, with a sigh, she waved a hand dismissively. "Forget it. I don't want to know how you did it. I feel like it will give me a headache." Neo chuckled at her very Leonora-like response. They talked a bit more before he decided it was time to leave. "See you later," he said. "Bye." Leonora waved, her horns catching the light once more as she smiled. "And don't worry about Gwen. I'll talk to her." Neo nodded and left the Solace City. The cool breeze of the forest greeted him as he stepped out of the city's gates. The dense canopy of leaves overhead cast dappled shadows on the dirt path below. The faint chirping of birds echoed in the distance, mingling with the rustling of leaves. "Now that I'm done with this, it's time I focus on my life and holy elements," Neo muttered to himself. He walked through the forest, deep in thought. "Not just my elements, I need to rank up my traits, train to increase my stats, and focus on other elements too." A frown tugged at his lips as he cocked his head. Funnily enough, after returning from the shadow trial, Neo was starting to feel an itch. This world was safe, for now at least, but it made Neo restless. He didn't want the embrace of safety. He wanted to fight. It was when he was pushed to his limits that he grew fastest. He enjoyed that feeling. "If I can go somewhere I can find a lot of strong enemies, it would be best. I can use true darkness to gain their talents, stats, traits, and elemental mastery, and I will be able to fight to my heart's content while doing it. But, since my luck is dog's hit, I need to devour a lot of beings to get what I want." Neo stopped as he weighed his options. He needed a place with countless powerful enemies, all of them paragons at least. Weak opponents wouldn't give him anything. Damn it. A place like that isn't easy to find. Paragons aren't leaves that grow on trees, he muttered bitterly. He sighed deeply, his breath misting in the cool air. Seems like I can only focus on holy and life elements for now and train other elements later. As his steps brought him closer to the edge of the forest, another idea struck him. There was another option if Neo wanted to train everything at once. Maybe Dad would know of a good place, he murmured. After days of travel, the dense canopy of the forest gave way to an open, sandy beach. The sound of crashing waves filled the air. Neo stepped onto the beach, his feet sinking slightly into the grainy, blank sand. The blood sea stretched before him. Its crimson waters churned and glistened endlessly. The blood sea was a unique phenomenon, existing both in the world of the living and the underworld. Unlike in the world of the living, where a single supercontinent existed at its center, the underworld's blood sea was dotted with multiple small continents and countless islands. The forest of all beginnings was one of these continents. Far across the sea lay Styxhaven, the continent where the Monarch, Hades, resided. Styxhaven was also home to the Jury of End, the sacred place where all souls were judged. Neo's eyes flickered as he thought of the powerful forces residing there. Normally, anyone wishing to cross the Blood Sea would need to board the nether ships. They were ghostly vessels that ferried travelers, dead and the living alike, across the perilous waters of Blood Sea. However, they were slow. It would take months to travel using nether ships. Neo smirked faintly. He had a better method. Veldora Elowin Starfall. Neo muttered. Come. A powerful roar ripped through the forest, shaking the very earth beneath Neo's feet. Birds, if they could be called that, with their shadowy forms and glowing black eyes, took flight, screeching in fear. The winds howled violently, tearing through the dense canopy above. Leaves swirled in a chaotic dance, and the ground trembled. The distant blood sea churned wildly. Its crimson waves crashed against the sandy shore in a frenzy. The sky darkened further, as if bowing to the arrival of something truly monumental. From the horizon, a massive, gleaming figure shot through the air with terrifying speed. The ancient dragon, Veldora, descended upon the forest. Its scales shimmered like liquid obsidian, each one etched with faint, glowing runes. Its reed eyes burned with intelligence as it locked onto Neo. The dragon's presence was suffocating. From Paragon rank onward, one became a special existence. It was not simply an increase in stats and skills. It was an evolution of existence. One's very essence ascended to a higher plane of existence when they reached the Paragon rank and above. Many changes followed after reaching such heights. One of the most notable was the true name. The names of Paragon demigods and Stage 1 gods held unique power. Simply uttering their true name could alert them of the fact that someone was talking about them. For exalted demigods and Stage 2 gods, the power of their true name was even more terrifying. Unless you were at least Paragon rank yourself, you couldn't hear the true name of an exalted demigod and Stage 2 gods. If you somehow managed to hear it, you would die. You would be crushed under the weight of their existence. Chapter 359. The All-Seeing Eye. The power of true names was not something to be trifled with. Veldora came as soon as his true name, which only a few handful knew, was uttered. I greet the second prince. The dragon bowed his massive head. He had retracted his intent presence a while ago when he realized it was harmful to Neo. The air, once suffocating under the weight of Veldora's overwhelming aura, felt lighter, almost calm. Seeing him like this, Neo smiled faintly. When Neo first arrived in the underworld, the wandering giant, Neromax, an exalted rank monster, had taken his blood. Back then, Neo had heard that the ancient dragon Veldora, who had been sleeping for centuries, suddenly woke up. The rumors spread like wildfire that Veldora and Neromax were fighting. Neo had thought they were fighting for his blood. But now he knew the truth. Veldora was attacking Neromax because the wandering giant had tried to drink Veldora's protégé, blood. "It's nice to meet you too," Neo said. "Prince, have you called us because you wish to meet the Monarch?" Veldora asked. He could fly at a high speed. It would lessen the time of travel by several weeks. "Yes," Neo nodded. "I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries by asking you, an ancient dragon, to give me a ride." "Not at all, Prince. It is my pleasure to serve you." Veldora lowered his colossal body. The ground beneath them quivered gently. With a moment's hesitation, Neo climbed onto the dragon's back, settling between the ridges of his scales. The texture was surprisingly smooth, yet firm like tempered steel. A few seconds later, the ancient dragon took flight. His ascent was breathtaking. The ground quaked as his wings unfurled. Their sheer size blotted out the skies above. A single beat of those mighty wings sent a gust of wind cascading through the forest and sea. "Whoa!" Neo muttered, amazed. His hair whipped wildly as they rose higher and higher. A single flap of Veldora's wing could and would crush the entire forest. Yet no trees were uprooted. Not a single branch snapped in their wake. Veldora's control was beyond masterclass. It was perfect. "Don't be surprised just yet, Prince. There is a lot more for you to see," Veldora chuckled. He flapped again, and his body shot forward with an explosive burst of speed. The forest of all beginning disappeared behind them in an instant. The dense fog that once shrouded the forest thinned, replaced by the vast expanse of the blood sea that stretched endlessly in every direction. The sea's surface glistened darkly, as if a million crimson eyes stared back at Neo. "How fast are we flying?" Neo couldn't tell their speed. The air around them was eerily still, with no drag or turbulence. Wherever he turned, his gaze met the ominous crimson waters of the blood sea. There was nothing that would allow him to compare their speed. With nothing to do on the journey, Neo decided to train. He closed his eyes and meditated. Intent. Neo had to learn how to close his intent senses. It wasn't hard. He could more or less do it already. The problem is balance. If Neo closed all his intent senses, he would become blind. After all, his physical eyes did not work. He had to figure out how to close his intent senses but leave them open just enough so he could still see. "Let's try it." Neo focused on the intent of the surroundings. The air was filled with intent of death, darkness, destruction, despair, nightmare, fear, blood, curse, and more. These intents originated from their respective elementals. Neo found it marvelous how elementals, who weren't dead or alive, had their own intent. The blood sea had similar intent, only countless times more sinister. The intent filled with deep-seated grudge was the most prominent within the blood sea. Veldora had his own intent too. His thoughts created intent, his body created intent, his existence created intent. All those intents were different. The intent of thoughts revealed his inner musings. The intent of body told Neo what his body was made of, what it was capable of, and what it was weak against. The intent of existence told Neo the past of Veldora. Neo focused on these threads of intent and looked inside them. The ancient dragon, when young only an infant wyvern, met the second prince of death. The two became friends, helped each other, and were eventually separated when the second prince had to reincarnate. The young wyvern had cried. He didn't want to be separated from the second prince, but the grim reapers, cold and emotionless, did not listen. Their decision was absolute, and the young wyvern's protests fell on deaf ears. The wyvern could not stop the second prince's reincarnation. Back then, he had vowed his loyalty to the prince, tears streaming from his eyes, and he promised he would grow stronger. He swore that the next time they met, he would protect the second prince, no matter what. That young wyvern was now known as the ancient dragon Veldora. He had indeed become strong, but he couldn't help the second prince. Every time he saw the prince reincarnate, he would be reminded of his own failures, of how, despite his strength and power, he could not keep his vow. "It's not your fault," Neo said as he read Veldora's intent. Veldora cared deeply for Neo. It was why the ancient dragon allowed Neo to read all of his intent, even his weaknesses. It was his way of giving Neo something more: materials to study, tools to strengthen himself. No one would do anything like this. Most people did not know about intent. But those who did, like Veldora, knew how dangerous it was to let the other party read their intent. If the other party held sinister thoughts, they could cripple Veldora easily. Veldora, however, was not worried. He trusted Neo. Days turned into weeks as they traveled. Neo kept trying to find the perfect balance for his intense senses. He sat cross-legged atop Veldora's back. He worked to limit the overwhelming flood of intent from his surroundings. The intent of death, despair, and fear pressed against him like an invisible tide, but he slowly learned to control how much of it he absorbed. "How is your training progressing, Prince?" Veldora's deep voice rumbled, breaking the long silence. "I can manage the balance of my senses now. It's not perfect, but it will have to do for now. Fine-tuning the balance will take a lot of time," Neo replied, opening his eyes. Since Neo had managed to find a somewhat good balance, he no longer needed to divert all his attention to training. He talked with Veldora during his free time. "There is something I've been curious about since the beginning," Neo said. "We would answer everything we can, Prince. Please ask your question without hesitation." "What's that in the sky?" Neo pointed at the three eyes that hung in the sky of Underworld. They seemed to observe everything in the Underworld with their unblinking gaze. During the past few days, Neo felt like those eyes had been paying him particularly more attention. Chapter 360, Palace of the Monarch. "It's the ability of the first-ranked Grim Reaper, Grand Duke Bale," Veldora explained. "First-ranked? You mean the oldest Grim Reaper?" Neo questioned. Grand Duke Bale was a legendary figure. He was called the Sword of Night, and the bastard Grim Reaper. No one had seen Bale in centuries. He had disappeared long ago, leaving behind myths of his unmatched power. If not for the all-seeing eye that hangs in the sky of the Underworld, everyone would have thought Grand Duke Bale had perished somewhere, Veldora said. Funnily enough, no one was concerned about Bale's absence. He was so strong that it was impossible for him to be defeated. Everyone assumed that his disappearance was voluntary. They predicted he had gone missing as he didn't want to work and was hiding somewhere. Hence his infamous title, the Bastard Grim Reaper. Veldora continued to glide smoothly through the dark skies of the Underworld. As they traveled, Veldora explained about a lot of things to Neo. "We call the continents of the Underworld houses." Neo listened intently. "The Forest of All Beginnings is the name of the house connected to Luminara, the supercontinent where you live on Earth. Anyone who dies on Luminara comes to the Forest of All Beginnings." Neo wasn't surprised. Thanks to the novels he had read, he knew about the existence of the other supercontinents. Those who die on other supercontinents of Earth come to different houses in the Underworld, Veldora elaborated. He continued his explanation. Souls from different supercontinents come to a different house. In fact, each house of the Underworld is connected to a different planet. The smaller houses are connected to Earth's supercontinents, while the larger houses are connected to other planets. Neo's eyes widened slightly at the revelation. Even a small house is larger than the supercontinent Luminara where you live. They're called small only because the other houses are much larger, Veldora explained. "Our Underworld is connected to other planets too?" Neo asked, surprised. Information about the Underworld was rarely told in the novel. Most of the things he knew about it came from what other Grim Reapers had told him. Indeed, more than a dozen other worlds are connected to the Underworld, Veldora said. "Earth's Underworld is unique. We judge the mortals belonging to our home and the ones from outside too." His words made Neo's curiosity grow. He couldn't help but wonder, how could Hades rule over so many worlds? How strong must he have been to accomplish such a feat? While Neo was lost in thought, the ancient dragon opened his mouth again. "If the prince wishes to visit other worlds, you can do so by going to a different house and using your Grim Reaper badge there. The gate of the Underworld will open in the world of the living connected to that house." Neo nodded. The two continued to talk until they reached Styxhaven. The continent of Styxhaven was immense. Its borders stretched as far as Neo's eyes could see, merging with the horizon where the unending night of the underworld met the endless sky. The ground below was a barren wasteland of blackened soil cracked with deep fissures that glowed faintly with an ominous red hue. Along the continent's borders stood towering gateposts. Each gatepost was spaced a few hundred miles apart. The gateposts were massive structures carved from obsidian, etched with runes that shimmered faintly with a spectral glow. Nether ships from different houses docked at the own gateposts. The souls of the dead disembarked from the ships. Neo watched as the souls formed unfathomably long lines, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. Grim Reaper disciples patrolled the area. They made sure no soul caused trouble or attempted to escape. Veldora flew over the land, casting a shadow over the blackened soil. Neo's gaze swept across the landscape. Unlike other continents, Styxhaven was devoid of any vegetation or infrastructure. Veldora flew toward a location where all the lines of souls seemed to converge. "That's the Colosseum of End," Veldora said. They stopped before a massive, majestic Colosseum. The structure was carved from a material darker than night. Its towering walls were adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and writhe continuously. Since the top of the Colosseum was open, Neo could everything below. The center of the Colosseum was a massive pit surrounded by tiered seating, where countless souls gathered, waiting for their turn to be judged. Veldora made sure he wasn't flying directly overhead the Colosseum. Flying over it was considered disrespectful. He hovered slightly to the side. Neo's gaze fixed below. The three judges, collectively called the Jury of End, sat atop high, throne-like platforms. Dark cloaks obscured their figures. Each judge radiated an overwhelming aura of authority and power. Each moment, a soul would step into the center stage of the Colosseum. The three judges would delve into the memories of the soul before them. The process was quick but thorough. Judgment led to one of three outcomes: punishment, reincarnation, or true death. As Neo watched, the three judges paused their work briefly. Their heads tilted upward. They gave a slight bow before immediately returning to their tasks. Neo raised a brow, curious. "Please do not be angry, Prince," Veldora said. "The judges do not have time to rest. They cannot spare more than a few moments to greet you." "They don't have time to rest?" Neo questioned. "Only a few are capable of watching the memories of thousands of souls every hour and staying sane," Veldora said. Neo looked down at the judges again. He knew how difficult it was to maintain ego after looking through memories of hundreds of souls. "Those three below are the only ones who can do it. That's why they work without rest, or the flow of souls will be halted," Veldora said. There were countless souls waiting to be judged, and there were only three judges. In other words, the underworld was short-staffed. Their mental resilience must be insanely high if they can work for centuries without rest, Neo thought. After he had watched the process for a while, Veldora flapped his wings, taking to the skies once more. The air around them shimmered faintly with the residual energy of the Colosseum as they moved away. They flew toward the back of the Colosseum of End, where no lines of souls were present. The barren land below stretched endlessly, broken only by occasional cracks that glowed faintly with a crimson light. Hours passed as they continued their journey. Far into the distance, a massive structure began to take shape on the horizon. A giant palace emerged. Its sheer scale left Neo momentarily speechless. The structure was made entirely of black marble, and its surface was polished to perfection. The palace stood tall and imposing, its spires piercing the dark heavens. Ornate carvings adorned its walls, depicting scenes of judgment and the flow of souls. "That's the palace where the monarch rests," Veldora said, his tone carrying a hint of reverence. "It's beautiful," Neo muttered. "That it is," Veldora replied. He landed at the foot of the palace. The ground beneath them was paved with smooth, obsidian tiles that reflected their forms like a dark mirror. Chapter 361, New Quest. Neo stared at the colossal doors of the mansion. They towered over him. He took a few steps forward before turning back. "You are not coming in?" he asked. No one but the bloodline of Monarch is allowed to enter the palace, Prince, Veldora replied. Neo nodded. He pushed the doors of the palace. They groaned in protest, the grating noise reverberating like a dying beast. As the doors parted, a gust of icy air surged out from the palace, slamming into Neo. He frowned as the cold bit into his skin. His steps echoed loudly as he entered. The dim corridors stretched endlessly before him. Each hallway was lined with gigantic statues of warriors. The only noise came from Neo's footsteps and the faint whistle of wind seeping through windows. Neo's heart thumped faster as he approached the door at the corridor's end. He must be behind this, Neo thought. His hand hovered over the door. He had never met Hades, not even during the Shadow Trial. He had seen his father, Hades' reincarnation, when he was a child, but not Hades. This would be their first meeting. Here goes nothing. Neo steadied his racing heart, took a deep breath, and pushed the doors open. Inside, a grand hall stretched before him. Pillars of obsidian soared to the ceiling, and the walls were lined with paintings depicting ancient battles and conquests. A massive chandelier of dark crystals hung above, casting a haunting glow over the room. At the far end of the hall sat a man on a black throne carved from bones and obsidian. He was breathtakingly handsome. His hair was black as midnight, cascading over his shoulders, and his eyes glowed the color of blood. His presence was suffocating. His dragon-like hand rested casually under his chin, as if he had been expecting Neo. "Welcome, my son," the man said. Neo's expression darkened. He clenched his fists as rage bubbled within him. Slowly, he unsheathed Obitus from its scabbard. "What are you doing, Neo?" the man asked. "I'll give you 10 seconds. Neo's aura erupted like a storm, flooding the hall with a pressure that made the air tremble. "Tell me who you are and where Dad is." The man's brows furrowed. "What are you saying? I am your dad." "Time's up." Neo bolted forward. In an instant, he was before the man, his sword drawn back, ready to strike. Divine swordsmanship second form, Tsubaime Geishi. Neo's blade flashed through the air, aiming for the man's neck. The man smiled, a cold, knowing smile, and raised a single finger. The blade stopped mid-swing, frozen as though an invisible force held it in place. The man's smile deepened. "Why do you think I'm not Hades?" Neo swiftly retreated when his attack failed. He maintained his stance, Obitus gleaming in his hand. The air between them grew heavier, as if the very space trembled under the man's presence. Neo had the blessings of his parents. Blessings work thanks to intent, and Neo seen the intent of Hades and Persephone. "Your intent is completely different from Dad." Neo glared. "Who are you?" "Ah ha ha ha." The man's laughter echoed like thunder, shaking the hall. His booming voice bounced off the pillars, sending chills down Neo's spine. He stood up from the throne. The shadows around him twisted unnaturally as his appearance began to shift. His dragon-like claws morphed into human hands. His obsidian-black hair shortened to a sharp crop, and his blood-red eyes turned a brilliant gold. His aura remained suffocating, even as his monstrous features gave way to a human visage. "Who am I?" The man's golden eyes glowed with amusement as he slung a massive sword over his shoulder. He gazed at Neo with a condescending smirk. "Why don't you make me answer you? If it's a beating you want, then fine." A translucent screen materialized in front of Neo. Quest: survive for 10 seconds against? Reward: absolute chaos world core condensation technique. Neos frowned as he understood the meaning behind the words. Alarms suddenly blared in his mind. His instincts screamed at him to escape. For the first time in ages, he felt fear. "Ho ho, what are you looking at, status screen?" The man's mocking voice came from behind Neo. Neo's blood froze. There was no time to react. The man's sword flashed like a streak of lightning. Neo barely managed to raise his blade in defense. The weapons clashed with a deafening clang that sent shockwaves rippling around them. Neo's body was hurled like a ragdoll, crashing into the black stone wall with bone-shattering force. Cracks spiderwebbed across the wall, and dust rained down in thick clouds. "This place is quite small," the man muttered, scratching his patchy beard. "Let's make it bigger." He snapped his fingers. The world. A ripple of energy spread outward. Goosebumps crawled over Neo's skin as he felt the sheer power behind those two words formed from intent. The room shifted before his eyes. The space inside the hall expanded exponentially, stretching far beyond what should have been possible. The ceiling rose higher and higher until it disappeared into an endless void. The walls stretched outward, becoming so distant they were no longer visible. It was as if the hall had transformed into an entire planet, or perhaps something even larger. Neo looked around in disbelief. "Damn. How long are you going to think for?" The man's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Neo's head whipped toward the source, only to find the man standing right in front of him. Since the hall had expanded, the distance between them should have grown to hundreds of thousands of kilometers. And yet, the man had covered the unimaginable distance in an instant. "Start moving, will you? Or are you too afraid to fight back?" The space around Neo had been frozen solid. He couldn't move even if he wanted. However, divine swordsmanship 8th form. Kami no Shin. Nice move, but it's too slow. Neo's sword technique failed to fully activate. No, it hadn't failed, it was in the process of activating. The activation speed was just very, very slow. He is slowing down my time, Neo realized. The man wasn't freezing Neo directly. He was simply slowed Neo's time to the point Neo's body appeared frozen. "What now, Neo? Going to give up?" the man asked mockingly, leaning forward. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement as he looked Neo directly in the eye. Neo clenched his jaw. His aura began to flicker and flare. Slowly, painfully, his body started to move again. It made him feel as if he like trying to hold up an ocean. The man's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but he quickly masked it with a smirk. "I had heard Heavenbreakers were powerful, but I guess I was wrong. You are pretty weak." Neo ignored the taunts, focusing entirely on freeing himself. His aura flared once more, brighter this time. Wisps of white energy began to materialize around him. Neo's body trembled as he generated world energy. The endless power started to break his body, as cracks appeared on his skin. "Don't bother," the man said. "It's not going to work." It was clear the man was enjoying this. He stood back, his expression relaxed, his words dripping with mockery. "Hey, you fucking bitch!" Neo spat as he finally managed to move his mouth. "Catch this." The corner of the man's mouth twitched, but before he could react, Neo opened his shadow space. Without warning, a massive landmass, the entire Earth, suddenly appeared above them. The colossal chunk of rock and soil hurtled downward. Its sheer size blotted out the sky. When it struck the ground, the impact was cataclysmic. A deafening explosion tore through the air, shaking the very fabric of the space they stood in. Magma erupted violently from the fractured ground, glowing rivers of molten rock flowing through the cracks. Dust and debris filled the air, shrouding the battlefield in a dense, suffocating fog. Stones and rubble flew in every direction, smashing into the invisible boundaries of the hall. The sound of constant sonic booms echoed endlessly. For a brief moment, the man loosened his hold over Neo's time, caught off guard by the sudden attack. Cough! Cough! Neo woke up to find his body half-crushed under the wreckage of a massive mountain. His limbs were trapped, and blood stained his clothes. He activated his blessing and healed himself. With a roar, he unleashed his aura, shattering the mountain above him into countless fragments. The debris scattered in all directions, and Neo climbed to his feet. His breaths were heavy and labored. Fuck! He looked around the desolate battlefield. The once pristine hall was now a wasteland. The pillars had crumbled, the floor was torn apart, and the ceiling was no longer visible through the swirling smoke and ash. "Why the fuck are we fighting him now? I thought he was your friend." The voice of the maggot resting on Neo's shoulder rang out. "Friend," Neo muttered, wiping blood from his mouth. "I've never met that man in my life before." He looked at his status screen. Time remaining until the completion of quest. 7 seconds. The whole time and space are twisted in this place. Get moving, bitch, and help me, the maggots shouted. That bastard is pretty fucking angry. I know. Neo dashed forward. He could see hundreds of thousand-eyed pillars looking in one direction. The man must be there. Countless maggots rushed along with Neo. It feels weird fighting with Valkyria, Neo thought. Do you have any idea who he is? Neo asked as he kept running. He covered thousands of meters with each step, but the man was still quite far away. It's him, Valkyria muttered, panic seeping into her voice. The Stage 5 God who was protecting the world core. Chapter 362. Challenging the Insurmountable. He was the one protecting the world core when you attacked Earth? Neo asked, surprised. Yes. That means he is on our side. Not after you revealed me to him, fucker. Before Neo could say anything, he saw the man. He was surrounded by hundreds of thousand-eyed pillars. They rained him with countless mental attacks. Maggots the size of fists writhed and crawled as they tried to tear his skin apart. Not a single attack touched the man. It was as if they were stopped by an invisible barrier surrounding his body. The man turned to Neo, his smile gone. Why are you working with an angel of an outer? I don't see the need to answer you. I asked you a question, Neo Hargraves. His voice exploded like a thunderclap, creating shockwaves. The wreckages of Earth, broken chunks of stone, shattered steel, and dying flames were scattered further by the force. The thousand-eyed pillars and the writhing maggots burst apart like overfilled balloons. Neo felt as if he were standing in the eye of a hurricane. His skin began to peel in thin, stinging strips, and the man's enormous pressure bore down on him like a mountain. Answer me. In an instant, the man appeared before Neo. His speed was overwhelming. Before Neo could react, the man's great sword pierced through his chest, pinning him to the cracked, blood-soaked ground. You want an answer? Neo asked. Blood bubbled from his lips as he coughed violently. Still, he grinned. Then make me answer you. The man's anger momentarily dissipated when Neo used his words against him. He raised his sword to strike again when suddenly Neo's body dissolved into shimmering particles of light. Intent? The man muttered, his brows furrowing in disbelief. He can make a physical clone with intent already? Don't be surprised just yet. The man's head whipped around at the sound of Neo's voice. Hundreds of Neo's clones surrounded him. That's quite the number of clones, the man commented. Neo shrugged, maintaining his silence. He could create only one clone if it was to be as strong as himself. On the other hand, he could create countless weaker ones. What are you trying to do? The man asked. Did you forget what I said? The clones spoke in unison. If you want an answer, then make me answer you. As soon as Neo uttered those words, a screen appeared before his eyes. Hidden conditions met. Quest, survive. Will be upgraded to quest, challenging the insurmountable. Details. Successfully land an attack on. Reward, absolute chaos world core condensation technique. Will be upgraded to primordial world core condensation technique. There was no time to read the screens. The clones rushed at the man from all sides. Seeing their fervor, the man's anger dissipated, replaced by a resounding laugh that echoed across the wasteland. Shockwaves created by his laughter tore through the air, killing several clones instantly. Their forms disintegrated like dust in the wind. That way of talking, you really are that bastard's son. You aren't the one to talk, Duke Bale. Countless sword attacks flashed from every direction. Grinning, Bale gripped his massive sword with both hands. His muscles tensed, and an immense aura exploded from his body like a tidal wave. The force alone caused the cracked earth to split further, sending tremors through the battlefield. His slash tore apart everything around him in a blinding arc of destruction. How did you know who I was? Bale asked, his voice calm but laced with curiosity as another wave of clones appeared. Your intent is the same as the all-seeing eye that hangs in the sky. The new wave of clones rushed at Bale again. Valkyria, Use mental attacks on me, Neo called out. Okay. Only a few maggots survived Bale's devastating attacks. Those that remained writhed grotesquely. Their forms shifted and expanded. They began transforming into gigantic thousand-eyed pillars. Mouths appeared on the pillars, and they began to vomit an endless swarm of maggots. The ground became a seething carpet of writhing insects as they surged forward. The thousand-eyed pillars turned their gaze toward Neo. An intense headache pounded against his skull as Valkyria used her mental attacks. Is that supposed to be an attack? Bale asked. Instead of answering, Neo activated Necrotic Touch. The skill had reached peak mastery long ago, and its power was absolute. Neo grabbed at the air itself. The atmosphere began to rot, decaying visibly as tendrils of necrosis spread outward. Anything the rotting air touched began to dissolve. Wreckages, space, time, life. Nothing was spared. Neo unleashed Dawn of Despair and Death Elemental after Necrotic Touch. The world around Bale was plunged into impenetrable darkness. The light was devoured, leaving an oppressive void that suffocated the senses. For a brief moment, giant bolts of condensed red lightning erupted in the darkness, illuminating the scene in blinding flashes. The harsh light revealed Bale's figure, standing unharmed amidst the attacks. Not bad, Bale mused. No attack touched his body. The barrier surrounding him remained impregnable. He clenched his fist, and the space around him warped. It crushed Neo's clones and their attacks effortlessly. The distorted space around Bale swallowed them without resistance. Bale was about to taunt Neo when suddenly he felt something grabbing his leg. Clone held him. Only the upper half of its body had survived Bale's devastating attack. His form was barely holding together. Instead of tending to its wounds, the clone used empathetic bond skill. A faint, pulsing glow emanated from it as it transferred the rage and pain it was feeling directly into Bale's mind. So this was why you told that filthy thing to use the mental attack on you? So that you could transfer that attack to me? Bale asked. But it doesn't. I know it doesn't work on you. Neo suddenly appeared before Bale while his attention was momentarily divided. Neo's body was covered in cracks. However, something felt off. Bale hadn't injured him to that extent. Was it due to world energy? Bale thought. He frowned when he couldn't sense any world energy within Neo's body. It took him a moment to realize Neo had transferred all of his world energy into his sword. By the time Bale noticed, the sword in Neo's hand glowed with an unearthly brilliance. Divine Swordsmanship 7th Form, Tenraisen. The world was engulfed in a blinding flash of light. The brilliance was so intense that it consumed everything, casting stark, surreal shadows across the ruins. Moments later, the flash disappeared, along with the darkness created by Black Dawn of Despair spell. Neo, bloodied and battered, lay unconscious on the cold ground. His body was limp and his chest rose and fell faintly with shallow breaths. Too bad, Neo. You lost, Bale said with a smirk. Now it's time for you to wake up and answer me. Bale crouched. He raised his hand, ready to slap Neo awake. He suddenly froze mid-motion. His eyes narrowed as he looked down at his abdomen. A faint, line-shaped dirt mark stained his shirt. It was subtle, but it was there. His attack reached my body? Bale muttered in disbelief. Bale was a stage 5 god, while Neo's strength was only that of a stage 1 god. Chapter 363, World Core Condensation Technique. Their current fight was like an awakened demigod trying to challenge an exalted demigod. It was a fight where, let alone victory, even inflicting damage was impossible for Neo. And yet, Neo managed to do the impossible. Heavenbreakers really are monsters, Bale said with a smirk. Shaking his head in grudging admiration, he decided to let Neo rest. With a casual snap of his fingers, the massive hall reverted to its original pristine state. The towering walls and ornate pillars reappeared as if they had never been damaged. The wreckage of the earth vanished entirely, leaving behind only silence. Only a single maggot had survived. Hello, sir. Valkyria spoke while sweating profusely. Sir. Baal scoffed. The last time we met, you were laughing over my dying body. That was a different timelines, me, sir. It wasn't me. Valkyria lied without a second thought. Valkyria wanted to cry. She knew all too well that time users like Baal could see previous timelines through fragmented dreams. However, the chances of those dreams occurring were minuscule, and they happened randomly. Yet, of all people, Baal, the one person she wished would never remember her past actions, was the one who did. Follow me and tell me everything that is happening, Baal commanded. He carried Neos' unconscious body through the palace. Valkyria, with only one maggot remaining, followed closely behind. She dared not disobey Baal and spilled everything. Baal entered an opulent bedchamber. Its walls were adorned with murals depicting ancient battles. A massive canopy bed stood in the center, draped in crimson and gold fabrics. Baal gently placed Neos' body on the soft mattress. His movements were surprisingly careful for someone of who was the cause of Neos' broken body. Valkyria lingered near the doorway. Her gaze darted nervously between Baal and Neo. Neo woke up a few hours later. Driven by habits, he instantly activated his blessing and life element at full throttle. A soothing green light enveloped him, mending his broken body with remarkable speed. The cracks in his skin disappeared, and his breathing evened out as his injuries healed completely. "The princess is finally awake," Baal muttered, closing the book he had been reading. He sat in a sturdy chair next to the bed. His great sword rested against the wall behind him. Neo sat up, rubbing his temples. His gaze fell on Baal, and his expression turned sour. "How do you feel?" Baal asked with undertone of mockery. "I feel like shit," Neo replied bluntly. He glanced down at his hands and clenched his fists in anger. "Heavenbreaker my ass. He toyed with me and I couldn't do anything. Baal could have killed him or done far worse, if he'd had any intention to. Neo was too weak to protect himself. He survived only because Baal had no intention of harming him." His train of thoughts were broke when a screen abruptly flashed before his eyes. Quest, challenging the insurmountable, completed. Reward, Primordial World Core Condensation Technique. Influx of information appeared in his mind. The Absolute Chaos World Core Condensation Technique, his previous reward, would have allowed him to form a world core with an affinity to the chaos element. Chaos was another name for corrupted death element. It was an incredibly powerful. However, the Primordial World Core Condensation Technique was far superior. The technique allowed him to form a world core with an affinity to all of his elements, not just corrupted death. The reward meant that his attack had landed on Baal's body. So my last attack succeeded. Neo's thoughts churned. During his final strike, he had tried to create and use sword intent. He thought he had failed. It seemed he had thought wrong. So that was sword intent, or at least close to it. His primogenitor slots was still locked. Neo hadn't finished the modifications required for perfecting the creation of sword intent. What I can use now is an incomplete sword intent, and it was able to damage a stage 5 god. Neo's hands trembled slightly as his heart began to race with excitement. How powerful will the complete sword intent be? Neo couldn't help but let out a small grin. He knew he hadn't actually hurt Baal, only managed to land an attack. That, too, was because Baal had underestimated him. Yet, what he had done was a feat that no one of his rank should have been capable of achieving. "I want to create sword intent as soon as possible," Neo thought excitedly. He was growing stronger. This was the feeling he loved. "Hello!" Baal leaned closer. He waved his hand dramatically in front of Neo's face. "Calling Princess from the Underworld. Can you hear me?" "I can hear you perfectly fine, and you don't need to wave your hand like that." Neo's tone was flat as he pointed at his own eyes. "I'm blind." Baal paused for a moment before flashing a wider grin. "That's why I waved my hand in front of your eyes." Baal leaned back in his chair with a laugh. Neo stared at him with a deadpan expression before opening his mouth. "You can use sword intent, right? Can you teach it to me?" he asked, instead of responding to Baal's taunts. "I don't want to." "Why? Why should I teach you? Not everyone wants to kiss your ass just because you're the Underworld's heir." Neo's lips twitched at the retort. So you do realize I'm the Underworld's heir? And you work for my dad? But you won't listen to me? He didn't voice his thoughts. There was no point. He understood Bale wouldn't care even if he used Hades' name. How did a lunatic like you become the first Grim Reaper to serve my dad? He asked, exasperated. Hey, that's insulting, Bale muttered, crossing his arms as a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. The only reason I'm the Grim Reaper and he's the Monarch, and it's not vice versa, is because I lost the fight when we were young. Otherwise, I would have been the Monarch of the Underworld. But you did lose, right? Neo asked, piecing the clues from Bale's words. Anyway, what's my dad's rank? I'm curious about it. Since the Underworld manages souls from multiple worlds, he must be quite strong as the ruler of the Underworld. Chapter 364. Find the current reincarnations of your parents. That he was. And what's with that question? I'm strong too. I was your dad's rivals. So he was a stage 5 god like you? Neo probed, narrowing his eyes. He might have surpassed me a bit when we were young, Bale admitted reluctantly, averting his gaze. How much is a bit? Grand Duke Bale, how much is a bit? A bit is a bit, Bale replied gruffly. Neo gave Bale a deadpan stare. Bale shifted in his chair and coughed. He waved a hand dismissively and quickly changed the topic. I heard about your shadow trial from this insect. A sudden movement caught Neo's attention as Valkyria peeked from behind the furniture. My name is Valkyria. What? Bale's glare shot toward her. I apologize for disturbing you. Please continue your talk. Valkyria yelped as Bale's sharp eyes bore into her. She immediately ducked further behind the furniture. What about my shadow trial? Neo asked. Bale stared at him for a few seconds before standing up. Without a word, he moved closer to Neo and, much to Neo's surprise, gently patted his head. Good work. I'm proud of you, Bale said. Neo's expression froze in disbelief. What are you doing? Praising you, which is one of my jobs as your guardian. Bale replied with a smirk, as if his answer was obvious. A guardian who I'm meeting for the first time, and who almost killed me a few seconds ago. Did the definition of guardian change while I was away? This little. Bale's smirk twitched. He took a deep breath and sighed, shaking his head in mild frustration. The tension between them was broken, and the air seemed lighter. I couldn't leave the palace. My job is to protect the world's core. Even a single moment of negligence can lead to the destruction of the world core, Bale explained. Even a single moment? Neo raised an eyebrow. Yes, there are outer gods, monsters that lurk in the underworld, cultists, enemies from other worlds. There's no telling who might teleport here and when. Bale glanced toward the empty expanse outside the window. This is why I could never leave the palace. I see, Neo murmured. He could sense that Bale didn't want to dive deeper into this conversation, but there were things Neo needed to know. Where are Mom and Dad? Bale froze. He had hoped Neo wouldn't ask the question. Turning around, Bale slowly walked to the chair near the far corner of the room. He sat down, leaning back, his gaze fixed on the ceiling as if searching for answers there. Silence. The moments stretched. Finally, Bale spoke. They died a few years ago in the world of the living and have now reincarnated. And why are they reincarnating? Bale lowered his head, locking eyes with Neo. The cursed blood of your family. He paused before he added, Death would never let you four rest. Where are they now? I don't know. Bale shook his head. His usual smirk was gone, replaced by a solemn expression. What's the curse of my bloodline? Neo asked. He had no intention of stopping until he found the answers he had been waiting for since ages. The original four, your parents and you two brothers will reincarnate every time you die, Bale said. Your parents are always together. It's random for you two brothers to be with them though. Most of the time, you two will be reincarnated randomly. Bale paused, pursing his lips as if considering whether to continue. Finally, he added, the closer relation the reincarnations of you four have, the worse deaths the reincarnations will suffer. He glanced at Neo. In your current reincarnation, all four of you were a family, which is why. Bale's voice trailed off. Neo immediately understood what he was implying. The tragedy of void window number 8477 happened due to the curse. The room was suffocatingly quiet as Neo took a few moments to digest Bale's words. Isn't Dad the god associated with death, afterlife, and the underworld? Why are we cursed like this? Neo asked. I don't know, Bale answered. The last time I met Hades was when he left, saying he wanted to go on a short vacation. He disappeared for centuries. His reincarnated self returned thousands of years later on the verge of dying. He told me about the curse, that I needed to protect the world core in his place and to hide the news of his curse. The rest is history. Neo frowned. He didn't trust Bale, not after the first impression he made. How can I trust your words? If you don't want to, then don't. Nobody's forcing you. Neo clicked his tongue in frustration. Why? Aren't you asking me too many questions? Bale cut him off, standing up and stretching lazily. Neo glared at him. Where are you going? Going to sleep. I'm tired, Bale answered, yawning loudly as he turned toward the door. Neo watched as Bale left the room. Left alone, Neo couldn't stop his thoughts. Cursed bloodline. I heard the same words in the shadow trial, and now Bale said them again. His brows furrowed as he struggled to piece everything together. At least now I know Dad, Mom, and Henry are always reincarnating like me. Why hide the news, though? Everyone in the underworld thinks Dad is resting inside the palace. It did not take him long to realize the reason behind it. Underworld has countless monsters that are extremely powerful, not to mention souls that want to return to the world of living. The reason no one acts out of line is because all of them are afraid of Dad. But the moment they realize Dad is no longer there to stop them, they would go wild. Neo lay back on the bed. His back sunk into the soft mattress as his thoughts churned. Even on Laminera, Neo knew the exalted demigods would enter the underworld to rescue their people if they didn't fear Hades. Grim Reapers were there, true, but there were only 81 Grim Reapers. Even if they included the predecessors of current Grim Reapers, the number would be around 100 at best. They weren't enough to stop the chaos that would start if people found out the god of the underworld was no longer there. Damn it, Neo muttered, sinking deeper into the bed. Just then, a screen appeared before his eyes. Quest, family. Find the current reincarnations of your parents and bring them home. Reward, Nightmare Element. Level up, Empathic Bond X2. Neo raised his brows in surprise. There was no failure condition in the quest. A quest named Family is giving Nightmare Element as a reward. Neo muttered bitterly to himself. This is going to be hard. Finding the reincarnations wasn't easy. People could reincarnate across time too. This was something Veldora had explained to him while they were on their way to the palace of the Monarch. Neo could die in the year 1860, and his reincarnation would be born in 1660, or any time in the past or future. Why does everything have to be so complicated? Neo groaned, massaging his temples. He stood up and picked Obitus before leaving the room. Chapter 365, Unique Ability of Obitus, How to Create a World Core. He moved swiftly through the hallways. The place was too big for its own good. It was like a labyrinth that seemed determined to lose anyone who dared to enter it. He had to ask Valkyria for help. Where is the main hall where we met Bale? He asked. Turn left here, then go straight and take the third right and... Valkyria's voice echoed in his mind. He followed Valkyria's words. It took him a few dozen minutes to reach the location. The grand hall stood before him. Its massive double doors were slightly ajar. The hall was empty. Where did he go? Neo muttered as he looked around. His brows furrowed in irritation. It seemed Bale had no intention of meeting him. Might as well try to meet the other guy who is here, he thought. Valkyria, where is the world core? He asked. Above you, Valkyria replied. Neo raised his head. All he saw was the massive chandelier. Its crystal ornaments shimmered like frozen stars. There is a subspace there. The world core is inside it. I see. Neo expanded his senses. He probed the space above him, searching for the hidden subspace. He tried to locate the subspace but was unsuccessful. I know you can hear me. Come out. Neo called out to Earth's world core. There was no response. His lips twitched in irritation. Fucker. Come out, he repeated. Silence. Neo clicked his tongue. As much as he wanted to meet the world core, it didn't look like the world core wanted to do the same. These fuckers, he muttered under his breath as he massaged his brows. Neo clicked his tongue again and returned to his bedchamber. He sat cross-legged on the bed. What are you doing? Valkyria's voice interrupted his thoughts. Trying to create a world core, Neo replied as he closed his eyes. You know how to create a world core? Valkyria's asked. Yeah, my skill told me how to do it. Neo lied without missing a beat. Huh? You have that kind of skill? Valkyria questioned. Neo didn't respond. He closed his eyes and focused inwards. Don't ignore me, fucker. Hey! Neo accessed the information of the primordial world core condensation technique stored inside his mind. To create a world core, he needed only one thing: a sacred treasure. The sacred treasure would become the foundation of the world core. The elemental affinities of the sacred treasure will determine the elemental affinities of my world core, he thought. No single world had all elemental affinities. As an example, Earth didn't have void affinity. It was why no one from Earth was born with void affinity and why no one from Earth had resistance against the void element. If I can get a sacred treasure that has affinity to all elements, my world core will be able to give me resistance to all elements, along with void. Neo's lips curved into a faint, thoughtful smirk. He already had a high resistance to all elements thanks to Earth's world core. If he added his own world core on top of that, he would gain a nigh-impenetrable defense. However, creating a world core with clashing elements was not easy. Death and life, darkness and holy, shadow and light, mixing them was nearly impossible. Neo, deep in thoughts, heard a voice inside his mind. Neo, you don't need to worry. I'll handle the balance. Neo smiled faintly as he recognized Obaida's voice. Obaida's unique ability was harmonization. It allowed two opposites to exist together within him. Her ability was the reason why Neo, a dark-type element user, could use healing potions and both life and holy elements without consequence. Almost all dark-type users avoided healing potions or the life and holy elements unless it was a last resort. While such remedies could heal their injuries, they often left behind internal damage that might become permanent. At worst, their foundation and core would be in danger. Neo had never faced such a problem. He could use both life and death elements with ease. It was all thanks to Obaida's unique ability. Even the fact that I am a Heavenbreaker and an Awakener at the same time should have been impossible, Neo thought. Awakeners connected to the world core of a planet. Heavenbreakers, on the other hand, created their own world energy and forged their own world core. These were fundamentally opposing paths of power, either drawing energy from an external source or generating it from oneself. No one could do both. But Obaida's unique ability solved the problem. I guess this is why brother kept Obaida's for me. He knew Obaida's harmonization ability would allow me to use both mom and dad's elements without tearing myself apart. Neo's smile deepened. Thank you, Obaida's. He could feel Obaida's presence shift. Her emotions fluttered like butterflies in her stomach. Neo chuckled softly before refocusing. All said and done, Obaida's isn't a complete sacred treasure. He would have to find a way to turn her into a complete sacred treasure. It was the only way he could attempt to break through from half-step ascension to first-step ascension rank. Maybe I can use other sacred treasures? Neo thought. His gaze turned to the status screen. Sacred treasures. Skyfall? Obaida's. Incomplete. Skyfall, the name of Zeus' headless corpse, was within his shadow space. He didn't plan to use Zeus' corpse as the foundation for his world core. Even if he wanted to, Skyfall was weaker than Obaida's. Using Skyfall will give my world core the affinities of Zeus. I don't know the exact number of affinities Zeus had, but I doubt it's more than what Obaida's has. His gaze then shifted. The second sacred treasure is a question mark. I don't even know what the fuck this is. Neo clicked his tongue. He could only ignore the second sacred treasure. The only sacred treasure he could use, and the one he had planned to use, was Obitus. He could feel Obitus sulking when he thought of using another sacred treasure. Her mood brightened almost instantly when he finalized her as the sacred treasure to use. You're too easy to please. You know that? Neo thought with a faint smirk. Obitus harumphed in response. She closed the mental connection. Neo opened his eyes. You created the world core? Valkyria's voice rang. Weird. I don't feel any fluctuation in the energy around you. She paused before adding, isn't a breakthrough supposed to, come with boom and bam? Boom and bam? Seriously. What's wrong with that? Valkyria retorted indignantly. While they bickered, a screen suddenly appeared before Neo's eyes. Come meet me. Oh. Neo frowned. Who are you talking to? Valkyria's asked. She became quiet when she noticed Neo's sudden shift in demeanor. Who are you? Neo asked. Sphinx. The single word appeared on the screen. Why are you contacting me? I have a deal for you. Neo's expression remained neutral, though his thoughts raced. Why is Sphinx contacting me? What does it want with me? What's the deal? He asked. I will give you 3 answers if you complete a task for me. That's quite surprising for you two. How to turn your sword into a complete sacred treasure. How to save Elizabeth de Beaufort. The questions surprised Neo, but he kept his calm. That's 2 questions. What's the 3rd question that you will answer for me? Despite the tempting offer, Neos remained expressionless. There's no way this bastard Sphinx is contacting me for something easy, he thought. I need to be careful until I know its goal. The screen flickered momentarily before the final words appeared, sending a jolt through Neo's chest. How to find your parents? For a moment, Neo's thoughts froze. I will answer all 3 questions for you. Chapter 366. Angels of Death. Neo's eyes narrowed. You know where I can find them? There was no response. The Sphinx had vanished. Its message was clear. Neo had to come meet it if he wanted answers. Neo clicked his tongue and stood up. Let's go. We are leaving. To where? Valkyria asked. To the world of the living. Neo sent Valkyria back into his shadow space. He took one last sweep through the palace, searching for Baal, only to be unsuccessful. With a faint sigh, he turned around and exited the palace. Outside, the underworld's landscape stretched before him. I greet thee, Prince, Veldora bowed. He had been patiently awaiting Neo's return. How was your meeting with the Monarch? It was unexpected, Neo replied. Neo chose not to reveal Hades' absence. Some of the Grim Reapers must have an inkling that Father is missing. After all, nobody has seen him in ages. The only reason Grim Reapers are hiding the news is to maintain stability and order in the underworld. Neo's thoughts churned as he stared at Veldora. Just like the Grim Reapers, others might have realized Father is missing. They are silent because they lack confirmation. But if they were to confirm it, his brows furrowed. The underworld would be engulfed in chaos. It's going to happen soon. Neo clenched his fists. He had to be strong enough to handle the coming chaos, or find a way to bring his father back. Prince, is there any problem? No. Neo shook his head. We should return to the forest of all beginnings. As you wish, Prince. They took off to the air. Weeks passed as they traveled. After arriving at Forest of All Beginnings, Neo used his Grim Reaper badge. He activated it. A swirling portal of black energy materialized before him. Without hesitation, Neo stepped through the portal. The world shifted around him. Strange noises greeted him as he emerged. Hushed moans and ragged breathing. Neo opened his eyes to find himself back in the private coffee room where he had first entered the underworld. The warm light of the room contrasted sharply with the darkness of Underworld. However, the scene before him was far from ordinary. The shop owner, disheveled and half-naked, was busy with the waitress on the table. The air was thick with awkward tension as their shocked eyes met Neo's. Who are you? Neo swiftly appeared next to them and grabbed their heads. Sleep. He activated his mind control skill. The shop owner and the waitress slumped over and they fell into a deep sleep. Damn it. What kind of shitty timing is this? Neo muttered as he massaged his brows. The situation reminded him of his time with Daniel. Neo had often been forced to endure watching Daniel indulge in his reckless urges, especially when the man was backed up. Fuck. Somehow this is irritating. Neo's lips twisted into a scowl. He stared at the unconscious shop owner and waitress sprawled awkwardly across the table. With a click of his tongue, he stepped closer and activated his skill. Mind invasion, he muttered. His soul manifestation materialized inside the waitress's mind. Inside there, fragmented memories floated like shards of broken glass. Neo navigated through them, searching for the memory of his sudden arrival. Upon finding it, he focused intently and destroyed it. Strictly speaking, mind invasion was a tool for memory viewing, not alteration. Tampering with a person's memories could harm their mind if not done carefully. Erasing a large portion of memory risked irreversible damage. Removing just 5 seconds should be safe, Neo reasoned. After completing his task, Neo turned to the shop owner and repeated the process. He cast one last glance at the sleeping pair before exiting the shop. The streets outside were quiet, bathed in the soft, golden glow of the evening sun. A cool breeze rustled the leaves of nearby trees. Neo activated his shadow jump spell. The world blurred around him and he moved toward the academy. He reached his destination quickly. Is this the academy where you study, Prince? Veldora's voice echoed softly. Neo glanced at the blue, flickering flame floating above his shoulder, Veldora's current form. Yes, this is the place where I and other demigods study, Neo replied. Angels, grim reapers, were beings bestowed with the blood of the monarch. They had sworn eternal loyalty to him. It was this bloodline that protected them from turning into mindless monsters like other souls in Underworld. The blood also granted them enhanced abilities, boosting their dark-type affinities. However, it also bound them to the laws of the monarch. The dead shall not interfere with the living. It was an unbreakable rule. Any angel of Hades who dared to break it would face dire consequences. At best, they would lose their powers. At worst, they would suffer a horrifying death. It was this rule that ensured no Grim Reaper took action in the world of the living. Veldora was not a Grim Reaper. He, however, had a tiny amount of the monarch's blood. It stopped his monsterization but left him unable to do much in the world of the living. Veldora, is it true you can't do much in the world of living like other Grim Reapers? Neo asked. It is partially true, Prince, Veldora replied, his voice calm, tinged with respect. The restrictions on me are much lighter than those on the other angels of death. I can move more freely than others. But even so, the things I can do are limited. Veldora, despite carrying the monarch's blood, had never sworn his loyalty to Hades. Instead, he had pledged himself entirely to Neo. Thus, Veldora was not an angel and couldn't exercise the full power granted by the monarch's blood. However, this also meant he was less restricted compared to other Grim Reapers. I see, Neo said. Neo walked through the academy grounds. He passed by one of the student blocks and noticed Felix and Arthur. The two trudged forward with heavy steps. Their faces were pale, and they had dark circles under their eyes. They walked like zombies, their arms barely swinging with each step. Chapter 367, Withdrawal from Academy, Honorary Student. Looks like the training is doing a number on them, Neo muttered. Neo had access to his intent clone at all times. He could monitor how others fared against it. There were points in time when Neo couldn't divide his focus between his physical body and the clone, like during his intense battle with Bale. In such cases, he used his mind invasion skill to access the clone's memories afterward. Neo's mind was powerful, capable of sustaining the burden of the skill, something barely anyone could do. He walked through the academy. Just as he was considering how to arrange a meeting with Sphinx, a portal materialized before him. Its silver surface distorted like ripples in water. Please come inside, said one of the principal's puppets, standing on the other side. Neo gave a curt nod, stepping into the silvery portal. He felt a shift, and in the next moment he found himself standing outside the principal's office. "Please enter the room. The principal is waiting for you," the doll said. The doors of the office creaked open on their own. The principal's desk stood at the center of the room. Charlotte sat behind it. A frown adorned her face. "Neo Hargraves, the academy has started weeks ago. I do not recall giving you the permission to—" The principal's stern voice trailed off abruptly when an overwhelming, suffocating aura erupted within the office. The air seemed to grow heavy. Veldora's piercing gaze bore into her. "Talk politely, demi-human. You are in the presence of the Prince of the Underworld," Veldora said. Charlotte clenched her jaw as she resisted the crushing force of his aura. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, but her eyes remained firm. She refused to show weakness, even as the pressure made her heart pound violently. Her pride as the academy's principal would not allow it. She released her own aura. The office trembled. The walls groaned under the strain, and thin cracks began to spread across the ceiling like veins. The clash of their auras created an almost tangible tension in the room. Books toppled from their shelves, and the once orderly office descended into chaos. They were locked in a fierce impasse. Neo, seated calmly in a chair as if the chaos didn't exist, finally intervened. His voice, though soft, cut through the oppressive atmosphere like a blade. "Stop!" Veldora's aura flickered before withdrawing, albeit reluctantly. "Understood, Prince," Veldora said. Charlotte, frowning and still tense, also retracted her aura. The office gradually returned to silence. "I apologize for my friend's outburst, Principal," Neo said. Charlotte's lips were pressed in thin line, clearly displeased. "Prince, why are you—" "Veldora." Neo's voice was sharp. Veldora's expression hardened, but he silenced himself immediately upon hearing Neo's tone. "We aren't thugs," Neo said. "Let's listen to her first." "Yes, Prince," Veldora replied. Neo turned to Charlotte. "Why did you call me, Principal?" he asked. Charlotte's eyes darted between Neo and Veldora before she finally answered. "You haven't attended any classes during the past week. Students who take extended leaves can be subjected to expulsion," she said. "I'm sure my brother must have given a reason for my absence," Neo replied. "He did, but second semester students are not allowed to leave the academy unless it's for a mission," Charlotte said firmly. "I see." Neo nodded thoughtfully. "So I'm not allowed to leave the academy?" "No." "Then I'll voluntarily withdraw the academy." "What?" Charlotte's eyes widened in shock. "My reason for attending the academy was to use other students as a whetstone for my growth and to become a Templar. But I've already surpassed the students. I learned all of the curriculum during the time I was regressing while awakening my time element, and—" Neo pursed his lips before adding, "I don't need the Junior Templar certification. As the clan leader of the Great Clan of Death, which is one of the 3 great clans, I already am a Junior Templar. You need to attend the college if you want the right to challenge a Senior Templar for their position," Charlotte countered. "As I said, as the clan leader of the Great Clan of Death, I already have that right," Neo responded. Charlotte sighed deeply. She leaned back in her chair. Neo was born with a diamond spoon. The phrase crossed her mind bitterly. His lineage, privilege, and innate talent made him untouchable. If he wanted to leave, she couldn't stop him, and she knew it. "How about becoming an honorary student? That way, your record will stay flawless and you can go outside the academy while still being an academy student," the principal offered. "What's an honorary student?" Neo asked. "You will be a student in name only, and you will have all the freedom you want," Charlotte explained. "So I don't need to attend the classes?" "No." "What about the exams?" "You don't need to give them either." Neo tilted his head slightly. "That's quite an offer you are making. What's the reason behind it?" Charlotte's lips curved into a bitter smile as she leaned forward. Her fingers interlaced atop the desk. "Image," she said. Demigod Academy's image will take a huge hit if the clan leader of a great clan leaves in the middle of his academic tenure. It will make people question our capabilities. They will say, "We heard the Demigod Academy is the best academy on Laminera. But if it's the best, why did a genius like Neo Hargraves leave?" Charlotte's piercing gaze met Neo's. "Especially now that your fame is at an all-time high, your withdrawal will affect us a lot," she said. Neo had become a household name. The supernova who defeated the genius of the Zeus clan during the Academy Entrancement Tournament. The one who single-handedly became the reason for an S-rank mission's completion. The immortal slayer who took down the legendary Minotaur with a single hit. The swordsman who solo-conquered a tiger-ranked window. The one who inherited the blood of Hades. The owner of a true soul weapon. The returner who completed a shadow trial. It was harder to find someone who did not know Neo than to find someone who did. "So that's why you want me to become an honorary student," Neo said. "Yes," Charlotte replied. "The position will give you the freedom you want, while we can save our image at the same time." "What's in it for me?" Charlotte looked at him with an exasperated expression. Chapter 368. Meeting Sphinx Again. Author note: I made an error a few chapters ago. The reward for the family quest is 2 levels of the empathic bond skill, not 1. When he didn't say anything, she realized he was not joking. "You want something in return?" "Yes." Charlotte frowned. Neo had no lack of wealth. Aside from mythical treasures inside Academy's vault, he could obtain almost anything with ease. "What do you want?" "Something from the Academy's vault." "I don't want those scraps," Neo interrupted. "Scraps?" Charlotte stammered. Those scraps were treasures that could make anyone drool. They were only given to the top-ranked students, and even then only when they achieved rare and extraordinary feats. Her hands curled into fists for a moment as she tried to suppress her irritation. She took a slow, steadying breath, realizing she had almost let her emotions slip. After a brief cough to compose herself, she returned to her stern expression. "Then what do you want?" Neo's expression remained unreadable as he leaned slightly back in his chair. "Your vote." She took a moment to make sure she had not misheard him. "You want my vote for the Senior Templar position?" Charlotte asked in disbelief. "Not now," Neo clarified. "But yes, in the future, I want your vote." The room seemed to grow colder as Charlotte's gaze hardened. She studied him silently for a moment before shaking her head firmly. "You can leave the academy, but I won't give my vote to you," she declared. "Why the sudden change of thoughts? I thought you wanted me to be an honorary student." "Brat, don't try to be smart with me," Charlotte snapped. She glared at him. Her vote would mean the academy supported Neo. After a junior Templar defeated a senior Templar in combat, a voting process would occur to determine if they could take the seat of the senior Templar. Only exalted and paragon demigods could vote. In the world of politics, strength alone couldn't make you reach the top. Influence was necessary too. The Academy has always maintained a neutral stance. "We never have and never will cast any votes." Charlotte's voice was firm. She was about to call the puppets to send Neo away when suddenly, a translucent screen materialized before her. "Help him." "Sphinx?" Charlotte questioned, confused. "I will owe you one if you agree to his demands." Charlotte frowned. She looked up from the screen and stared at Neo. Why was the Sphinx intervening on his behalf? A favor from Sphinx. It's valuable, a lot more than the entire Academy's vault, she thought. The knowledge from the Akashic record was not distributed freely. Charlotte's lips pressed into a thin line as she weighed her options. She could ask something specific, something she desired deeply. "Fine," Charlotte finally said. "I agree to your demands, Neo Hargraves." Neo nodded. He had seen the screen the Sphinx showed to Charlotte. "What is that fucker trying to do?" The sound of footsteps broke the silence as 2 puppets entered the room. They moved in perfect synchronization and created a portal that shimmered like liquid silver in the air. "Sphinx said it wants to meet you." "Go," Charlotte said. Neo nodded again. He passed through the portal and felt a shift. He appeared a dark tunnel. The air was cool, carrying a faint metallic tang. Shadows loomed around him, shifting unnaturally, yet the faint glow ahead drew his attention. Neo moved forward. Soon, the faint glow turned into a blinding light and engulfed him. The space around him distorted. A beat later, he found himself in an empty hall. The hall was vast. It had high ceiling and the walls were smooth and featureless. Just like last time, a table appeared in the center of the hall. Sphinx, inhabiting the body of a man in a crisp black suit, sat on one of the two chairs. His faceless face was as unnerving as ever. "How was my gift?" the Sphinx asked. "I helped you with the principle." "Why did you do that?" "To show my goodwill. If you have a favorable impression of me, you will be more likely to accept my task." It answered with a low chuckle. "Is that so?" Neo responded. He pulled out the chair with a soft scrape against the smooth stone floor and sat down. "Before we talk about my request, there is something I'd like to know." The Sphinx leaned forward slightly. "What do you think of my appearance?" "Oh, don't worry. It's not related to the task at all." The Sphinx clarified with an almost playful tone before adding, "So, do you recognize it?" Neo remained silent. He did recognize the appearance. It belonged to Charybdis, one of Typhon's 3 sovereigns. He, however, had no intention of revealing anything unless he understood the Sphinx's goal. "You have quite a good poker face," the Sphinx said, grinning. Its faceless face twisted into an eerie smile. "You know, the information about the past, before the records were created, is not present inside the Akashic records," the Sphinx said. "What are you trying to say?" Neo asked. "There was something I wanted to find, but since the information about that far back isn't present, I failed." Neo's brows creased. The Sphinx's roundabout way of speaking made him cautious. "The creator of the Akashic record created the records to save 2 people," the Sphinx suddenly said. "Me and someone else." Neo maintained his calm expression. Inwardly, he was stunned. He pieced together the clues after hearing Sphinx's words. "So Daniel saved the child of Mana by creating the records?" he thought. "The creator no longer remembers who he wanted to save. The only one who knows the answer is the first guardian of the Akashic record, the Tree of Tyranny," the Sphinx continued. "But he refuses to answer me." The Sphinx's body disappeared from its seat. A sudden, cold presence enveloped Neo as the Sphinx reappeared behind him. His hand rested on his shoulder. The touch was light. "With no other way, I tried to look through the records to find clues about the person the creator wanted to save. I didn't find him anywhere." "Who was he?" "There was no knowledge, not even a little bit, about him in Akashic records." "It's almost as if..." The Sphinx leaned down. Its faceless head tilted close to Neo's ear and it whispered, "That person doesn't exist. Coincidentally, I know another person who doesn't appear in the Akashic records as if he doesn't exist. I'm talking to him right now." "I don't understand what you were trying to say," Neo replied with a neutral face. The Sphinx's form shimmered before vanishing again. It reappeared on its seat, leaning back casually. The eerie grin on its faceless visage, however, was anything but relaxed. "I chose this appearance the first time as you would have recognized it if you went to the past and met the creator of the Akashic record, leading him to create the records." "But you didn't recognize my appearance." The Sphinx's grin widened. "It made me wonder if I had been wrong." A low chuckle echoed in the hall. "But lo and behold, you entered a shadow trial." "Where did you go during your shadow trial, Neo Hargraves? Was it a 100% synchro world? Did you go to the past?" The Sphinx's voice had a mocking edge as it questioned him. Neo was not intimidated in the least. "Why do you want to know about my shadow trial?" The Sphinx's laughter echoed once more. "Why, it's of course to kill you if you are him." "Oh." "That person is the reason why I was saved. But he is also the reason the creator of the Akashic record destroyed himself." For the first time, Neo sensed a crack in the Sphinx's tone. Deep hatred and anger reverberated through its words. "I'm going to put him through the same torture my brother underwent." "Brother? The creator of the Akashic record is your brother." Neo acted oblivious. The The Sphinx stared at him as if searching for answers in his eyes. Chapter 369. Limitless Potential. Neo's thoughts churned as he watched the Sphinx. Veldora told me the names of Grim Reaper. Tree of Tyranny is Typhaon's title after he became the 81st ranked Grim Reaper. From what Sphinx said, Typhaon knows Daniel wanted to save me, but Typhaon never revealed this to Sphinx. Was Typhaon hiding the news to protect Neo? His train of thought broke when the Sphinx clapped its hands once. Seems like you are not him. It's all water under the bridge then, the Sphinx said. Oh, and don't worry, the thing about me having a task for you was real. Neo nodded. After receiving his confirmation, the Sphinx shifted its stance and returned to the topic for which it had summoned Neo. I want you to do a task for me, and I will answer 3 questions for you. What's the task? This? The Sphinx replied, snapping its fingers. A giant hologram appeared between them. Neo raised his brow slightly as he looked at the scene. It showed an apocalypse. The sea surrounding the Laminera continent had turned red, overtaken by the Blood Sea. Waves of crimson liquid crashed against the shores. The Blood Sea had reached the land, and monstrous creatures emerged from its depths. They invaded the continent. Chaos unfolded on the hologram. Cities burned. Smoke billowed into the sky, and the anguished cries of the people seemed almost audible. The ground was littered with bodies, and rivers of blood flowed through the streets. A war raged on all corners of the continent, with heavy casualties mounting. Cities fell every day. No matter how many monsters were defeated, more emerged from the Blood Sea. Their numbers seemed to be endless. All of those monsters are at least Paragon rank. It's a sight that will occur in the near future. The Sphinx stared at the hologram. It's the era of Blood Sea War. Soon the peace of our continent will shatter, and chaos will engulf everyone. It lowered its head and locked eyes with Neo. A sly smile appeared on the Sphinx's face, seeing Neo's composed demeanor. You seem quite calm. Have you seen a similar situation before? Or did you know something like this would happen in the future? I'm plenty shocked, he lied. The Sphinx's smile deepened. Before it could try to find cracks in his lies, Neo changed the topic. What's the task? I doubt you want to save the continent. If that was your goal, you would have informed the senators, not me, who is an Empyrean demigod, Neo said. Oh, please, both of us know you are far stronger than an Empyrean. And you are right and wrong about other things too. The Sphinx cleared its throat exaggeratedly before continuing. Firstly, yes, my goal isn't to save the continent. Secondly, no, even if my goal was to save the continent, I would have approached you before others, the Sphinx explained. Why? Neo questioned. Because others would ask me for something in return for saving the continent, the Sphinx explained with a snicker. Why should they save the continent? Unless I give them a reward, I doubt they would move. You, on the other hand, are different. I mean, you want a reward too, but your cost efficiency is better than other senators, the Sphinx said. Cost efficiency? Neo questioned. Think of it like this. I get more returns with you when I give you a reward than the returns I get from other senators. Neo was limitless potential personified. By the time a normal demigod reached Empyrean rank, they would have undergone 2 major evolutions. Neo, on the other hand, underwent 4 major evolutions since he had 2 traits, unlike others who had only 1 trait. He was far stronger than any demigod of his rank. When adding his strength as a heaven-breaker to everything else, it only made him more unfathomable. Your traits are at Empyrean rank and only a bit away from Paragon rank. When they evolve again, you would become as strong as a new exalted demigod. This is just the beginning for you. Your strength will go beyond exalted rank when your ascension ranks increase. On top of that, with your true darkness concept, you can gain more traits and, well, you get the gist of it. You have a higher chances of stopping the Blood Sea War than other senators, as long as I provide you with enough materials to nourish your growth, the Sphinx explained. But your goal isn't to stop the Blood Sea War, Neo pointed out. What's the task you want to give me? I can't tell you that until you promise me that you will accept it. I can't accept it without knowing what it is. Fair enough, the The Sphinx nodded. How about this? I will explain to you the basics of what I want, and I will give you one answer. After that, you must make a choice. Neo frowned. The conditions seemed too generous, and he knew better than to trust the Sphinx at face value. Go on. I'm listening. Those monsters you saw in the hologram. I want you to go to their homeland and do something there for me. I need to go inside the Blood Sea? Neo asked. Not the Blood Sea. They are from another place. Neo's mind raced as he thought about the Sphinx's words. All of the monsters that appeared during the Blood Sea War would be Paragon rank at the minimum. That means their homeland is filled with strong monsters. He had been searching for a place like that to train. Sphinx's offer was a heaven sent. Despite the favorable conditions, Neo maintained his composure. He remained calm instead of jumping on the offer. I will think about it if you give me an answer to one of the 3 questions. I see. I see. The Sphinx nodded repeatedly with a playful expression. What question do you want an answer to? I can choose the question? Of course not. Ha 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 ha. The Sphinx threw its head back and laughed. Watching it like this made Neo recall why he never liked the Sphinx. Give me the answer already. Okay. The Sphinx disappeared. Your parents. Its voice echoed in the empty hall, bouncing off the ceilings and the walls. Their reincarnations are alive, and you have met them in the present already. Senator Nicholas Mansion, Arendelle City, Erinder Country. The mansion exuded an air of wealth and power. The drawing room was no less magnificent, with luxurious furniture and a crackling fireplace casting a warm glow against the deep burgundy walls. A crystal chandelier hung above, illuminating the space with a soft, golden light. A man seemingly in his 40s sat on the plush sofa. He had white hair and a thick beard. A scar ran over his left eye up to his chin, leaving him partially blind. His expression was stern, reflecting years of experience. Why are you here? The man, Senator Nicholas, asked the young man sitting in front of him. To talk about the inheritor of death, the young man answered with a smile. Despite his carefree demeanor, the air around him seemed to tremble every time he spoke. Directly to the point, Nicholas scoffed. He took a sip of the tea and placed it down on the table. The steam from the tea curled into the air, dissipating slowly. What about him? He insulted your disciple twice. Aren't you going to do anything about him? The young man asked, leaning slightly backward. Chapter 370. The one above all, searching through the memories. I won't, Nicholas said with a calm expression. I've already settled the matters with Henry Hargraves. There is no need to punish Neo Hargraves anymore. Sure, you won't punish him. Your ranked disciples must already be looking for a way to punish him. The young man rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If you know that, why are you asking it? They won't be enough. You need to use a stronger method to deal with him. Deal with him is too strong of a phrase. My disciples will just scare him a bit, Nicholas said. Sigh. Really? The young man said. He has the bloodline of Hades. And? I had no intention of joining you in your slaughter of the bloodline of Hades, Nicholas replied. You make it sound like I'm doing something wrong, the young man retorted. You are doing something wrong. I'm not, the young man answered. The last time we let a child of Hades run wild, he almost cost us everything. His actions helped us advance our world to stage 2. Helped us? You are saying that? You lost your eye against him while trying to kill him. You, who were once called the Paragon of Justice, tried to kill him for he was chaos himself. We can't let another one like him run wild, the young man said. You are being too paranoid, Hades' bloodline is dangerous, the young man said, cutting Nicholas mid-sentence, his smile gone. We let the one be since Hades' bloodline has infinite potential and he, the young man sighed. Barely anyone with Hades' bloodline can reach awakened rank. It might be related to their initial skill, or there might be another reason for their low survival rate. But once they cross the initial hurdle, they unlock their infinite potential. The one is the best example, and all he did with his potential was create chaos and discord. The room fell silent. Centuries ago, the Earth was a Stage 1 planet, and the gene limit was Paragon rank. This gene limit was the same for everyone. Everyone except one bloodline, the bloodline of Hades. The one, a son of Hades, had reached exalted rank while the Earth was a Stage 1 planet. He became an unrivaled demigod, earning him the name, the One Above All. His heinous actions are the reason why we erased the trace of all children of Hades from history, and now you are thinking we should let Neo Hargraves grow? The young man said. Neo Hargraves might be different. What if he isn't different? What if he is worse than the One? You are just angry about what happened in the past, Nicholas said, standing up with a heavy sigh. His shadow stretched across the room, wavering slightly from the firelight. He turned around to leave the room. Think about my words carefully, Nicholas. He has already reached the level of paragons. We still have time, but it won't be long before he stands on par with us. Because, unlike us, he isn't limited by our world's gene limit. When that happens, we won't be able to suppress him if he decides to follow in the footsteps of the previous son of Hades. Nicholas paid him no heed and kept walking. The tragedy might repeat itself. The young man spoke his last words as Nicholas closed the door behind him. Demigod Academy. Are you sure my parents are in the present? Neo asked. Yes, I am. You've met them already, Sphinx answered. Are they newborns right now? He questioned cautiously. Who knows? The Sphinx chuckled, seeing Neo unable to hide his emotions anymore. They might be kids. Or they might be adults. Although they died only a few years ago, they could have reincarnated into the past, and now might be as old or older than me and brother. Neo had stopped thinking logically. Just the fact he could meet his parents turned his mind into a chaotic mess. Where are they right now? Neo asked. Use your skill and find out. Neo frowned. He was about to ask if the Sphinx was playing games with him until he recalled his skill. Mind invasion. He used the skill on himself. His consciousness drifted inward. Neo's soul manifestation appeared outside of a large palace, the place where he stored his memories. The palace stood majestically under a starry sky. He entered the palace. It was a giant library from the inside. Countless books, each depicting a specific memory, rested on the shelves. The Sphinx said Mom and Dad are in present. I should look into those memories. Neo pulled a book and opened it. The world around him changed, replaying the memory of when he first woke up as Neo Hargraves. Thinking he had come inside a novel, his soul manifestation floated around the place. It allowed him to see his memories in a third-person point of view. He looked through the first day of memory. It's not here. Let's check another day. Neo flipped through the pages. He was using his intent senses to scan everyone he had seen in the past. Something like this was only possible for Neo, an intent user who could read memories. He looked through the memories of the Mermaid Country, his first fight in the Underworld against Gullwax, the Academy ranking tournament, him trying to destroy a camp of gremlins, and him completing AC rank missions. Where are they? Neo increased his memory reading pace. The burden over his mind multiplied by several folds. His physical body began to bleed through the nose. He paid it no mind and kept his focus on memory reading. The S-rank mission, the visions of the Sphinx, the labyrinth of the Minotaur, time element awakening, the tiger-ranked window that appeared above the labyrinth after Neo defeated the Minotaur. Found them. Neo paused the scene playing inside his memory. In front of him, a man and woman were present inside the labyrinth. Neo repeatedly scanned them using his intent senses. Their intent was the same as the intent he found within his blessing. It's them. Chapter 371. Neo's Concepts of Life and Holy Element, Sphinx's Trap. Neo stared at the reincarnations of his parents. The sight made his blood freeze. His chest tightened, and for a moment, even breathing felt like a Herculean effort. Mira and George, the people who streamed my battle against the Minotaur. The realization made feel an emotion, fear. If I had not interfered, Neo had defeated the Minotaur, which caused a tiger-ranked window to open above the labyrinth of the Minotaur. The window had trapped a mythic rank necromancer. In the original timeline, where Neo did not exist, the Tiger-ranked window would have opened a few years later. The necromancer would have emerged. He would have kidnapped a few people. Mira and George, the reincarnations of Neo's parents, were among them. The necromancer would have used them to feed the spirit seed he was raising. George's fate in the novel was a brutal death at the hand of necromancer. He, like other people, was tortured for months so that the spirit seed could get to eat plenty of negative emotions. The traumatic experience would have allowed Mira to awaken her godblood. Her awakening helped her snatch control of the spirit seed from the necromancer and kill him. The spirit seed was one of darkness. It would have corrupted her mind after it bonded with Mira. Mira's mind broke completely in the novel, and she became one of the future big villains. Neo's hands curled into fists. If Neo had not interfered, his parents' reincarnations would have faced a future more horrible than death. Bale's words echoed in Neo's mind. The closer your parents' reincarnations are to each other, the worse death they will suffer. Mira and George were a couple who had intentions to marry. They were pretty close. The curse would have killed his parents after soaking them in despair. Just the thought of his parents suffering made his emotions go out of control. Neo stopped using the mind invasion skill. The scene around him returned. The dark hall, the oppressive silence, and the Sphinx's mocking gaze. "How was it?" the Sphinx snickered. "Since you seem to know bits and pieces of the future, you must know what the future holds for those reincarnations." The Sphinx tilted its head. A grin appeared on its face. "How does it feel to know you've saved the lives of your parents' reincarnations unknowingly?" Neo remained silent. He felt like shit, but he wasn't going to give the Sphinx any satisfaction by telling it how he was feeling. While Neo remained silent, the Sphinx's voice echoed again. "Now that you have your answer, how about you accept my task?" Neo wanted to accept the task, but he did not trust the Sphinx, especially when he did not know the reason behind the task. "Oh, please, are you seriously considering refusing my offer?" The Sphinx teleported before him. "You need my help to save the Tyrant Queen. You should know you can't save her yourself," the Sphinx said, its grin widening. "I can. Ha 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 ha. Are you seriously saying you can save her? How will you do that? With those concepts?" The Sphinx's laughter rang out again. As an administrator of Akashic Record, it could access Neo's status screen. It had seen his previous concepts of life and the holy element. Your concept of water is aqua nihil. For life, it was decay. And for holy, it was preservation. The Sphinx's voice dripped with disdain. All those concepts are destructive in nature, because that's who you are. Because that's the life you've experienced, Neo Hargraves. No matter how much you train, you can't change your nature, the Sphinx spat. You won't magically get a concept that will allow you to heal the tyrant. Neo's mind flashed back to the world Valkyria had destroyed. A world devoid of hope, color, and vitality. There was no greenery, no life. Nothing was left. The source of life, water, had disappeared with everything. Life would never return to the world again. Neo had lived in that desolate world for centuries, walking through barren lands and watching as even the faintest hope of life was snuffed out. That's what became his concept of the water element. Aqua nihil, the nihility of water. It created a domain around Neo where no water was present, turning his surroundings into an arid wasteland. It was especially useful against water affinity demigods and monsters. Your concepts? They can't save anyone. I mean, look at them. The Sphinx's words cut borehole into Neo's mind. Water. I can understand that you don't associate it with healing like most people do, but decay? For life? The Sphinx chuckled. Concept of decay. It allowed Neo to extract the life force of his target and turn it into a poisonous life force. Decay with which he could attack others. That's how Neo saw life. Decay. From the day one was born, they started to walk toward their own death. Even if they were successful, even if they became happy, the ending never changed. They would die. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then years later. Neo's gaze remained fixed on the floor as the Sphinx's voice became a whisper in his ear. Life, living, is but a decay that would end in death. Isn't that how you see the world? Neo clenched his jaws. He knew his concepts were twisted. Living was not decaying. Just because one was going to die didn't make life meaningless. Life was a journey. It was something to be enjoyed. Neo knew that, but he couldn't help it. The life he had lived was not something he could change. Also, preservation for holy? That sounds nice, but knowing how you would use it. The Sphinx paused, letting the mockery sink in before continuing. It's disgusting. Neo's fists clenched tighter. The Sphinx's words dug into him like barbs. Preservation allowed Neo to maintain any being's state. Simply put, their injuries wouldn't worsen. The concept of preservation would preserve them. Usually, such a concept should be useful for saving someone fatally injured until they could be healed by someone. But Neo's concept had a different use. Preservation and eternal death. Eternal sleep. Neo's death would put anyone in eternal sleep. But that person would die physically after some time. After all, sleeping wouldn't stop his aging. Their bodies would grow old. Sleeping eternally would prevent them from consuming food and they would weaken. It would lead them to death due to starvation or aging, a natural death, a death that was not Neo's. That death was an escape from Neo's eternal death. Your preservation was a prison, wasn't it? It would prevent anyone from dying and escaping your death, Neo Hargraves. Preservation would force your prisoners to live eternally under your death. The Sphinx mocked the irony of his concepts. Logically, his concepts had a very high synergy. But your concepts can't save anyone, Neo Hargraves. If you don't take my help, you can't save the tyrant. The Sphinx's voice was smooth, yet each word was laced with malice. It seemed to delight in seeing him caught in this internal conflict. Oh, that reminds me, the Sphinx said. Someone like you should have no regard for life. That's what your concepts are saying. But that's weird. You want to save the tyrant. Why is it that you... Neo opened his mouth, only for the Sphinx to interrupt him. Wait, let me guess. Don't spoil it. The Sphinx crossed its arms. It tilted its head as if deep in thought. Oh, I get it. It looked at him with a grin so wide it bordered on sinister. You are afraid of being alone. That why you want to save the Queen and the others. I let you talk since I wanted to hear what you had to say. But seriously? Neo finally spoke. Afraid of being alone? What kind of fucking nonsense is that? Why would I be afraid of being alone? He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. There is no way I'm falling for a bait like this. The Sphinx's words, as always, had a purpose behind them. It was to know if Neo was the one whom Daniel wanted to save. Unlike what it had told Neo, the Sphinx had actually found a few clues about the person Daniel was trying to save. The clues didn't come from the Akashic records. They came from the Daniel's notes. He has been alone for centuries, fighting. How much loss and loneliness he must have suffered. It was all for the world. Why should someone who sacrificed everything to protect the world die in exchange? I need to save him. I must do it. If Neo was the person Daniel talked about in his notes, it meant he had been fighting someone alone for centuries. Right now, the Sphinx taunted Neo. It said he was trying to save his friends as he didn't want to be alone. He wanted companions. Had I showed a reaction, I would have unknowingly revealed that I was the one who saved the world, and the one whom Daniel had been trying to save, Neo thought. All of the Sphinx's words had been a trap to force the answer out of Neo. Why are you silent? Neo suddenly asked the Sphinx, breaking the stillness. Just wondering about things, the Sphinx finally said, wondering if Neo had known about its bait, or if he was not the one the Sphinx was looking for. Well, I'll accept your offer, Neo said, cutting the Sphinx off mid-sentence. The Sphinx raised an eyebrow. I thought you were suspicious of me? I still am. But that does not change the fact that completing your request will help me too. The homeland of monsters was a treasure trove for Neo, and he wasn't about to let such a chance slip by. That's nice, the Sphinx said with a smile. You can go meet your parents and pack your bags. Come meet me after your preparations are done. What about the other two answers? Don't worry, sweetie. The Sphinx waved its hand with a normal smile for once. I won't back down on my words. I will tell you what you want to know when you come to meet me again. Chapter 372. Shocking news. Neo didn't bother trying to get a guarantee from the Sphinx. The Sphinx never lied. Could trick, but its words were always true. The Sphinx disappeared. It did not reappear anymore, as if saying their meeting was done. Neo took one last look at the empty hall. His footsteps echoed softly as he turned and walked away. A portal shimmered at the end of the hall. Without hesitation, he stepped through. He felt a shift. The cold stillness of the hall was replaced by the familiar warmth of the evening sun. Neo noticed the principal's puppets standing in front of him. "We hope your meeting with the Sphinx was good," the puppets said with a bow. "Yeah," Neo said. The meeting had been shit. Mostly because the Sphinx knew how to get under others' skin, and it enjoyed doing that. Neo saw no reason to reveal that to the puppets. Before he left the building, the puppets spoke in unison again. "The Sphinx has told us about your next appointment with her. When you want to meet her, you can find us by coming here, and we will teleport you to her lair." Good to know that. Neo left the building. On the way, he continued to think about his conversation with the Sphinx. The way Sphinx told me about everything, especially Mom and Dad, it's like it doesn't know about the quests. Neo frowned. The Sphinx should have been able to see his status screen. That's why it knew of his concepts and ascension rank. Maybe it's possible that the Sphinx doesn't know about the quests. After all, only I have the quests section in the status screen. It might be something that isn't related to the Akashic records. Everyone had a status screen, but not quests. Neo tried to think of a reason about it. However, he couldn't come to a proper conclusion. Might as well focus on things in front of me. He called Henry while he was on the way back. "What is it?" Henry's voice came out from the device's speaker. "Is the line secure?" Neo asked. Henry, on the other side, frowned. He leaned back in his chair. It was Neo's first time asking such a question, and it immediately put Henry on edge. "Wait a few seconds," Henry said. He activated a series of security protocols before he spoke again. "It's secure now. Me and GI Stream Channel. Do you remember them?" Neo asked. "I do." Henry's brow furrowed as he tried to recall details. "They were the ones who streamed your fight against Minotaur." Neo was slightly surprised Henry remembered such a small detail. For obvious reasons, he kept his thoughts to himself. "Find them and—" Neo stopped. What were they supposed to do after locating Mira and George? "Just find where they are right now and make sure they are safe. I will explain everything to you once I'm home," Neo finally said. "Fine," Henry replied. "But this better be something important enough for me to waste my time upon. Bitch, or you are dead. It's important. Trust me." Neo cut the call and resumed his walk to the gates. He hailed a cab and directed the driver to the Hargraves mansion. Upon arrival, he stepped out and quickly made his way inside and found Henry in his office. "Hey!" Neo raised his hand in greeting. Henry gave a curt nod. His eyes remained glued to the screen of his laptop. "Come here and see this," Henry said. Neo circled the large desk and leaned over to peer at the screen. "What's so interesting that you tell me to watch it as soon as—" His words faltered mid-sentence. On the screen, a live feed showed a woman, Mira, bawling her eyes out. She was sitting with a friend in a small cafe. "Why is she crying?" Neo asked, frowning in concern. "Her boyfriend is cheating on her," Henry replied. "Huh?" Neo blinked, confused. He wondered if he had misheard Henry. Dad is cheating on Mom? Before Neo could voice his thoughts, Henry raised a hand to stop him. "Don't bother me now. Let me see this. It's not easy to find drama like this every day." Henry's gaze was fixated on the screen as if he were watching his favorite TV show. Myra's trembling voice emanated from the laptop speakers. I thought he was going to propose to me." Her voice broke. She sniffed, clutching a tissue as she continued. "It is our 5th year's anniversary. It should be time he asked me to marry him, but—" Her words turned into incoherent sobs as she buried her face in her hands. The other patrons in the cafe whispered amongst themselves as they sneaked glances in Myra's directions. The waiter approached their table. "Ma'am, you are disturbing the customers." Myra's friend, looking flustered, waved a hand apologetically. "Sorry about my friend. We'll leave soon. Just give us a minute," she said in a pleading tone. The waiter nodded curtly and walked away. Myra's friend, Julia, rubbed her back gently, trying to comfort Mira as she sobbed uncontrollably. "Are you sure you saw him with another woman? I mean, it could be his friend." "There's no need to think he's cheating on you," Julia said softly. "We've been together for years. I know all his friends. How come I don't know a girl who's close enough to meet him in our apartment?" Mira shot back. Julia pursed her lips before she spoke. "Maybe." "Maybe what?" Mira shouted. "He met her while I was away. When I tried asking him, he acted as if nothing had happened." Her voice cracked, and her hands clenched the edge of the table. "And why are you taking his side?" Mira demanded, glaring at her. "I'm sorry for saying something insensitive," Julia said. Neo, who was watching everything unfold on Henry's laptop, was stunned. Why have you even put a tail on her like that? Have some basic decency, will you?" Neo said. "I put someone to tail her because a certain dumbass told me 30 minutes ago to keep eyes on her," Henry replied without looking up. His tone was matter-of-fact, as if justifying his actions. "And stop looking at me like I'm some criminal." Henry leaned back in his chair, his eyes still glued to the screen. "It's not my fault that it just happened to be the day when her relationship is in danger," Henry added with a shrug. Neo opened his mouth to retort but quickly closed it, at a loss for words. He massaged his brows. Henry, unfazed, continued watching the drama unfold. His lips curled, betraying his amusement. While his gaze remained fixed on the screen, he spoke to Neo. "Why did you tell me to keep an eye on these two?" "I went to the Underworld, and they told me our family of 4 has been reincarnating for ages," he said instead of responding directly. Henry didn't seem shocked, much to Neo's surprise. He remained calm, almost indifferent, to the news. "What about it?" Henry asked. "Mira and George are Mom and Dad's reincarnation," Neo said. Henry finally looked away from the screen. He looked at Neo, as if wondering he was joking. "I'm serious." "Oh." Henry looked back to the screen, at the drama he had been watching moments ago. Chapter 373, Drama. It suddenly didn't feel amusing anymore. Henry's expression darkened. He leaned forward and pressed a small switch embedded in the corner of his desk. A soft beep signaled the connection to Sebastian, his butler. "Prepare a car," Henry ordered. "As you wish, master," Sebastian replied promptly over the intercom. Henry turned off the switch and closed his laptop. "Let's go," he said, rising from his chair. "Go where?" "To solve this stupid misunderstanding," Henry replied as he grabbed his coat from the back of his chair. "Misunderstanding?" "Yeah," Henry began as they made their way out of the office. "That guy, Dad started to train seriously after the labyrinth incident. He got a personal coach." Neo's brows furrowed as he followed Henry down the grand staircase. Henry continued, "The woman who came to his house was his trainer. Dad was seriously injured in training a few days ago. He didn't notice the injury until he returned home and couldn't go for the training the next day. The trainer came to his house to help him. She has a healing ability," Henry explained. Neo glanced at Henry, still trying to process the information. "Why did he hide all of this?" Neo asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Mira," Henry stumbled over his words. He quickly corrected himself. "Mom made Dad promise that they would stop monster hunting." "What?" Neo frowned, stopping momentarily on the staircase. Henry turned back briefly. "The labyrinth incident gave her mild trauma. She's been trying to stay away from anything related to mystical quantities." As they reached the foyer, Henry explained, "I read the report from Myra's doctor. The Minotaur's attack that almost killed you, your effortless fight back, the hundreds of monsters pouring out of the window, the demigods being helpless against the monsters, and then you again fighting back effortlessly. Everything made her think that unless they're strong, their lives will always be in danger. That's why she tried to stop Dad from going anywhere near monsters. It was a normal response, Neo thought. Dad was also shaken by the incident. That's why he is training, even if that means going against Mom's wishes, Henry said. He must be feeling powerless after the labyrinth incident, Neo replied with a sigh. He remembered seeing demigods that day who had pale faces and were frozen in fear. George, Hades' reincarnation, had not been like them. He had been prepared to fight back. But in the end, he was too weak to defeat anything. If Neo had not stepped in and taken care of the monsters himself, leaving the job to the Templars who would arrive later, George and Mira would have been dead. You are right. Dad wants to do everything he can to make sure he doesn't feel powerless again. He's doing it to protect Mom, Henry said. They climbed into the car. The faint scent of new upholstery mixed with the lingering aroma of Henry's cologne. Neo buckled his seatbelt as the car began to move. How do you know all of this? Neo asked, glancing at Henry. I did my research when you told me to keep an eye on them, Henry replied in a voice tinged with irritation. It was only 30 minutes ago. Shut up, bitch. I'm already pissed. Don't annoy me more. Henry, clearly trying to distract himself, seemed lost in thought. He muttered something under his breath as his fingers drummed against the car door. He had been watching the drama earlier, waiting for the misunderstanding between Mira and George to resolve after dramatic quarrels. Everything was supposed to bring them closer. It was a sweet yet theatrical drama-genre love story. But now, knowing that his parents were the ones at the center of this misunderstanding, Henry's realized a new truth. Drama genre is fucking trash, he mumbled suddenly. What are you talking about? Neo asked, frowning. Nothing, Henry replied curtly, leaning back in his seat. The car sped forward. Shadows of passing trees flickered against the windows. Henry reached into his pocket and pulled out a cigarette. He lit it with a flick of his lighter. He took a deep puff. Drive slowly, Neo said. A minute or two being late is better than driving like a maniac. We'll be too late, Henry said. Mom, Mira, is the type to bash Dad's head in after she finds out he's cheating. She shouted at her friend in the cafe. This clear anger is slowly taking over her grief. And Dad is going to meet her in an hour. We need to be quick. You were enjoying something like that a few minutes ago? Neo did not say his thoughts out aloud, but Henry noticed his gaze. Bitch, why the fuck are you looking at me like that? Nothing, Neo replied, using Henry's own words against him. Henry clicked his tongue in irritation and refocused on the road ahead. The hum of the car engine filled the silence as they sped down the street. Few minutes passed as Neo kept glancing at Henry. Fucker, I was watching everything without interfering since I didn't know what you were planning to do, Henry said, his fingers tightening slightly around the steering wheel. You told me to keep an eye on them. Was I supposed to intrude and tell them that everything she saw was a misunderstanding? It would have been a dictator if you were planning to use their misunderstanding. Don't shift the blame to me. You were still enjoying watching it, Neo retorted. Fuck you, Henry spat. Today, Henry decided he fucking hated drama genre. The car came to a halt at a red light. Henry drummed his fingers impatiently on the wheel. Why did Mom try to stop Dad from fighting monsters at all? She doesn't seem the type to step back when she's afraid. Neo suddenly asked, breaking the silence. After all, Mira was going to bash George's head in. According to Henry, she seemed quite courageous to Neo, because she was not worried about just Dad. But their kid too, Henry said, exhaling smoke from the cigarette hanging between his fingers. I see. She is worried about... Wait, what? Neo, who rarely liked showing so many reactions, couldn't hold back this time. We have a sibling? We're going to get one in a few months, Henry replied casually. She was planning to tell Dad the news after he proposed to her today. Neo finally understood why Henry was so concerned. Mira and George would reconcile after the misunderstanding was resolved. It would happen by the evening. But until then, Mira would remain in misery, crying over what she believed was betrayal. There was no way Henry would let his mom go through that agony for long. "Fuck you, bastard, for enjoying watching a drama like this," Neo said. "Well, shut up. You would have done the same in my situation." Neo massaged his brows. "Does Dad has any idea that he is about to become a dad?" "Yes, he knows. That's why he wants to grow stronger. He wants to protect both Mom and their child. He's going to propose to her tonight and well, fuck. I hate myself for liking drama," Henry said, taking another puff from his cigarette. The light turned green, and the car moved forward again. Chapter 374. Different Choices. The car rolled to a gentle stop on the gravel driveway. They reached their destination fairly quickly. Before Henry could get out of the car, Neo opened his mouth. "Wait a second. What is it?" Henry paused mid-movement, his hand on the car door. Noticing the seriousness in Neo's expression, he hesitated and got back into his seat. "Maybe we shouldn't meet them. It will be too shocking for them to find out they are reincarnations." "Why?" Henry's voice cut through Neo's ramblings. His dark eyes narrowed, scanning Neo's face for answers. "Why are you afraid?" "I'm not." Neo stopped speaking with a sigh and closed his eyes. He leaned back into the soft leather seat. "Life is really shit, isn't it?" he suddenly said. Henry frowned. He stayed quiet, waiting for Neo to speak further. Neo tilted his head back, staring at the car's ceiling as if searching for answers. "Our family is cursed. The closer we are to each other, the worse deaths we will face. Mom and Dad are about to have a kid." He paused for a few seconds. "The curse should already be quite strong on them. If we try to make them our family, it won't end well." Henry didn't respond immediately. He didn't ask Neo where he had found such information, nor did he question its credibility. He trusted Neo enough to know he wouldn't spout nonsense about something so serious. "They should already be dead," Neo said. His hands clenched into fists. "I saved them by luck, but I can't guarantee I can do that again." Henry's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that? Remember the labyrinth incident? They were supposed to die then. I met the Sphinx, and it told me how my interference changed the destined fate," Neo explained, mixing truth and lies. "So, what are you planning to do? Don't tell me you're thinking we should stay away from them forever." "No, of course not." Neo shook his head firmly. His lips pressed into a thin line as he stared out the window at the dimming sky. "Dad was at least a stage 5 god," Neo continued. "It seems like he wasn't strong enough to destroy the curse that is responsible for our family's reincarnations. All I have to do is be stronger than Dad," Henry interjected, completing Neo's sentence. "Yes, until then we should stay away from them." "And how much time do you think you need to surpass Dad?" Henry questioned, tightening his grip around the steering wheel in frustration. The news Neo revealed was stabbing daggers into his heart. He was the ruler of the Underworld, Neo. "That isn't the level of strength you can reach anytime soon," Henry said. Neo bit his lips. He wanted to meet their parents just as much as Henry did. "But we can't do it. Not unless we want them to die again." Neo clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he felt helplessness sink. "You can sit here if you want to," Henry said abruptly, pushing the car door open. "Where are you going?" Neo asked. "Going to meet Dad and help him clear the misunderstanding with Mom. I just told you. We can't be a family, but we can be friends at least. Even acquaintances is fine," Henry said. Henry didn't immediately enter the training center visible in the distance. He stopped at the entrance and turned back to look at Neo. "You aren't coming to meet him?" "No," Neo said, shaking his head. "Do as you wish," Henry replied, though a trace of disappointment lingered in his eyes. Neo watched as Henry entered the premises. The automatic doors slid shut behind him. Neo's fists clenched tighter. Henry was strong, far stronger than Neo. That was why he was confident about meeting George, Hades' reincarnation. He knows he can protect Dad. But until when could Henry do that? And I'm sure he wants me to meet Dad too, but that would only strengthen the curse. Henry would handle the effects that would appear after his interference in their parents' lives. He would bear the burden of the curse brought by his presence. He told me to come with him since he was planning to handle the curse's effect brought by my presence too. But there is no way I can do that. Neo exhaled slowly. He was no longer a kid. He couldn't ignore the curse. Not when he couldn't even handle the dangers that would appear after he entered the life of his parents' current reincarnation. Henry could, but not Neo. Life really is a sack of shit, Neo muttered. Closing his eyes for a moment, he activated the shadow jump spell. The shadows beneath him rippled. They pulled him in, felt like falling into cold, endless water. He moved through the shadows, and when he opened his eyes again, he had reappeared inside the training center. The well-lit interior buzzed faintly with activity. The clinking of weights and muffled footsteps echoed in the vast, modern space. Rows of equipment gleamed under the bright fluorescent lights, and the faint scent of metal and sweat hung in the air. From afar, Neo spotted George. George was on the ground, bleeding. His breaths were shallow, and his face twisted in pain as blood stained the floor beneath him. He seemed to have received a powerful punch to the abdomen that knocked the air out of him, leaving him helpless. Even in such a state, his sharp features were visible clearly. "Should we stop the training today?" the female trainer asked worriedly. "You have an important day today. It's better if we stop now." It's fine," George said, wiping the blood from his lips and standing up with effort. He tried to mask his pain with a weak smile. "What's the point of training if I'm going to take a break every time I'm busy?" His arms trembled from exhaustion. His legs wobbed slightly. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, and his chest heaved with labored breaths. He seemed to be on the verge of fainting, yet he had no intention of giving up. Chapter 375. Only 2% left. "Damn it," Neo muttered under his breath. He left the building, not waiting to see how Henry would interact with George. The sight of George's pain only made his heart ache. No child wanted to see their parents suffering, especially like this. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He ran without direction. The city lights blurred past him, casting fleeting shadows. When he came to his senses, it was already night. The air was crisp and heavy with the faint scent of rain that lingered after a recent drizzle. He found himself walking alone on a deserted street. The dark sky stretched above him like an endless void. There was no moon. There hadn't been one for centuries, and the place was plunged into a suffocating darkness, broken only by the distant flicker of streetlights. Neo spread his intent senses, letting them unfurl like a web across the city. The taste of dumplings from a small stall on the other side of the city. The sight of vehicles moving along the highway. The hushed whispers of a half-asleep, half-awake person murmuring from their bed. Neo could sense everything that was happening within the city, down to the smallest detail. This was the power of a two-trait Empyrean demigod. If he tried, he could stretch his senses even farther, spanning hundreds of miles. That was how strong he was. And yet, it wasn't enough. His strength was never enough when he needed it. Sob, sob. Neo flinched when the soft cries reached his ears. He froze, and his chest tightened painfully. They belonged to Mira. He didn't close his intense senses. He couldn't bring himself to. Instead, he listened. Each sob that escaped his mother's lips felt like a dagger plunging into his heart, twisting deeper with every second. "Fuck!" Neo muttered under his breath. His shoulders slumped, and his expression darkened. He sat down on a roadside bench. The cold metal pressed against him as he leaned backward. He stared at the dark, empty sky with a hollow and distant gaze. The flickering streetlight above him buzzed faintly, casting a pale, uneven glow that did little to brighten the gloom around him. "Primogenitor." His lips moved almost mechanically. "Tell me." He knew what he was about to do. He knew the answer he would receive would lock his primogenitor skills slot for any foreseeable future. The logical choice would have been to focus on smaller goals to level up the skill. He should have tried to free other slots or evolve primogenitor before doing anything reckless, like locking all his progress with an impossible-to-complete task. But He wanted an answer. He needed confirmation that he could save his parents. How strong do I need to be to remove the curse that is the cause of Mom and Dad's reincarnations? Question detected. 1 slot of primogenitor skill is free. The modification request has been inserted into the slot. Please wait while we confirm the modification's feasibility. The pale light of the floating system screen flickered across Neo's face. This was the only way Neo knew to find an answer. His fingers twitched slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. If the skill couldn't find an answer, he didn't know what he would do. Please, give me an answer. Work, please. Help me for once. Each moment felt like an hour to Neo. He waited with bated breath. Ding. Answer found. You need to surpass the Death Element Stage 9 God rank and become a Nirvana Stage God to remove the curse of your bloodline. The words on the screen brought intense emotions along with them. Neo's heart clenched. A Paragon was as strong as a Stage 1 God. An Exalted was as strong as a Stage 2 God. The rank after Exalted would correspond to a Stage 3 God. And so on. Until finally Stage 9 God. Henry had been right. Neo's goal was far, far beyond what he could currently reach. But even so, Neo didn't despair. His hands balled into fists. The light from the screen reflected a newfound determination in his eyes. He was no longer weighed down by despair. Hope. He finally found it. There is a way to save them. That was all Neo needed to know. He would do it, no matter how long it took, no matter what stood in his way. As if sensing Neo's emotions, the system screen blinked to life again. Quest, family, completed. Reward, nightmare element, level up, emphatic control X2. What? Neo's eyes widened in surprise. The system's notification disappeared, but Neo's senses sharpened instinctively. He spread his intent across the city, his awareness stretching far and wide. The cold night air carried the faint chatter of people and the aroma of street food. His focus zeroed in on Henry, who was leading their parents home. Henry seemed to have cleared the misunderstanding. How much time passed while I was lost in thought? Neo muttered to himself. Time had long lost its meaning for Neo. A year for others felt like a day to Neo. His perception of time had shifted drastically after living a long life. What he had thought was a few moments lost in thoughts had been hours in reality. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips. He didn't know how to feel about this realization. Well, I should look at this, he muttered, bringing up his system screen once more. Emphatic bond. Grade 1 Empyrean. Progress. 98%. It's about to rank up, Neo said. The skill was only a bit away from evolving again. Neo could finally reach Paragon rank. He stood up from the cold metal bench. He walked to the main streets. People bustled through, their faces illuminated by the neon lights of shops and advertisements. Vehicles zipped past, their headlights creating fleeting beams of light in the darkness. Neo's gaze swept over the crowd. He knew what he had to do. Since I can use this skill, unlike primogenitor, it shouldn't take more than a few days to reach 100% progress. This is a lot better. His gaze grew determined. If emphatic bond surpasses primogenitor, the link lock will activate, and primogenitor's progress will go up too. Neo observed the bustling cityscape. The streets were crowded, filled with people going about their lives. There's no lack of targets to use my skill upon. He entered the crowd and used his skill on the nearest unsuspecting person. Emotions surged. Chapter 376. Late Awakening. Emotions surged. Neo kept his presence suppressed, which kept him hidden from the man. The man looked to be in his late 40s. His shoulders were slumped. He had dark circles beneath his eyes, and his tie was loosened, hanging awkwardly over a wrinkled shirt. He walked back to his home, with his worn office bag in his hands. His steps were heavy, dragging behind him. Neo stopped his skill. He pulled back the tide of emotions he had been ready to inject into the man. If I'm going to do it, might as well do it properly, he thought. He extended his hand subtly and activated mind invasion to look into the man's mind. Flashes of a bright childhood surfaced in Neo's mind. The man had once been a top-performing student. He turned from a genius into an average person as he grew older. No, as he grew up, he realized he wasn't a genius. He wasn't special. The face of hammered further as the man passed the age of 20 without awakening god blood. He would never become a demigod. Awakening past the age of 20 was almost unheard of. There were exceptions, of course, rare cases where individuals awakened after 20. These outliers were monstrous geniuses. It was said their god blood was so powerful that their bodies and souls couldn't handle the strain of their awakening until maturity. Their dormant powers only awakened after their bodies and souls had reached their peak. That is a few years after the age of 20. The man had hoped once that he might be one of those rare cases. But deep down he knew better. It was normal for someone like him to remain unawakened. Only 1 in 10,000 people awakened, and late awakenings were even rarer, a 1 in a billion occurrence. His life trudged on. He graduated from a local university, earned a certification, and landed a job with an average income and a slightly toxic work environment. He couldn't change jobs due to his limited skills. 5 years later, he got married. For years after that, he had a child. The memory recollection ended. The man continued his slow journey home. He wanted to rest, but he never stopped moving, not because he had purpose but because stopping felt pointless. He was exhausted, but he didn't complain. His mind, dulled from years of exploitation, had no intentions of changing the flow of his life. An average life, in other words, Neo muttered. He used empathic bond and transferred hope, passion, and optimism. The man's feet came to a halt. The bustling noises of the city seemed to quieten for a moment as he blinked, confused, and looked around. The dullness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a faint sparkle. He felt as if he had just woken from a long, dreamless sleep. Neo observed him silently, suppressing his presence so thoroughly that the man remained unaware of his watcher. "Yawn, when did I reach here?" The man muttered to himself. He rubbed the back of his neck and glanced in the direction of his home. The tired lines on his face eased slightly. But instead of continuing his walk home, he returned to the main road. His gaze lingered on a row of small food stalls. "I remember Olivia and Ava saying they wanted to eat out today. I completely forgot about it." He looked at his watch. "The shops will be closed by the time I go home and return with them. I guess I'll take something good home today," he murmured with a faint smile, his voice tinged with affection. The man reached into his pocket and pulled out his device. His tired expression softened further. He quickly typed a message to his wife, "Olivia, I will bring a takeout. No need to cook." A reply came almost instantly. "Got it." The man chuckled. The reply must have been sent by his daughter Ava. Well, takeout it is today. Although tired, he headed toward the food stalls with a smile. Neo remained motionless. He watched the man's figure grow smaller as he disappeared into the lively crowd. That was. Neo stopped speaking and shook his head. He focused on inwards in an attempt to distract himself. His body was evolving even at this moment. The rank up from grade 3 to grade 1 in emphatic bond had triggered 2 breakthroughs. Every cell in his body was being torn apart repeatedly. His mastery over his life element allowed him to heal himself almost instantly. At the same time, he absorbed the excess energy from the breakthrough with his darkness element. Thanks to his masterful control, Neo could go through the breakthrough right in the middle of the road without losing focus on his surroundings or his task. Emphatic bond, grade 1. Progress. 98%. 98.01%. I guess I need to use the skill on someone else for a better increase. Neo muttered to himself. He had never used the skill much, which was why he was unaware of such a basic rule until now. The man was an unawakened, so it was easy to influence his emotions. By that logic, I would find it difficult to influence the emotions of high-ranked demigods. They should give me good progress if I use the skill on them, he muttered. The powerful demigods he could target for his skills were. Veldora can be a candidate, Neo thought. But he returned to the underworld quite a while back. Should I go meet him? As Neo drowned in his thoughts, A screen sprang before him. Use your skill on Elizabeth. With her strength, just one successful activation of your skill will help it reach its peak. What? Neo frowned. I'm not using my skill on. She is having nightmares every day. You can help her with your skill, and it's beneficial to your progress too. But you are the reason why she is injured, Neo Hargraves. You used her, and now you don't want to take responsibility. The Sphinx's replies came fast, cutting Neo off mid-sentence. Chapter 377. The Tyrant's Past. Her words made sense, unfortunately. Fine, Neo said, clicking his tongue. He activated Shadow Jump and vanished from the street. Minutes later, Neo appeared at the academy. He made his way quickly to Elizabeth's room. Since the academy had defense measures against exalted demigods, he couldn't rely on his Paragon-ranked strength to sneak in undetected. He had to move normally. The guard at the gates allowed him entry after realizing Neo's identity. Upon reaching Elizabeth's room, he noticed Amelia was absent. The dim light from a bedside lamp bathed the room in a soft glow, and the rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor filled the silence. Seems like the Sphinx chose this timing because Amelia was away, Neo muttered. The news brought him relief. Although he didn't fully understand why, he didn't want to face Amelia. He approached Elizabeth's hospital bed. Her face was pale, framed by strands of hair that clung to her forehead. Her chest rose and fell steadily. Her furrowed brows revealed her restless state. Neo pulled a chair close and sat down beside her. Mind invasion? Neo flinched as his skill failed to activate. It was bounded back by a powerful barrier protecting Elizabeth's mind. What was that? Neo muttered as he opened his eyes. His breaths were shallow and uneven. If he had been a second late in deactivating his skill, he would have been hit by a mental attack. She has a mind shield and a counterattack prepared in case someone tries to peek into her mind? Neo's brows furrowed. Thinking logically, any exalted demigod at the peak of strength on Laminera would have long prepared such countermeasures. I guess you don't reach exalted rank without being cautious. He closed his eyes and tried to use the skill again. The result was the same. Beads of sweat rolled down Neo's neck. Seconds turned into minutes. He kept trying. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to evade the counterattacks, but every attempt was a walk on a thin line. Exalted demigods are monsters, all right? I can't breach her mental defense at all. He took another long look at Elizabeth. Should I use emphatic bond as it is? He wasn't sure if the skill would work in this state. Still, there was no harm in trying. He reached out and grabbed her hand once more. Her fingers felt cold against his palm. With a deep breath, Neo activated emphatic bond. His emotions surged, attempting to seep into Elizabeth's subconscious. He was successful. Why did it work this time? Neo's words were abruptly cut short. Elizabeth's mental defense roared to life and caught him. He realized too late that the absence OD the defense earlier had been a trap. A subconscious attempt by Elizabeth. Elizabeth's unconscious mind pressed on his soul from all sides. Neo's soul form started to flicker under the pressure. Damn it! Why is she so powerful? Despite having a powerful soul form, he found himself struggling. His soul was being crushed. He tried to call back his soul form, but Elizabeth's mental defenses refused to let him escape. I need to do something. Neo tried to think of a solution. He recalled Sphinx's words. One phrase in particular echoed in his mind. Elizabeth is having nightmares. Are you telling me she is attacking me unconsciously due to nightmares? The realization leaving him dumbstruck. But there was no time to stay dazed. There has to be something, he thought. Death from having his soul torn apart was painful, even for him. Neo was no masochist and he didn't enjoy suffering from pain. If he could, he wanted a painless solution. Fuck. There is no way out. Might as well face it headfirst. Mind invasion. Neo activated his skill, hoping to use it with emphatic bond to calm Elizabeth. Maybe then, she would stop attacking him. As he was already inside her, the mental defenses couldn't block him. The skill activated and the scene around Neo's soul form changed. He appeared in a luxurious room with grand furniture, though the atmosphere was anything but serene. A girl, thin and bruised, cowered in the corner of the room. She seemed barely 12 years old. Tears streamed down her face as a man, older than her by at least 2 decades, stood over her. The man's face was contorted in rage. "Why the hell are you so irritating?" the man barked, each word followed by the harsh impact of his boot against her body. "I'm so—" "Shut up!" he roared, cutting her off. Neos clenched his jaws and tried to move, but he couldn't. The scene around him shifted abruptly. He now stood in an old, dilapidated room. Dust coated the tattered sheets, and the broken furniture lay scattered across the floor. The air was stale. The girl, now a few years older, sat alone, her face illuminated by the dim glow of a screen. She seemed to watching a princess show on the television. Her eyes were hollow, yet a smile adorned her face. Suddenly, the door was smashed open with a loud crash. She flinched. A man stormed inside, reeking of alcohol. Neo's stomach churned. The girl in these memories was Elizabeth, and the man was her ex-husband. Neo tried to move and intervene, but his body remained frozen. It was then that he felt it, a foreign power holding him down. Elizabeth's mental defenses had recognized him as an intruder and were preventing him from interfering with her memories. The strain was unbearable. It was taking all of Neo's strength to keep his soul form from being crushed under the weight of Elizabeth's subconscious will. The scene changed again. Neo found himself in the same room, the man missing. Suddenly, a crisp slap rang out. Elizabeth, who had reached the end of her teenage years and matured into a beauty, had an indignant expression despite being slapped. A woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Elizabeth's now ex-husband but much older, glared at Elizabeth. "What did you say?" the older woman hissed. "No," Elizabeth replied. "How dare you refuse?" the woman shrieked, her hand swinging through the air once more. The slap, brutal, left Elizabeth's cheek flushed red and swollen. A thin trail of blood trickled down the corner of her lips. Neo's fists clenched as he watched helplessly. Elizabeth wasn't awakened at this time, and the slaps of her mother-in-law, an awakened demigod, carried enough force to inflict excruciating pain. "You have been married for 8 years. You still haven't had a kid. People are saying Elric is impotent," the woman shouted. She grabbed Elizabeth's hair with one hand and pulled roughly. "They are right," Elizabeth replied. After years of enduring relentless abuse, she realized that no matter how much she begged, she would still be hit. Her pleas had always fallen on deaf ears. Until now, she kept her mouth shut as the Darkwolf family supported her country. But today, forget a child. I'm never going to let that bastard touch me. "Be bastard? How dare you call my son that word? What about it? That guy is an impotent bastard. Everyone knows it." Young, cornered, and overwhelmed by years of resentment, Elizabeth spoke without restraint. The older woman lost her temper completely. Chapter 378. The Tyrant's Past. 2. She slapped Elizabeth with all her strength. The impact sent Elizabeth flying. Her body slammed into a nearby chair, toppling it over. The sharp sound of splintering would echoed in the room. Elizabeth's cheek was torn open, and a portion of her skin was ripped away, leaving raw flesh exposed. Blood dripped down her face, staining the floor. Instead of crying in pain, she raised her head and glared at the woman. The woman flinched. You bitch." The woman raised her hand to hit her again, but stopped. She could see it. Elizabeth would rather die than listen to her. The woman's face twisted. She took a step back, her voice trembling as she barked. "Use this to heal yourself. We can't have you looking like a monster with that face at today's party." She pulled a weak healing potion and a small book from her spatial inventory and threw them at Elizabeth. The bottle rolled on the floor, stopping near Elizabeth's legs. Without another word, the woman turned and left the room. After the sound of her high-heeled shoes faded into the distance, Elizabeth lowered her gaze. Tears slipped from her eyes. She touched her torn cheek with trembling hands and the scene changed. The blood stains on the floor had dried. Elizabeth's face was wrapped in bandages, stained with faint traces of blood that had seeped through. The healing potion the woman gave her was a weak one, designed to work slowly over time. Elizabeth couldn't use stronger healing potions. She wasn't a demigod. Her body would be overloaded by the divine energy in them. It would cause her to explode. Elizabeth was busy reading the book the woman, her mother-in-law, had given her along with the weak healing potion. Neo, although frozen and unable to move, could see the content of the book. He clenched his jaws due to the overwhelming pressure of Elizabeth's subconscious mind crushing him and read the book. It was a spell for childbirth. It contained a detailed method for creating life through magic. The man and the woman would tear a portion of their souls and fuse them along with their divine energy. This process would create an embryo that could then be nurtured and developed in specialized hospital chambers until it grew into a child. The entire process, the book claimed, would take only a few months. This spell, Neo knew about it. It was how children had been born for centuries since long ago. Thanks to it, women no longer needed to carry children in their bellies for 9 months, and labor pains had become a relic of the past. Intercourse had long since ceased to be necessary for reproduction. This was the spell I helped Gaia create during the apocalypse, Neo thought. Back then, childbirth had become nearly impossible with normal methods. The scene shifted abruptly again. Why haven't you used the spell? The mother-in-laws glared at Elizabeth. I have not awakened my godblood. I can't use spells, Elizabeth said, giving a genuine reason, but an excuse nonetheless. You bitch! The woman raised her hand. However, her hand froze mid-air when she noticed the look in Elizabeth's eyes. Elizabeth wasn't afraid. The mother-in-law lowered her hand and spat. You either awaken and use the spell, or you do it the natural way with Elric. How? Elizabeth scoffed. He can't even get it up. Both of us know he hasn't touched you because he prefers the other gender, not because he can't do it with you. The woman's words made Elizabeth freeze in fear. If I give him an ultimatum, he'll do it with you. So, make your choice. Before the woman could leave, the Elizabeth spoke through gritted teeth. Is a child so necessary that? A child is necessary. Ours is a world that stands of bloodline. The woman spoke coldly. We bought you because of your bloodline. Now do your work. The scene shifted once more. Elizabeth stood next to a cradle. Judging by Elizabeth's appearance, 2 or 3 years seemed to have passed. Inside the cradle, a child barely a month old slept soundly. Elizabeth maintained an expressionless face. However, her eyes revealed her true emotions as she stared at the child. Disgust. It's just a spellborn child, Elizabeth muttered, as if she was trying to reassure herself. The child, inside the cradle, remained utterly oblivious to Elizabeth's emotions. Neo, his soul form flickering in and out of existence, observed from the corner of the room. He noticed the changed air around Elizabeth. It was an unmistakable sign. She awakened her godblood. She awakened when she was almost 21. In other words, a late awakening. It means she had a sky-high talent. That explains how she became the youngest exalted demigod in the history. His gaze shifted to the child. Seems like she used the spell for childbirth dash. Neo's thoughts came to an abrupt halt when he saw what was happening. Elizabeth moved her hands. She reached into the cradle and grabbed the child's neck. I hate you. Hatred, sorrow, regret, and confusion. Her emotions crashed against each other. Elizabeth's gaze was locked on the child. She knew deep down the child had done nothing wrong. It hadn't asked to be born, much less under these circumstances. But the sight of it, the tiny being lying there so innocently, only made her hatred boil over. Her lips quivered as tears began to streak down her face. She hated herself for feeling this way. Finally, after what felt like hours, Elizabeth's grip loosened. She took a step back from the cradle. Her shoulders shook with suppressed sobs as she turned her gaze away, unable to look at the child any longer. The scene changed. A few months seemed to have passed. The once dimly lit room was now brighter. Warm glow of daylight streamed through the open window and a faint scent of lavender wafting through the air. The room was properly taken care of, unlike before. The biggest change, however, was in Elizabeth. She sat beside the cradle. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she played with the child. She decided to not hate the child for what happened, Neo realized. Judging by how Elizabeth flinched every time the child laughed and tried to grab her fingers, he could tell that Elizabeth still found it difficult to forget everything. However, she was trying her best to be a mother. Chapter 379. Skill, Empathic Bond, and Primogeniture Mastered. The scene changed. Another spellborn child appeared next to Elizabeth while the firstborn had grown into a cute girl. Clara and Paul, Neo thought. The scenes began to shift quickly. Neo's vision blurred for a moment before sharpening again. He saw multiple events unfolding before him. Elizabeth's abnormal growth speed shocked her in-law family. The obvious proof of her talent brought malice. The in-laws were worried she would try to take revenge if she grew any more stronger. But her husband and others had no choice than to let her go when she reached Empyrean rank. Empyrean rank in 5 years after she awakened. That speed is far higher than the main cast, Neo thought. It's no wonder the in-laws tried to kill her before she got too strong. Normally, it took 30 to 50 years to reach the Empyrean rank. This was with proper teaching and resources, something Elizabeth never received. Neo's surprise only increased as he watched the next scenes. Elizabeth was returning to her country after the divorce. The ship she traveled on creaked under the weight of the crashing waves. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the salty scent of the ocean filled the air. Suddenly, pirates attacked. Their leader, a washed-up, exalted demigod injured during a blood sea expedition, stepped forward. His rugged appearance and menacing aura sent shivers down the spines of the crew. Despite his injuries, he was far stronger than Elizabeth. But just as all seemed lost, her twin sister appeared at the last second. A dazzling light burst forth as she descended from the skies. She made quick work of the pirates and left as quickly as she arrived. She left the replica of the Trident of Poseidon and her daughter, Amelia, into Elizabeth's care before she disappeared, saying some very powerful enemies were chasing her. The meeting with her sister was shocking. It made Elizabeth realize something. Elizabeth was weak. She couldn't protect herself, her country, or her children if she remained like that. She needed to be stronger. Elizabeth drowned herself in work after she returned to her country. When she wasn't training or handling the country's administration, she was playing with her children. Their laughter was the only respite from her exhausting routine. As time passed, her reputation took a turn for the worse. Tyrant, they called her. But it was fine. Her children still loved her. Their affection became her support. Unbeknownst to her, a curse had been placed on her. It remained dormant until one day it suddenly surged and nearly claimed her life. If not for her ascension to peak exalted rank, she would have died helplessly. Elizabeth's journey from Grade 5 awakened to Grade 1 exalted took roughly 10 years. It took others centuries to do the same. She became known as the youngest person to become exalted demigod. Her accomplishments shook the continent to its core. However, combined with her tarnished reputation, it only brought more enemies to her doorstep. Elizabeth had no time for such rumors. She was too busy staving off the curse. It will be fine. As long as this time passes, we can finally have our happy family, she whispered to herself. The rebellion occurred. Her children were trying to kill her. Ha! Ha! Elizabeth, sitting on a chair within her room, felt like stones were being pushed into her lungs every time she took a breath. Her trembling hands clutched the armrests. She did not have much time left. Was this how she was going to die? Alone, betrayed and cursed by her children, mocked by her people. A fitting end for a tyrant, she thought. Neo clenched his jaw as he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes. In a few minutes, Paul, Elizabeth's son, would enter the room. Neo knew it as he had experienced the scene himself. Damn it! Neo's translucent soul was barely holding together. He was about to shatter, but his mind was focused on something else. He had not been able to help Elizabeth at all. "Don't fuck with me," Neo thought, gritting his teeth. His soul form flickered violently. Since he was going to die, he would do it of his own choice, by using his last moments to help Elizabeth. "Hey!" Neo called out, forcing his body to move. "How are you?" As if suddenly aware of his presence, Elizabeth turned to him. Her dull, red eyes struggled to focus. Her expression was a mix of confusion and faint recognition. "Who are you?" she asked. "She doesn't recognize me in dreams," Neo realized. It was probably due to how Neo looked, a half-translucent, half-flickering figure of light. "It's a good opportunity," he thought. His lips curled into a faint, determined smile, despite the pain he was going through. "I'm your guardian fairy," he said. "But you sound like a man," Elizabeth muttered. "I thought fairies were female." Her mind must have been in too much chaos and pain if she was starting to make jokes. Or the curse was starting to affect her mind and gnawing at her sanity. "But," she continued, "I think I remember seeing you when I was a kid, and when—" Elizabeth stopped speaking. Talking was taking a huge toll on her. She tried to open her eyes forcefully to see how her guardian fairy looked. He appeared as a humanoid form of light, flickering and incomplete. A light that was apparently a fairy but sounded like a man for some reason. Elizabeth chuckled. The dim light from the candle on the nearby table cast flickering shadows across her gaunt face, making her smile seem both weary and bittersweet. "Are you here to tell me it's my time to die?" she asked. "No." The light, Neo, kneeled before her and held her hands gently. Moving and physically touching Elizabeth increased the pressure, crushing him by 100 folds. "It's not your time to die," he said, trying to hold himself together for as long as possible. "Why not?" She took a labored breath before continuing. "I'm not going to live more than a few hours. You will live. Can you promise me that, guardian fairy?" "Yes." Perhaps sensing the absolute certainty in the fairy's words, Elizabeth smiled. The dream froze and the world turned black. What happened? Neo's words were cut off and his soul form shattered. He woke up in his physical body, drenched in sweat. "I'm alive." He looked at his trembling hands. "Seems like damage to the soul form isn't the same as death." "Ugh." He winced and grabbed his head. The dull throb quickly escalated into searing pain. He felt as if his mind was being torn apart and stabbed with needles. Empathic bond, grade 1. Progress. 98%, 100%. Empathic bond has been mastered. 4 evolution pathways unlocked. More screens appeared, their light illuminating the dark room briefly. Primogenitor, grade 1. Progress. 98%, 100%. Primogenitor has been mastered. 4 evolution pathways unlocked. Neo frowned. The skill progress increased. Does this mean I was able to influence her emotions? He tried to ignore the pounding headache and looked over at Elizabeth with his skill. Her mental defenses protected her mind, but they no longer attacked him aggressively like before. Seems like her nightmare stopped, he thought. His gaze softened as he observed her sleeping form. Chapter 380, Evolution Pathways of Empathic Bond and Primogenitor. The faint rise and fall of her chest brought a fleeting sense of relief. He closed his eyes, recalling his promise. "You will live." While he was drowned in thoughts, space elementals churned behind him. The air shimmered and twisted as a portal formed, casting a faint silver glow around the room. The principal's doll emerged from within. The doll's porcelain face remained expressionless as it bowed. "Neo Hargraves, we have been ordered by the master to guide you towards a training room. You can complete your breakthrough there." Elizabeth's dream space. In an empty dark voice, a figure with ash-white hair and blood-red eyes sat with her knees huddled close to her chest. Her eyes were closed and she seemed to be in a deep sleep. The nightmares she had been haunted by for days had suddenly stopped. Thanks to it, she had a serene expression. "Guardian fairy?" she mumbled in sleep. In her memories, she could see a guardian fairy watching over her throughout her life. When she was a child, when she used to cry, when she felt lonely, when she felt helpless. She had never been alone like she used to believe. The guardian fairy was always with her. Demigod Academy. Okay. Neo stood up. He took one last look at Elizabeth before following the dolls through the portal. The swirling energy enveloped him, and in an instant, he was transported to a large, empty training hall. The room was imposing, with thick black walls that absorbed sound and seemed almost indestructible. The faint hum of magical wards in the air hinted at the precautions taken to secure the space. Sphinx must have told the principal to prepare the place for me. I need to find a way to hide my status screen from that bastard, or else it will always know about my progress. Neo cleansed his thoughts, taking a deep breath to center himself. He sat in a meditative position and willed for his status to appear. Emphatic Bond Evolution Pathways. 1. Empathic Echo. The user can leave a lasting imprint of an emotions or thoughts on others, creating an echo that influences their behavior long after the bond is severed. This can be used to inspire courage, instill fear, or plant subtle suggestions. Can be stacked 3 times. 2. Empathic Veil. The user can create a special bond with allies and use their bond to mask their own or their allies' emotions, making them undetectable to empathic or mind-reading abilities. This can also extend to hiding their presence from magical or spiritual detection. Max Bond 3. 3. Empathic Transcendence. The empathic bond evolves to a level where the user can connect with non-human entities, such as animals, spirits, or even the environment itself. This could allow the user to communicate with nature, summon spiritual allies, or harness the power of the world around them. 4. Soulbound Covenant. The user can form oaths. Breaking the covenant would have severe consequences. Max 5. Neo was mildly surprised. All skills were top tier. Empathic Echo would allow him to alter a person's thoughts sneakily. There was no need to mention how useful that was. As for Empathic Veil, he didn't need its mind-protecting ability, but the ability to hide presence was a huge bonus. It could be invaluable for stealth missions or evading detection. Empathic Transcendence was a bust for the most part. Neo rubbed his chin thoughtfully, glancing at the skill descriptions floating before him. He could roughly communicate with animals and spirits with his intent. It was the last portion of the skill description that intrigued him. What does environment mean here? Neo wondered. Does it mean I can talk with elementals if I use this skill? If it was true, then this skill was tremendously powerful. No one could use affinities except the ones they were born with. Neo could get extra affinities from the system and true darkness. However, he wouldn't know what and when the system rewards would come, and extraction with true darkness depended on luck. People can't communicate with other elementals except the ones they have affinity with. 0. I think I can do that if I take this skill. It would allow Neo to use all elements as long as he could form a good relationship with the elementals. It was risky but powerful. Soulbond Covenant is also useful, he thought. I won't need to worry about someone backing away from their words if I use this skill. Neo withheld making any decisions for the moment and turned his attention to the evolution pathways for Primogenitor. Primogenitor Evolution Pathways. 1. Swordsmaster. Amplifies the user's swordsmanship to unparalleled levels, increasing both their innate talent and comprehension of sword techniques by 1000%. 2. Crownless King. A ruler without a throne. This trait symbolizes unyielding authority and transforms loyalty into strength. For every person who pledges their loyalty to you, a portion of their abilities becomes yours to wield. 3. Warmonger. A temporary boost of 0.01% in abilities for every additional enemy faced alone. Stackable. 4. Battleborn. Permanently increasing all of the user's abilities, including talents and masteries by 0.01%. For every enemy they defeat who is equal to or stronger than themselves. Neo looked at the skill descriptions. Swordmaster is simple. It does just as the name says and it's powerful. The skill would help him refine his combat abilities. He lowered his gaze and looked at the crownless king trait. I can get abilities from those who vow their loyalty to me? This sounds overpowered, but questions immediately sprang to mind. How many people can I bond to? How much abilities can I get from them? 1% or 100%? What if they aren't loyal to me or if they betray me? Would I get a backlash? There were too many unknowns. Neo furrowed his brow. The skill description didn't mention the number of people who could pledge him their loyalty. Maybe I could use this skill with an infinite number of people? If that were true, it would be an unparalleled ability. Even if I only got 0.001% of abilities from every target, it would still be incredible. Just the Luminara continent has trillions of people. Using the skill on even half of them would make me infinitely stronger than I am now. Neo's gaze shifted to the next skill. Warmonger. Its description is also pretty self-explanatory. I get stronger the more enemies I face at once. He frowned. But the boost is only temporary. The fourth trait drew his attention next. It was similar to Warmonger but had a more specific condition. It needs me to defeat opponents who are as strong as me or stronger, and I can increase my talent, masteries, and stats. It's not easy to defeat enemies like that. While this skill sounded simple and strong, using it on the field would be difficult and time-consuming. The faint hum of the system interface persisted as he sat in silent contemplation, the glow of the descriptions illuminating the determination etched onto his face. Chapter 381, Breakthrough and Newfound Powers. Neo made his decision fairly quickly. These two should be the best. He began his breakthrough. The air around him grew still. Wisps of white flames began to materialize over his body. He wrapped his will over will, creating a humongous amount of world energy. The chamber, built to contain and withstand breakthroughs of powerful demigods, started to shake. The energy circled within Neo before gradually slipping out like an untamed river breaking through a dam. Powerful waves of world energy pulsed outward, making the walls tremble. The energy leaking from his body swelled with passing moments. With a final pulse, a wave of raw energy blasted out in all directions, shattering the walls of the chamber. Debris fell to the ground, and a cloud of dust filled the room. The chamber was a compartment within a much larger building. The walls began to repair themselves. Neo exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. He flexed his muscles, testing his newfound strength. He could feel the immense power coursing through him. This feels completely different from my previous breakthroughs. Neo felt as if he could defeat any paragon with a flick of his finger. Was it because he possessed 3 sources of power, 2 traits and his own ascension? I feel like I can fight an exalted now, he muttered. The biggest change, however, was in his senses. Neo's vision, intent vision, was improving with each moment. As his body continued to adjust to its newfound power, he could see the tiniest details in the rubble. The same was true for his other senses. Taste, smell, hearing. All of them were evolving to a level that made him feel like his senses had been sleeping until now. The distant sound of water flowing far within the earth reached his ears. Status. A translucent blue screen appeared before him. Neo Hargraves. Rank. Half-step ascension. The world. World core rank. Not applicable. World energy rank. Stage 1. Stats. Strength. 5,451. 9,998. Speed. 5,567. 11,201. Dexterity. 5,765. 10,346. Constitution. 5,970. 11,019. Luck. 00. Affinity. Death. Shadow. Darkness. Void. Water. Time. Life. Holy nightmare. Magic spells. Incantations. Trait. Monarch of Death. Rank. Grade 5 Paragon. Potential. Death. Immortal, eternal, primogenitor. Crownless king. Mind invasion. Rank. Grade 5 Paragon, Potential. Grade 1 Empyrean Mind Invasion, Mind Control, Emphatic Bond, Empathic Transcendence. Quest. Sacred Treasures. Skyfall? Obitus. Incomplete. My stats nearly doubled. And what's this potential of my traits? It didn't take long for Neo to realize what potential signified. Potential is the highest rank a trait can reach. He held his chin as he pieced his thoughts together. Since I took Mind Invasion from Anomaly number 33, who was born in a Stage 0 world, that means his potential, in other words, his gene limit, was Empyrean rank. He paused and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. As for why it reached Paragon rank despite having a gene limit of Empyrean rank, it must be due to link lock. It links my traits. My original trait seems to have no limit, and it must have helped Mind Invasion to break past its gene limit. He nodded slightly, feeling that his deductions were mostly correct. The only thing I don't understand is, how did Monarch of Death have a limit so high that it's shown as question marks? His thoughts were suddenly interrupted. A sharp pain tore through his head. He stumbled slightly and clutched his head. His vision blurred as the sensation threatened to overwhelm him. The pain dissipated just as quickly as it came, leaving Neo disoriented. Panting lightly, he straightened. What the? Neo's voice trailed off as he looked at his surroundings with new clarity. Thanks to his new trait, Empathic Transcendence, Neo could sense things he had never noticed before. His gaze widened in awe as tiny motes of colors floated in the air around him. They were elementals. Air elementals, a lighter shade of green, darted through the air like restless fireflies. They seemed incapable of staying in one place. Their movements were playful and chaotic, almost childlike. The floor beneath him was no different. Metallic elementals, iron, copper, mithril elementals, existed within the shattered floor. As for space elementals, Neo's brows furrowed. Why are space elementals like this? His eyes locked onto faint silver motes suspended in the air. Unlike the air elementals, the silver motes of space elementals remained stationary. That wasn't what confused him. Sometimes, the air and space elementals appeared to overlap, occupying the same space simultaneously. Space and air elementals are fused? No, they aren't fused. But how are they existing in the same place? It was like keeping two objects in the same spatial coordinates. Something like that shouldn't be possible. He stepped forward, extending his hand cautiously toward the motes. The air elementals phased through his fingers, so did the space elementals. He couldn't touch them. While Neo was scanning his surroundings, he began to notice faint noises. They were too faint to make sense of. From what he could hear, the murmurs resembled the voices of time and voices of darkness. Yet there was something distinctly different about them. First, my vision upgraded. Now my hearing is... Neo realized. The breakthrough had brought extraordinary changes to his senses. His body was still adjusting to them. He ran a hand through his hair, which was damp with sweat. He finally noticed the sweat and black gunk covering his body. Why do a breakthrough have to be like this every time? He snapped his fingers and tried to use water affinity to clean himself. The world energy inside him entered his divine energy core. Inside the core, the resonance converted non-elemental world energy into water elemental infused world energy. Neo closed his eyes. He observed the process carefully. The water elementals inside the core coursed through his bloodstream, before exiting his body through the magic circuits on his palms. Cool droplets materialized in his hands. Neo observed every detail, every movements of the elementals. Then he reached into his shadow space. The inky blackness swirled momentarily before he withdrew a simple water bottle. He tilted the bottle, letting the water spill onto the ground. The liquid pooled in the cracks of the floor. Neo crouched. He compared the water elementals created by his core to those naturally present in the water. Both water elementals are the same, but mine seem mechanical. He extended a hand over the pool of water on the ground, sensing the natural elementals within. They lazed around, moving as the water pulled them along. My elementals are only doing what I'm telling them to do. But the water elementals inside this water seem to have a mind of their own. Neo focused intently on the water before him. To properly use his new trait, he needed to know how it worked. The noises returned. This time they were slightly louder. As Neo focused on the water, he suddenly seemed capable of hearing the water elementals. Bah! It's too bright. Why did you bring me out of my home? A lazy voice grumbled. Neo, startled, stared at the pool of water. Before he could process what had just happened, another voice, light and playful, cut in. Hee. Want us to help you? The air elementals seemed to glow brighter as they spoke. We will help you evaporate, and in exchange you... Their words trailed off abruptly. The air elementals seemed to freeze mid-movement. They focused on Neo. You can hear us? I can. Wow! The tiny pale green motes began to swirl around him like a whirlwind. Their movement sent gales thrashing through the chamber. Loose debris was kicked up into the air. Countless voices overlapped, each belonging to a different air elemental. They were different individuals, yet there was something that tied them together, something that made them one, even though they were many. How can you hear us? Is it related to what you were doing a few moments ago? Tell us. Tell us. Their voices blended together. They were too excited to notice Neo couldn't understand their overlapping words. Neo frowned, feeling a headache. Their voices were hard to understand. If not for Eternal granting Neo 50% resistance to every harmful effect, and himself being an ascender, he might have died the moment he heard the voices of elementals that didn't belong to his affinities. Speak one thing at a time. I can't hear you all like this. The motes paused. Then, in unison, they spoke again, their excitement barely contained. What are you doing? How can you hear us? Neo felt like he was surrounded by 100 overly energetic children who had just downed an entire case of energy drinks. I can talk to you all with the new trait I gained. As for why I'm doing this, it's to train my trait and see how it works, he explained. Oh! The voices rose again in a collective cheer. The pale green motes whirled faster in a strange excitement. Training. Do you want to do some interesting training? Interesting training? Yeah, we will teach you something nice. Think of it as a greeting gift. One of them chimed in, its voice sweet and persuasive. Neo frowned. Something smelled fishy about their offer. Still, he decided to entertain their idea for now. Go on. The motes seemed to vibrate with delight at his response. If you can see us, you can see the old man's space too, right? To you, it must look like we and the old man's space exist in the same place. But that's not true. We exist in different places. Neo frowned. His gaze shifted between the glowing pale green motes of air elementals and the silvery, stationary forms of the space elementals. Chapter 382. Dimensional Shift. Air elementals' words reminded him of something. The difference between two-dimensional objects and three-dimensional objects. If you drew two squares on a paper, you wouldn't be able to tell which square was nearer to you and which was farther away. It was because the concept of depth didn't exist in 2D. But if you placed two cubes in front of you, you could instantly tell which one was closer and which one was farther. Even if you can't notice the extra dimensions, they still exist. How about we teach you a method to access them? What will that do? You will be able to enter them. Think of how useful it can be. Other people from your species are incapable of seeing things beyond the 4.5 dimension. If you can access higher dimensions to others, it will look like you disappear every time you move. That sounded too good to be true. Neo kept his skepticism to himself and signaled the air elementals to proceed. For now, let's call the move Dimensional Shift. Try to analyze our movements. The air elementals who had been flitting around like playful fireflies suddenly stopped, or at least it seemed that way at first glance. Neo narrowed his eyes, focusing on the tiny, pale green motes that seemed frozen in midair. It took time to understand what was happening. The air elementals hadn't stopped moving. They were moving, but in a higher dimensional space. It was similar to drawing a square on paper. If that paper moved inward or outward in a direction perpendicular to the plane, inwards or outwards, the change would be invisible to a 2D perspective. Depth didn't exist there. Same was happening between Neo and air elementals. He strained his intent vision to track them. It was only barely, but Neo could see them moving. Their paths seemed nonsensical, slipping in and out of his perception as if the paths were changing each moment. You finally sensed it. Now try it. The motes resumed their flight, circling Neo like a lively, chaotic whirlwind. Their movements created tiny ripples in the air. They sang different praises each, though it was hard to make out individual words. Neo tuned out the external distractions and focused. While I can't see the higher dimensions, they exist around me. Dimensional shift allows me to move in those higher dimension pathways. For someone who had spent their entire life perceiving existence within 4.5 dimensions, attempting to step into the 5th and beyond felt like trying to grasp smoke. Neo tried to mimic the movements of the air elementals. It's not easy to do. The words of air elementals were cut short as Neo suddenly moved his hand in a way that felt strange. His hand hadn't moved at all from the perspective of a normal person observing him. But the air elementals saw it. His hand had shifted, not within the familiar 4.5 dimension space but into the higher dimensional realm. It was as if an empty space had emerged. He slid his hand into the space that no one else could perceive. You did it. We never thought you would learn to enter the gap so easily. It should be impossible. But wow, you did it. Gap. That's what everyone calls the dimensions which they can't see. For your species, anything above 4.5 dimensions exists in a gap of their perception. And now you can enter the gap. Try moving your whole body through the gap. Neo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. For some reason, mimicking the movements of air elementals came naturally to him. 1 step, 2 steps. His foot touched an invisible threshold. He felt a shift, like an almost imperceptible lurch in reality. He was inside the gap. Ha! A jarring sensation coursed through him. It felt as if he had slipped into the empty space, not walked into it. The feeling was similar to the shift one felt when teleporting, but it lacked the clean fluidity he was used to. Instead, it felt chaotic. The world around him turned dark. It wasn't the darkness of night, but an oppressive, infinite void. His body felt weightless, as though he were phasing through countless layers of existence, each pulling him deeper into the gap. You should anchor yourself to a dimension. The voices air elementals have echoed. Their laughter bounced through the endless expanse. If you keep falling into the gap, no one knows where you will end. Neo's face froze as the realization dawned. So that's why they were teaching me so happily. These fuckers. His surroundings shifted violently. One moment, he was submerged in a vast ocean, and a colossal fish with glowing eyes was glaring at him from the deep depths. The monster's presence made Neo's heart pound. The next moment, he was in a vibrant forest made entirely of colorful glass. The trees shimmered like prisms, refracting light into a kaleidoscope of hues, and flowers made a crunching noise as they swayed in the wind. Neo's body continued to fall uncontrollably. He had no idea where he was or where he was going. Suddenly, he crashed into something cold and solid. The impact rattled through his body, leaving him breathless. The floor beneath him was hard and frigid. A groan escaped Neo's lips as he struggled to push himself upright. Pain flared in his chest. He glanced down and noticed the crimson stain spreading across his shirt. The force of the fall had broken a few ribs, and the taste of copper lingered in his mouth as he spat out blood. Where am I? His eyes scanned his surroundings. The sky above was an endless expanse of black. The ground beneath him was made of cold stone. A thick white mist swirled around his knees. It wasn't natural. It seemed to be alive, watching him, hiding something deep within. And then he saw them. Statues. Countless humanoid statues stood frozen in the mist. They looked similar to anomaly number 79. He shook his head, trying to banish the thought. Why am I thinking of that monster? These statues are different. The statues were all facing a single direction. Neo raised his head and looked toward the sky. To be exact, he stared at the point from which he had entered this dimension. A strange crack visible only to him. He probed it with his senses. That thing looks like a one-way path. I guess I need to look for a different exit. It was unsettling to see the path he had fallen through. His own dimension, his world, or whatever it was to be called, was just a step away, literally. But he couldn't return as he had no way to move between the dimensions. I need to find the right path in the gap if I want to go home. The previous path he took had been a one-way ticket, dropping him into this bizarre dimension. Couldn't take him back. Hey, I know you can hear me. Neo called out, addressing the air elementals, the bastards responsible for his predicament. His voice trailed off as he felt a movement around him. A chill crawled up his spine. His instincts screamed danger. Chapter 383, Sword Intent. He looked around and found the source of movement. Fuck! The statues snapped their heads toward him. Their lifeless eyes locked onto him, and their mouths creaked open as they let out an ear-piercing shriek. Get out! Get out! Get out! Tears of blood began to stream down their stone faces. Then they moved. Some statues crumbled to pieces the moment they tried to run. Others surged forward with terrifying speed, faster than the Paragon demigods Neo had seen in the past. Get out! Get out! They reached for him, and their stone hands clawed at his clothes and limbs, trying to tear him apart. Neo fought back, but he knew it was useless. There were too many of them, and each one was unnaturally strong. Worse, he could sense those stronger than paragons rushing towards him. Fighting them is a waste of time and energy. I need to look for a way back. This place was swarming with statues. Clenching his jaw, Neo made a quick decision. He turned toward the nearest entrance to the gap. Anywhere is better than here, he thought as he stepped into the gap. The familiar sensation of slipping returned. His body lost control as he tumbled through dimensions. He tried to stabilize himself to regain control of his movements, but nothing worked. Moments later, he crashed onto another cold, hard floor. The impact rattled his bones worse than before. A groan escaped his lips as he pushed himself up. Neo words were caught in his throat. The dimension was eerily similar to the last one. Dark sky, stone floor, mist and statues. Countless statues. Wait. These statues are different. They had 2 legs and 2 limbs. That was where the similarity with the previous statues ended. Among the new ones, some were enormous. Their heads seemed to touch the sky. Others were small, barely reaching his knees. All of them shared one thing in common. They were facing a single direction. Neo looked around. He stayed quiet, trying to avoid alerting the statues, but the moment he took a step forward, his senses screamed danger. Their necks snapped towards him. Neo froze as their mouths opened unnaturally wide, stretching far beyond the limits of anything remotely human. A bone-chilling shriek erupted from them. Get out! Get out! Their cries echoed, overlapping with one another, growing louder with each passing second. Neo didn't wait. He swiftly entered the gap again, not wasting any time. The familiar sensation of slipping through dimensions enveloped him. It was a disorienting mix of vertigo and weightlessness. I think I can move better this time. He believed he could control his movements after 2 tries. But he had been wrong. The moment he stepped into the gap, he slipped. The sensation of falling uncontrollably through the void was unpleasant. It lasted for 3 seconds before he crashed, hard, onto a cold, hard stone floor. Goddammit, not again. Groaning, Neo pushed himself up and scanned his surroundings. The same dark sky, the same lifeless stone floor, and countless statues, all facing in the same direction. There was one difference. The statues' appearances had changed. They no longer resembled humans, missing even with 2 arms and 2 legs that every statue in the previous dimension had. Some had long, serpentine tails that coiled beneath them, while others stood on 3 legs. Some statues floated eerily above the ground. The statues look like they are losing more of their humanity each time I slip into the gap. Less than a second had passed since Neo appeared in this dimension when one of the statues suddenly lunged toward him. Before Neo could react, its stone hand grabbed his face with crushing strength and slammed him into the ground. Impact sent a shockwave of pain through his body, leaving him stunned for a split second. Damn it, Neo thought, struggling to move. Before he could get back on his feet, more statues closed in on him. Their movements were swift. Each one was as strong as the first. Neo tried to escape into the gap again. A statue suddenly blocked his path. The entrance to the gap closed on its own, vanishing before his eyes. You guys can do that? He fought back with everything he had. The statues overwhelmed him with sheer numbers. Not only were there too many of them, but each one was at least exalted rank in strength. Give me a break, fuckers. The statues fought like wild, rabid monsters. Their movements were erratic, yet they were coordinating with each other. A few tried to bite into his skin. Neo had no room to breathe. His movements were restricted, and every attempt to create an opening for escape was thwarted. As he battled, he caught the faint sound of giggling. The air elementals. Their laughter echoed faintly, mocking him from somewhere he couldn't see. Neo clenched his teeth in frustration. He didn't have the time or energy to be angry at them. His focus remained on the statues as he fought with everything he had. Giant sword slashes capable of tearing continents flew through the air. Red lightning bolts crackled, surging across the battlefield like violent storms. Neo continued to kill the statues. No matter how many he destroyed, more statues emerged, seemingly infinite. I need a stronger attack, he thought. Neo took a deep breath and forced himself to be calm. The world around him blurred into the background as he tuned out the distractions. The sound of shattering stone, the crackle of lightning, the relentless screams of the statues. His grip on the sword's hilt tightened. Wisps of white energy began to gather around the blade. Neo didn't notice it happening. His focus was on a single point, on creating an attack as lethal as possible. A sword cuts. Unlike before, Neo abandoned any flashy or complicated techniques. He stripped his approach down to its core. He fused the intent of the most basic understanding of the sword, a sword cuts, into his blade. The air trembled as the blade moved. Humongous amount of power began to surge from Obitus. A blinding white slash flew out, slicing through the darkness like a beacon of destruction. It was smaller than his previous attacks, but the power contained within was unparalleled. The slash tore through the statues in its path with ease. The force of the attack left a deep gash in the stone floor, something none of his previous attacks had managed to accomplish. Modification of question 5, what is sword intent, is completed as user has created sword intent successfully. Neo had no time to celebrate his achievement. The statues suddenly grew frenzied, as if they had been wary of the power he had unleashed. They tried to finish him before he could use sword intent again. Just as he was on the verge of being overrun, the dark sky above shifted. It moved unnaturally, as if it was alive. Leave Neo alone, Donathert. Neo stay safe please. Neo. The voices of darkness echoed in his mind, growing louder with each word. The dark sky came crashing down like a tidal wave, crushed the statues in an instant. The impact sent a shockwave rippling across the floor, momentarily blocking more statues from approaching him. From the shadows, the darkness elementals emerged. Are you hurt? Are you hurt? Are you hurt? Their voices overlapped. Unlike the air elementals, who each spoke with distinct individuality, the darkness elementals repeated the same words over and over, like a broken tape recorder. Despite the unsettling way they spoke, Neo could sense a genuine concern in their voices. Calth space can help ya. Come out space help Neo. No. Suddenly, another voice appeared. This one was calm and collected. Help him. The darkness elementals pleaded. Chapter 384. Deadly Pranksters. Why should I? The calm voice replied. You'll help your loved one, he will help Soy u help to help him. The words of the darkness elementals were overlapping, but Neo could more or less understand them. Strangely enough, he felt a close connection to darkness. Help Neo. He frowned, as he picked up on the urgency in their tone. The darkness elementals seemed desperate to get him out of the dimension. A few darkness elementals noticed the confusion etched across Neo's face. They began to circle him. The Airtrichidia. Uarian forbidden lands. Leave quickly. Or will Natisiu, child. The calm voice of the space elementals resonated in Neo's ears, cutting through the chaotic whispers. Will you do as the darkness has said and help my loved one? Countless questions sprang to Neo's mind like an unending tide. What was loved one? Who was he that made the darkness elementals so terrified? Neo had no time to question the elementals. The statues outside began to break through the barrier of darkness. Their attacks caused cracks to spread across the barrier like a spiderweb. Okay, he said, making his decision in a split second. Very well, the space elementals replied. Neo blinked. He felt a sudden shift, like being yanked through layers of existence. He stumbled forward, and the air around him changed completely. In the next instant, Neo found himself back in the chamber where he had made his breakthrough just minutes ago. The walls had completed their repair, and the water he had spilled was still on the ground. For a moment, Neo questioned if any of it had even happened. If not for the torn fabric of his clothes and the deep bruises covering his body, he might have thought it was all an illusion. Neo let out a long breath. He sank to the cold stone floor. His chest rose and fell heavily as he recalled the past few minutes. Empathetic transcendence. Progress, 0%, 7%. Crownless King. Progress, 0%, 3%. Looks like Crownless King progressed thanks to Linklock. While Neo was checking the changes in status, a familiar voice boomed in his mind. Where did you disappear to? Wait, why are you injured? I don't know where I was. He leaned his head back against the wall. The air elementals taught me dimensional shift and… Are you fucking crazy? The voice cut him off, laced with disbelief and fury. You tried a dimensional shift movement without space affinity? Were you trying to be spirited away? Spirited away? Yes, spirited away. There are countless dimensions that overlap with our own. We don't know that since the dimensions exist in different frequencies. The Sphinx spoke as if it was explaining to a child. Normal dimensions were X, height, Y, length, and Z, depth. These three dimensions were fundamental to all worlds. The fourth and above dimensions, however, were unique to each world. The fourth dimension could be A1, time, for Planet 1, and it could be A4, light, for Planet 3. People can perceive and interact with worlds that has the same dimensions as them. Neo furrowed his brows as he listened. Moving between different dimensions is possible only when you have spatial perception to sense those dimensions. But getting lost after entering the gap is common for even them. Just having high space affinity mastery is not enough. The Sphinx's voice was filled with urgency and a suppressed irritation. Then why could I do that? That's what I'm trying to know. You don't have space affinity. Without it, you can't have spatial perception. Dimensional shift should be impossible for you. Maybe it was because I copied the movements of air elementals. Not having space perception and having space perception to enter the gap must be like a deaf person talking and a normal person talking. Naturally, the difficulty was insanely high for someone deaf. Or so Neo believed. And that's it. Are you joking with me? I don't think we are close enough to joke with each other. The Sphinx became silent. Neo could tell it was trying to process his words. It was his first time seeing the Sphinx lose composure like this. Seems like getting lost in dimensions and getting back is very rare, Neo realized. I shouldn't have listened to those little shits. The air elementals giggled as they floated around. They had been surprised when Neo returned from the gap. But their surprise was quickly overshadowed by excitement as the success of their prank sank in. Neo ignored their antics, knowing he couldn't do anything at the moment. He focused inwards. What I don't understand is how I could enter the gap. Just by listening to the Sphinx, I can tell it's something that needs a lot of training. Now that I think about it, wasn't it too easy for me to copy the movements of the air elementals? Neo clenched his fists. Something was amiss. He had managed to mimic the dimensional shift on the first attempt. It had been effortless for him. Neo's train of thought came to a screeching halt as the system screen in front of him flickered. There is a lot I want to say, but before that, complete your preparations and come meet me. Bring Elizabeth along with you. The Sphinx's words appeared in glowing text on the system screen. It no longer talked. What? Just do it. The screen went blank. It was Sphinx's way of saying their conversation had ended. Neo clicked his tongue. He ran a hand through his hair and straightened his clothes when he noticed something. Moments later, the space elementals began to stir in the surroundings. The space rippled, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. Silver lights danced around. As the silvery portal slowly began to materialize, Neo tried to communicate with the elementals. None of them responded. My trait isn't working? His brows furrowed. I was able to hear the elementals earlier, but I can't do it now. I guess I need to train the trait to use it properly. Despite the silence of the elementals, Neo could still sense their presence lingering in the air. However, the connection that once allowed him to converse with them seemed to have vanished. It was like a switch that turned on and off on its own. The portal finally materialized completely. A figure flashed through it and stopped before Neo. Show me your hand. Charlotte grabbed his wrist with an iron-liquid grip without waiting for his response. She began channeling her divine energy into him. Her energy came across the invisible barrier of world energy protecting Neo's body. The feedback was immediate. A surge of power repelled her energy, causing it to ricochet harmlessly away. All demigods and awakeners used energy as a barrier. It was to enhance their physical stats and defense, but the strength of Neo's barrier was unusual. His barrier was too strong and Charlotte couldn't pierce it. Boy! Charlotte raised her gaze to meet his eyes. The presence I felt a few minutes ago. Was it really you? Have you made a breakthrough exalted rank? Her words felt absurd to herself. Neo had been around Grade 1 Paragon a few days ago. It should have taken him a few years or decades to reach peak Paragon. Then, he would need to train extensively for more years to make a breakthrough, which had a very high chances of being a failure. Chapter 385. Exalted Rank and Second Chance. I haven't reached exalted rank. Charlotte's expression shifted rapidly. Neo's words seemed to bolster her thoughts. Her gaze flickered with countless emotions. Shock, disbelief, and finally acceptance. She sighed before releasing Neo's wrist. Congratulations, Neo Hargrave. Now you are one of the strongest warriors we have, she said. Thank you, Neo replied. He didn't bother explaining further. He knew that no matter what he said, Charlotte wouldn't believe him if he told her the truth, that he was Paragon, not exalted. Charlotte turned around. Follow me. The Sphinx told me you are going to take Elizabeth somewhere with you, she said. Oh? You don't know about it? Charlotte asked, noticing his expression of surprise. The Sphinx hasn't revealed the complete details to me, Neo replied. I see. Charlotte nodded thoughtfully. From what it told me, it will send you to some place to get the cure for Elizabeth. But that place is far. By the time you return with the cure, Elizabeth would no longer be with us. That's why it wants you to take Elizabeth with you, she explained. And you're okay with it? What if I can't get the cure and instead put Elizabeth in more danger? For one, everything seemed too convenient. It was as if Sphinx had another goal for which it was sending Elizabeth with Neo. Whatever task the Sphinx has for me seems to be dangerous. It's counterproductive to take Elizabeth along given her condition. Charlotte's steps slowed, and she turned to face him. I was worried before, but after seeing you now, I trust you. You are an exalted, and your track record speaks for itself. Above all, Elizabeth trusts you. Neo nodding with an imperceptible gaze. He stepped through the portal, and he found himself in Elizabeth's medical room. The room was quiet, except for the faint beeping of monitors and the soft whoosh of ventilators. Elizabeth lay on the bed. Her pale face was serene as if she lost in a fleeting dream. Go on. Use your shadow space, Charlotte said. Despite her words, Neo noticed the way her arms clutched tightly around herself. Her knuckles whitened, and her gaze lingered on Elizabeth. It was clear she was deeply worried about leaving Elizabeth in his care. Neo turned to Charlotte before he used his shadow space to bring Elizabeth along. "What about Amelia?" Charlotte stiffened. She looked to the side. "I will tell her I've sent Elizabeth to a healer." "So we're planning to lie to Amelia?" "Yes, because—" Charlotte's words trailed off, and her lips were pressed into a thin line. Her expression revealed everything. "Is she angry with me?" Neo asked. "Angry would be putting it very nicely. After you visited Elizabeth last time, Amelia ordered the guards to not let you in again." Charlotte sighed. Neo didn't know what kind of expression to make at the revelation. He made his decision after thinking carefully. "I will talk with Amelia and ask for her permission. She hates you, boy. I doubt she will leave her mother in your care. It's better than lying to her and—" Neo's gaze shifted toward the mermaid plushie resting beside Elizabeth's bed. He had left it there. If Amelia truly hated him, she would have thrown the plushie out without a second thought. "I think she will be okay with leaving Elizabeth in my care." "Fine." Charlotte left the room after making sure of Neo's decision. Neo was left alone, surrounded by the soft hum of medical equipment. He glanced back at Elizabeth. He stepped out of the room and leaned against the wall, waiting. It didn't take long for Amelia to arrive. Her footsteps were hurried. She froze for a moment when she noticed him. Recovering her composure, she brushed past him without a word and entered into Elizabeth's room. "Okay, maybe it won't be as easy as I thought it would be," he muttered with a bitter smile. Time dragged on as Neo waited outside. The hallways remained eerily quiet, the stillness broken only by the occasional soft whirring of distant machines. Hours passed. Finally, at 4 in the morning, the door to Elizabeth's room opened slightly. Amelia stepped out. She closed the door behind her gently, ensuring not to disturb her mother. "Why aren't you leaving?" she asked in a voice low but sharp. "I had something to talk to you about," Neo replied. Amelia stared at him for several long seconds before gesturing toward the hallway. "Let's talk somewhere else." "I don't want to disturb Mom." Neo nodded and followed her silently. They made their way to the cafeteria inside the building. Amelia stopped at a table by the window, and they both sat down. The view outside revealed a faint orange hue bleeding into the dark sky as the sun began to rise. Neo's gaze flicked to Amelia as she sat stiffly across from him. "Did she bring me here because she thought I was hungry?" he wondered, reading her intent. He wasn't trying to peek into her thoughts. He respected her privacy, but a glance at her intent gave him a general sense of her emotions, even if he didn't want to. They ate in silence, the clinking of utensils the only sound between them. Amelia poked at her food absent-mindedly. Finally, she broke the silence. "How are you?" "Oh." "Never mind. It's nothing," Amelia said quickly, looking away. Neo could sense her inner turmoil. She was struggling between her anger at him and the lingering concern she felt. He had returned from the shadow trial only a few days ago, only to disappear again. His sudden absence had worried his friends and Amelia. Her stone-cold expression, something she copied from Elizabeth, was her attempt at hiding the softer emotions beneath it. The realization made Neo smile faintly. Amelia's sharp eyes immediately caught it. "Why are you smiling? Is there something funny?" "No," Neo said under her glare. Silence settled between the two. Amelia's gaze remained fixed on her plate as she continued to poke at the remnants of her food. Neo, meanwhile, ate in silence. It wasn't until he finished his meal that Amelia opened her mouth. "What did you want to talk about?" she asked. "Are you going to listen to me, finally? Do I have a choice?" Amelia shot back with a glare. She crossed her arms and leaned back slightly. "Sean told me how you stupidly sat outside Professor Daniel's office for years, waiting for him to help you in awakening your time element. I bet you'd do something similar until I listened to you. I found a clue to heal Elizabeth and—" "No," Amelia cut him off. "I don't want your help to heal Mom. At least listen to what I have to say." "What will that do?" Amelia's voice rose slightly. "I can't trust you anymore." You're the reason why Mom is like that. Because you decided to do something on your own and used Mom for it. Her hands clenched into fists. Her chest rose and fell as she tried to steady her breathing, clearly holding herself back from shouting at him. Neo's gaze softened. Amelia, I know I've made a mistake. It's something that cannot be forgiven. But please, give me another chance. Neo cared about both Elizabeth and Amelia. That was why he was trying to save Elizabeth and why he didn't take her away without Amelia's permission. I want to correct my mistakes. Chapter 386. Limited time, a crazy task. Everwitch Violet. Correct your mistakes by doing what? What sort of genius plan do you have now? I bet it's something extremely dangerous again. Neo was about to reveal his deal with the Sphinx when screens appeared before him. No one should know you work for me. He wanted to question if the principal knew about it. Why was not Amelia allowed? But he knew Sphinx wouldn't answer him. Why are you silent? Did I hit the nail on the head? Amelia scoffed. You are right. It is something dangerous. Neo, then you should know that I won't. But it's our only choice. Elizabeth's soul has been corrupted by void, and if we don't do anything, she would die a true death. And you don't want that? Amelia replied. You, the heir of death, a person with high mastery of death, is worried about someone dying? That's the same as saying a high mastery water element user is afraid of water, Amelia said. Yes, I don't want that. I don't think death's a bad thing. Not if the person had lived a happy life and died a peaceful death. But both of us know Elizabeth's life was far from happy, and her death isn't something we can call peaceful, Neo replied. I want to make her happy. It's the only way I can correct my mistakes. Amelia's expression twisted. Her fists clenched tightly, and the knuckles turned white. She had a lot to say, but she held back. Although the principal had kept the truth of Elizabeth's actual condition from Amelia, she had an inkling about it. Neo's words confirmed the horrible truth. I hate this. Amelia's nails dug into her palms, leaving small crescent-shaped marks. All she could do was depend on others to save her family. The thought filled her with helplessness and rage. Amelia, do whatever you want. Amelia stood up and left the cafeteria. Her steps were hurried yet heavy. The slight tremble in her shoulders revealed her inner emotions. Neo remained seated for a few seconds before he stood up. There was no time to waste. Elizabeth didn't have long to live. He could think about Amelia's words after he had saved Elizabeth. He placed Elizabeth carefully in his shadow space. The shadowy tendrils enveloped her and pulled her into the safe confines of his hidden domain. Meeting with Sphinx was his next step. You took an awful lot of time. Time we don't have, the Sphinx said as Neo entered its chamber. The chamber was vast and dark. Like always, a table sat in the center with 2 chairs. Sphinx, in the faceless body, occupied the first chair. What do you mean by that? Neo asked, although he knew what the Sphinx was talking about. Elizabeth will die in 20 days. How do I save her? It was his way of saying he had accepted the Sphinx's request. Let's talk about your task first. The Sphinx snapped its fingers. The sound echoed through the chamber, and a giant 3D hologram appeared in the air. The hologram depicted a scene of the future. The apocalypse, where blood beasts, monstrous creatures from the Blood Sea, attacked the Luminara continent. I told you these monsters come from another place, not from the Blood Sea. Do you remember that? I do. These monsters come from another world that exists on the Blood Sea, the Sphinx explained. The Blood Sea exists in multiple worlds and dimensions, is what everyone thinks. But it's the opposite. Multiple worlds and dimensions float on the Blood Sea. Our world is one of those worlds, so is the Underworld, the Sphinx said. Get to the point. What's the task? I doubt you want me to go and fight those monsters. You can do that if you want, the Sphinx shrugged. After all, if you don't defeat those monsters, the Blood Sea War will happen in a few years, and the continent would be pushed to the brink of destruction. Neo frowned. The Sphinx's way of talking said plenty. The destruction of the continent didn't matter to it. Thousands of blood beasts will invade. Luminara would fall if the Blood Sea War happens as it did in the original timeline. Luminara had barely 100 exalted demigods. Among the invading blood beasts, the weakest were paragons, and they were cannon fodder. The main force consisted of exalted rank monsters. Your task is to subdue the world core and bring its world core to me. Neo blinked, confused. He wondered if he had misheard the Sphinx. Can you repeat what you just said? You need to go to the world from where the monsters would come, subdue that world's world core, and bring it to me. Neo looked at the monsters in the hologram and then back at the Sphinx. Are you fucking crazy? If it's a world that has so many powerful entities, then it has to be stage 2 or maybe even stage 3, and a stage 3 world will have fabled rank beings. Sphinx completed his words. That's why I'm sending you. You have the highest chance of completing the task. But don't worry. You will have help, and there is no guarantee that place has fabled rank beings, Sphinx said. Yeah, of course. Neo rolled his eyes. One of the things that Shadow World taught him was if something bad could happen, then it would happen. Fabled rank beings could be on that world. Yep, they were definitely there. And they would do everything to protect their world core. Sphinx ignored Neo's jab. It knew Neo had accepted the task and had no choice but to complete it. Ever-which violet flower is what you need to save Elizabeth, Sphinx revealed. A flower? Neo's eyebrows furrowed. The idea of something so delicate holding the key to Elizabeth's life seemed almost absurd. Yes. Ever-which violet is said to be capable of making anyone immortal. Even now, a lot of exalted demigods are searching for it. The flower will purify the void corruption Elizabeth has and heal her, Sphinx said. I'm guessing the flower is on that world? No, I have it with me. The Sphinx extended its hand and took out a flower from its spatial pocket. Its tightly closed indigo bud seemed to pulse with a faint, ethereal glow. Despite its beauty, something about it felt incomplete. You can have it. Saves you the time you would waste on searching for it. The Sphinx threw the flower. It floated through the air, landing gently in Neo's hand. He studied it. That flower hasn't bloomed. It needs an environment full of death, darkness, time, life, holy, and void elementals in high concentration to bloom. You won't find them on our continent, world, or underworld. Sphinx continued. One of my executioners has been on that world for ages. It was thanks to him that Akashic Record could predict the Blood Sea War. He has an ability that allows him to manipulate elementals. He is your only way to bloom that flower and save Elizabeth. Neo remained quiet. Inwardly, he was wondering if he could use his trait to bloom Ever-which Violet. The Sphinx must know about my trait. If it's not saying anything, then it means it's unlikely for me to reach that level in 20 days. Chapter 387, Ability to Adapt and Fate Weavers. Even if Neo could reach that level, the problem associated with the lack of void elementals on Luminara remained. Only void windows and the area around the bones beneath the continent would have void elementals. But if I go there, I won't be able to go to the world Sphinx wants me to go. I don't have enough time to go to both places. I can either go down and risk everything, hoping I get enough mastery in my empathic transcendence to make Ever-which Violet bloom. Or I can go where Sphinx wants me to go and hope the guy it told me about helps the flower bloom. Neo thought about his choices carefully. The best choice is to meet this executioner guy. I will train my trait on the way there. If I reach enough mastery in my trait before I meet him, I can use the void elementals to bloom the flower myself. If not, then I can use that guy. It shouldn't be a problem since it seems to know Sphinx. Neo's brows furrowed. Still, to think someone other than me had the ability to converse with elementals. There was another person Neo knew with a similar ability. Cain. Cain's ability to use incantations worked due to the fact he could talk with the elementals on a friendly basis. That was Cain's trait. Thinking about it reminded him of Cain's end. Neo's mood dampened. While he was drowned in thoughts, the Sphinx mistook his silence as confusion. It explained its words again, this time in more details. Akashic Records isn't omniscient. It has many imperfections. These imperfections disappeared over time as Akashic Record evolved. Now, there are only a few things that are in the blind spot of Akashic records. For one, it can't predict your existence or future, Sphinx explained. So the entire information of future inside Akashic record is wrong? Neo asked. If I change the future, doesn't that mean whatever knowledge Akashic record has stored will be now outdated? Yes and no. Sphinx snapped its fingers. The hologram disappeared, and a giant cube appeared in its place. One of the sides of the cube was missing, allowing them to see its inside. Countless tiny worlds floated within the cube. Akashic record can create instances of future. Whenever something that wasn't predicted happens, the Akashic record creates a new instance that follows after the unpredictable change. Sphinx noticed Neo's expressionless face. It thought he was unable to understand the explanation. Snapping its finger, it created a hologram of 3 bowling lanes. Suppose a person, me, is bowling in lane 1. The instance, or knowledge if you call it, stored in Akashic record shows that in the future I will hit all bowling pins and get a strike. A miniature Sphinx appeared in the hologram. It bowled and got a strike. This is the original instance. Now you enter the picture and kick the ball, throwing it into lane 2. This is a future that wasn't predicted. The hologram followed Sphinx's words. Neo's projection appeared inside it. After you kick the ball and it enters lane 2, the Akashic record will create a new instance, where the ball has been thrown to lane 2 and rolling there. In other words, it's using your actions as a basis to predict and create a new instance. I see, Neo nodded. It's like Akashic record updated the stored knowledge to fit the present, and using that new present, it will predict a more correct future. You are right. This is the ability of Akashic record. The ability to adapt, which is why it can predict future even if people like you exist. There are more people like me? Yes and no, the Sphinx said. You are the only one who is from Earth yet does not exist in Akashic records. However, there are people who exist in Akashic records, and they can act outside the realms of the predicted possibilities of the future. They are called fate weavers. Morrigan de Montaigne, your fiancée, she is one of those. Neo's brows rose slightly. So that's why Morrigan was growing much faster than in the novel. The novel was written based on the normal instances stored in Akashic records. In other words, the Morrigan in there wasn't a fate weaver, or her abilities were incomplete. Since the Akashic record didn't include her obvious powers, the future it predicted was wrong. It's normal for her to grow much faster in reality. Neo's thoughts abruptly stopped as a thought came to him. Morrigan was a war empress according to what he knew. But now it seemed her potential was much higher. It's good news, I guess. He smiled. Do you understand everything now? The Sphinx questioned. Not everything. Neo shook his head. What's so special about fate weavers? Are fate weavers the only people whose future can't be predicted? Fate weavers can read, and to some extent manipulate fate. I can give you a proper explanation about this, but it will take a lot of time. Ask the other executioners who will travel with you about this. They will answer you. The Sphinx added, as for your other question, Akashic records can predict the future only of Earth and the worlds connected to the Underworld. That means you can't predict the future of anyone from outside, like outer gods and wandering gods. Neo interjected, completing the Sphinx's words. The instances inside Akashic records were limited to Earth. They had the knowledge of only about Earth and those connected to it, since it was built that way. Thus, if any entity interfered from outside, their actions couldn't be predicted. So that's why you want me to go to another world and bring its world core. I suppose you want to assimilate it into Akashic records, and that is how Akashic records will be able to predict the future for that world too? Neo questioned. Correct. Another question. Why are you answering my questions so readily? He stared at Sphinx with a steady gaze. It wasn't like Sphinx to be helpful. Chapter 388. Extra Reward. You accepted my task. Now you are an executioner. Information is something I am always willing to give to the executioners of Akashic records. Not all information, of course, but enough that most of their doubts can be answered. Neo raised an eyebrow. Until now, he had gone through hell whenever he wanted an answer from Sphinx. He could get the answers for free after becoming an executioner. If this was a sales pitch, Neo was sold. I'm an executioner? First time I'm hearing about it. You are one now, the Sphinx said. To be exact, you are the 9th executioner. The 4th, 7th, and 8th will come with you to the other world, and you will find the first executioner there. I thought I was the only one who knew about all this. They don't know about the Blood Sea War, and their mission is different from yours. So what is their mission? I can't tell you that. Then how do I know their mission isn't to deal with me after I subdue the world core? The Sphinx began to laugh loudly, faced Neo's question. Why do you think I will tell them to backstab you? Because you are a little bitch. I really like how you never hold back your words. I'm not very happy to know you like me. The Sphinx chuckled again. You don't need to worry. I'm not stupid enough to try backstabbing someone who has the potential to defeat a world and is a dotted prince of the underworld. As for your other answer, here it is. The Sphinx snapped its fingers. A ball of intent materialized above its hand and flew into Neo's head. Information about how to make Obitus a completed sacred treasure appeared in Neo's mind. Neo took a look at it and stared at the Sphinx. What? Don't tell me you think the technique I gave you is a fraud, the Sphinx said. No, it's genuine. I can tell that, Neo replied. Then why are you frowning? Give me more rewards. What? Rewards? Give me more of them. You don't really think what you gave me is enough for the task, do you? I have to go to another planet, fight its beings almost all alone, and quite a lot of them are possibly higher ranked than me. Then I have to subdue the world core. All this is without mentioning I might have to face a fabled rank being. They are just one rank higher than Exalted, but I think both of us know what kind of monsters they are. Despite the Sphinx being expressionless, Neo felt as if it was looking at him with an incredulous gaze. Aren't you a bit too shameless? Asking for a reward after I gave you a legendary flower like the Ever-Witch Violet. One flower against a world. Doesn't look like a fair trade to me. It's a fair trade. You get to save Elizabeth thanks to my help. I don't really need your help to save Elizabeth. I can open a portal to the underworld, take her there, and have a Grim Reaper with holy affinity deal with her corruption. Neo said. You can't do that, the Sphinx scoffed. Helping a living being would go against the rules of the underworld, and the Grim Reapers would be stripped of their powers. You are right, but you know what? Neo smirked. If I ask them to do it, they will do it happily. Besides, they will be stripped of their power. I just need to choose a Grim Reaper who is about to retire. They would lose their powers either way after they step down from the position of Grim Reaper, so they won't hesitate to help me. Then why aren't you doing it? The Sphinx questioned sarcastically. You don't need my help. I'm not doing it as it will be disrespectful to the Grim Reapers to ask them to sacrifice their powers for me. Then you can't do it. It will be disrespectful from my perspective. From their perspective, it's an honor to serve me, the second prince. The Sphinx fell silent. While Neo's words were boastful, they were, unfortunately for the Sphinx, true. Neo's main reason for accepting the task was to grow stronger and remove his bloodline's curse. Another reason was he didn't want to make Grim Reapers suffer to help Elizabeth. Trading one life for another wasn't his goal. Of course, he didn't reveal that to Sphinx. He let Sphinx believe he would use GRM Reapers to save Elizabeth, even though he wouldn't do that. Fine, the Sphinx said, clearly unhappy. What reward do you need? Future, Neo replied without hesitation. The Sphinx thought about his words. In the end, it had no other choice. Fine. Whose future do you want to know? Mom and Dad's current reincarnation's future. I want to know. Neo stopped speaking when he noticed the Sphinx's confused look. Current reincarnation? The Sphinx asked, its tone laced with surprise. The Sphinx doesn't know about reincarnations? Neo frowned. Only 3 people knew about the curse. Neo, Henry, and Bale. All of them had ways to hide information from Akashic records. Neo was not recorded in the Akashic records. The Sphinx couldn't see him talking about the bloodline curse inside the instance within the Akashic records. All Sphinx could see about Neo was his status screen. Henry had a connection to an outside entity. His actions could be predicted by the Akashic records, but the predictions would be mostly wrong. It made sense that in the Akashic records' predicted future, Henry didn't know about the bloodline curse. But what about Bale? How is he hiding this information from the Akashic records? In hindsight, it made sense. Bale was one of the strongest, possibly the strongest person on Earth, and he was the guardian of Earth's core. Someone as strong and long-lived as him must have prepared countermeasures against the Akashic records. So the two people Henry brought to the house are your parents' reincarnation, the Sphinx said, having pieced together some clues. Chapter 389, Blessings. Just when Neo thought the Sphinx would question him about the reincarnation, its words surprised him. I don't know why Hades has reincarnated, but I can't predict his future. He is too strong. The Akashic record is like a supercomputer capable of predicting the future. Where do you think the energy to run this computer is coming from? The Sphinx questioned. Neo remained silent, and the Sphinx continued. It's a power source named causality. Predicting the future consumes causality. Creating new instances consumes causality. Everything the Akashic records does consumes causality. The Sphinx explained. The stronger a person is, the higher the causality needed to predict their future, the Sphinx said. Isn't the knowledge of their future already in the Akashic records? Neo asked. It's outdated knowledge, the Sphinx replied. People like you have created massive butterfly effects and changed the entire future. Now, to predict the future of powerful people again, it consumes too much causality. The Akashic records doesn't do it unless it's an emergency. Before Neo could say anything, the Sphinx added. Hades' future can't be predicted even if the Akashic records consumes all of the stored causality. Trust me, I've tried, and it almost caused the Akashic records to shut down. Neo clicked his tongue. He had been hoping to use this chance to see how the curse would try to kill George and Mira and use that information to his advantage. You know, Neo suddenly said, an irritated expression spreading across his face. Have you seen that meme about the super strong enemy boss joining your team and turning out to be useless? I haven't. Why are you asking me about it? Look in the mirror. The joke will give you a good laugh. The Sphinx felt insulted. The Akashic Record Administrator looked through the records to find out the information about the meme and use it to counterattack. Unfortunately, there was nothing about it. If you can't show me the future of Dad, show me the future where Arthur and others go for the bone excavation, Neo said, his tone shifting back to seriousness. Oh, you want to use your reward for that? Yes, Neo replied. He did not feel ashamed of extorting the rewards out of the Sphinx before he started the task. You lucked out on this one, the Sphinx said. It snapped its fingers, and a new hologram appeared. The hologram showed Mars, with long flaming red hair, attacking Jack, who was using corrupted undeads. Sean, Clara, Nathan, Luna Barton, and Morrigan's corpse lay on the ground. Arthur was in a half-dead state, alive but not for long. You don't seem surprised by it, the Sphinx said as it studied Neo's reaction. I'm very surprised, Neo replied. He was not lying, not fully at least. It's more or less as I expected it to go. How much do you know? The Sphinx questioned Neo seriously. Know what? About the thing inside Mars. Inside him? Neo blinked in surprise as he acted. Does he walk about with things inside him? He has a wandering god sealed inside his body. The wandering god's power has caused Mars' body to be strained to the limit. It left him unable to grow stronger. Removing the seal will allow the wandering god to escape. Mars' body can be healed after that, but there is a high chance the wandering god will take over Mars' body, the Sphinx explained. It stared at the screen. Which is what happened there. Of course that happened. You planned for it, Neo said, his tone calm but accusatory. You told Jack that removing the seal would save Mars, but you never told him about the dangers that came with it. You know about the seal, the Sphinx pointed out. Jack told me about it inside the shadow world, Neo replied with a shrug. Then how do you know about the dangers of breaking the seal without the proper method? I guessed after seeing the hologram. Neo could tell his response irritated the Sphinx. He ignored its frustration and opened his mouth. I've got my answers. I'm ready to leave. Tisk. The Sphinx made sure Neo heard the click of its tongue before it added. Go to the Breach City harbor at the southernmost tip of the continent. The other executioners are waiting for you there. Okay. Before Neo could turn around to leave, the Sphinx took out a black mask from its spatial pocket and gave it to Neo. You'll need it soon. Neo nodded and took the mask. As soon as he touched it, 2 streams of immensely powerful intent burst out from it. They flowed into Neo. He could have stopped them, but he did not do so after sensing what was within the 2 intents. The intents flowed into his seed of existence and became a part of it. Neo felt a change in his body. His senses were strengthened, and his physical appearance got a huge boost, turning him much more handsome. Some of his scars disappeared. Seems like you recognize what those are, the Sphinx said. Blessings, Neo said. Quite useful ones at that. They are mine and Artemis blessings. We give them to all executioners, the Sphinx said. It didn't want to give the blessings to Neo after he extorted rewards from it. However, the blessings were too useful, and the Sphinx needed Neo to complete his task at all costs, which was why it was helping him and rewarding him generously. Can you guys give your blessings so easily to others? We can. Of course, the number is limited, and since, unlike gods who give their blessings to only direct descendants, which are few in number, we give ours to multiple people, which forces us to limit the number of users unless we want the blessing's effect to be weakened. User has gained multiple blessings. Hidden condition achieved. Blessing section will be added to the user's status screen. Neo stared at the screens that appeared before his eyes. Blessing, Hadean Light, Wiseman's Insight, Lunar Grace. Chapter 390. Blessings. 2. Hadean Light. Boosts elemental control, elemental power, and physical stats by 300%. Level 1. Judgment. Level max. Sealed. Springbloom. Level 1. Hell Descent. Level 1. Wiseman's Insight. Detailed Inspect. Foresight. Lunar Grace. Appearance, stamina, and fertility boost by 500%. Boosts Dark-type affinities elemental control by 100%. Infinite Mana. Wayfarer. Neo stared at the screen in front of him. Blessing of Underworld, Hadean Light, was more or less what he expected. However, the levels surprised him. It seemed his blessing could grow stronger. His brows furrowed as he read further. Wiseman's Insight must be the name of Sphinx's blessing, he thought. It has easy-to-understand and useful abilities. His gaze landed on the next blessing and his lips twitched in disbelief. But what the fuck is wrong with Lunar Grace? Fertility, really? Neo shifted his gaze toward the Sphinx. The administrator of Akashic Record raised its hands in a gesture of surrender. Don't look at me like that, the Sphinx said. It's not my fault the perverted moon is always thinking about those things. Why add it to the blessing? It's not helpful to my combat strength. Neo scowled. The screen flickered, and a new line of text appeared. It will help you build your own little army. What? Neo froze. It's not me, the Sphinx said quickly, waving its hand. The intent of Artemis within you said whatever it did. Neo groaned. It just said. I don't want to know, the Sphinx interrupted. This unusual reaction made Neo pause. Seeing the Sphinx, who normally brimmed with curiosity, retreat like this reminded him just how insane Artemis could be. Only one thing ever seemed to be in her mind. This is gonna be a fucking headache? Neo muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. Fucking? Who are we fucking? The message on the screen made Neo's eye twitch. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to focus on calm himself. The blessing is useful. Don't erase the intent. Don't do it, he repeated to himself like a mantra. Clicking his tongue in irritation, he diverted his attention to another. What's with this infinite mana blessing? Is it really infinite? Kind of. The moon is a stage 2 planet, so its energy reserves are huge, comparable to Earth's. Only executioners have direct access to it. It's essentially infinite, since it's used by only 9 people. Neo nodded. The idea of having infinite mana was fascinating. While mana was a lower quality energy compared to divine energy, and far lower in quality than pure world energy, its sheer abundance more than made up for the difference. I always wanted to try spamming spells. He could already picture himself unleashing a rain of mimicked meteors. After checking his blessing, Neo turned around to leave. He was about to step out of the hall when he suddenly stopped. "Tell the principal to take Morrigan as her disciple," he told the Sphinx. The Sphinx raised an eyebrow. "That isn't supposed to happen until the start of second-year classes. Morrigan needs the Godslayer weapon Charlotte bought from the auction. It will raise her chances of survival when they go for bone excavation. The only way she gets that weapon is by becoming Charlotte's disciple," Neo explained. "Not even trying to hide you know the future anymore, are you?" The Sphinx let out a soft scoff. It waved its hands lazily, as if in no mood to listen to Neo's excuses. "Consider it done." "Got it." He stepped through the silvery portal without another word. The world shifted around him, and in an instant, Neo found himself back in his dorm room within the academy. Just as he appeared, a screen materialized before him. Quest: Save Elizabeth de Beaufort. Reward: Awakening of Nightmare Element, Void Field Spell, Crownless King EXP plus 50%, Empathic Transcendence EXP plus 50%. Failure: Ire of Amelia de Beaufort. Time limit: 20 days. Accept/reject. Accept. Neo spoke in his mind and the screen vanished. He turned toward the door and prepared to move, attempting to use Shadow Step to enter Felix's room. However, as soon as he tried, an invisible barrier surrounding Felix's dorm room stopped him in his tracks. Why does the academy have such good security? If it was a villain infiltrating, I bet this shit barrier wouldn't work. Clicking his tongue, he spoke a little louder. "Principal, please open Felix's dorm room. I need to give something to him." There was no response. Neo frowned. The principal must have heard him with her exalted rank senses. She was probably ignoring him deliberately. He crossed his arms, tapping his foot. "I wonder if I can fix the door after smashing it," he thought, weighing his options. Just as he was about to act, the door opened with a quiet shush. "Thank you," Neo muttered before stepping inside. Felix's room was neat and smelled faintly of lavender, likely from an air freshener set near the entrance. Neo made his way to the bedroom and noticed a thin layer of dust on the furniture. "How long has it been since he came to his room?" he murmured. He moved to the training room next. It was completely different. The smell of gunpowder lingered in the air, mixing with the metallic tang of spent ammunition. Training dummies riddled with bullet wounds stood scattered across the room, and some of them appeared to have been damaged recently. "This place is good enough. It's clear Felix comes here regularly," Neo remarked. Neo took out a small vial from his shadow space. He made a small cut on his palm and let his blood drip into the vial. Once the vial was filled, he pulled out a piece of paper and quickly scribbled a note. "God-slaying blood. Use it preciously. From Neo." Neo placed the vial and note in a spot where Felix wouldn't miss it, ensuring it was noticeable. "This should be good enough for their excavation mission," Neo muttered. He gave the room one last glance and left. The air in the hallway was cool. Neo focused inwards. "Where are you?" he called out to Beelzebub. The response came from a nearby place. Neo opened his eyes and began to move towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria was a sprawling, brightly lit space with long tables and chairs arranged in neat rows. The scent of various dishes, roasted meats, fresh bread, and rich stews, filled the air. A group of seats was covered in a gloomy aura. It belonged to Arthur and his friends. They ate slowly, too exhausted to move. "Maybe the training is too much?" Neo chuckled softly. "I guess it shouldn't take them long to defeat my intent clone at this rate." He scanned their table and spotted Beelzebub swimming in a large bowl of soup. The caterpillar flailed helplessly, struggling to escape the thick broth it had been eating until now, and come out to meet Neo. Neo raised an eyebrow. The bastard had grown significantly during the time they were apart. "You've become a fat ass," Neo told Beelzebub. A snort came as response from his mental link. Jack, seated at the table closest to Beelzebub, noticed his frantic movements. His eyes widened slightly as he realized what was happening. He stood up and picked Beelzebub out of the bowl, ignoring the odd looks from others. "Where are you going?" Felix asked, his voice tired and his eyes half-lidded as he glanced up from his plate. Chapter 391, Hard Decisions. "Out for a walk," Jack replied in a casual tone. Although the excuse was blatantly weak, no one called him out on it. Jack's condition had left them all feeling sympathetic. Jack had somehow lost his powers after returning from the shadow trial. It was a devastating blow for him. Felix and Arthur sometimes noticed him crying when he thought no one was watching. To support him, they tried to stay close, but sometimes they gave him space, like now, to let him relax and sort his thoughts. "Where have you been for the past weeks?" Jack asked. "And why didn't you come inside? Everyone would be happy to meet you." Jack stared at Neo, holding Beelzebub carefully in his hands as the caterpillar grumbled and wriggled, soup dripping from its round body. Neo had grown visibly. He seemed a head taller, and his skin gave out a healthy glow. "It's fine. I'm short on time and they're tired. It's better to let them rest." While they spoke, Neo used his intent to scan Jack's body. He found no trace of void elements awakening. "Jack was using void element with his necromancy in the future Sphinx showed me," Neo thought. "How is that possible? Jack is corrupted by void, but that void is mimicked shadow element, even if it came from a 100% synchro world." Neo frowned. Sure, mimicked void can corrupt his core and cause him to lose powers, but it shouldn't be able to awaken the actual void element. He doesn't have void affinity. Shadow elements can't give it to him. Jack's status screen had void affinity, since the Akashic record saw him using it in the future. The Akashic record didn't have much information about 100% synchro shadow worlds. It couldn't predict everything related to those worlds, especially since they weren't connected to Earth. The records must have assumed that the void affinity Jack gained from there was real. But that doesn't explain how Jack used void affinity inside that vision. And how can the Akashic record make such a simple mistake? Even if the Akashic record thought Jack had received void affinity, it should have predicted others' futures and realized Jack had no void affinity in them. Jack's future and others' future would have been like trying to piece together wrong pieces of puzzle. The vision of predicted future shouldn't form since the pieces didn't fit. But there was a vision. Neo saw it. It meant Jack having void affinity was a consistent detail in everyone's future, causing Akashic record to believe this was the correct future. Something like this can only happen when Jack got his void affinity from another source and the Akashic record didn't realize it. Neo's eyes narrowed. It already believed Jack got void affinity from the shadow world, and it predicted a future like that. Putting two and two together, it had no reason to not believe Jack got his void affinity from somewhere else. Neo's thoughts churned. Who gave Jack void affinity? Neo was lost in thought when Jack's voice broke through the silence. "What's wrong? You look like you were thinking about something serious." Neo blinked, turning to face Jack, who stood a few steps away. "Did something strange happen to you in the past few days? Did someone shady come to meet you?" Neo asked. "No," Jack answered, confused. His expression made it clear he had no idea what Neo was referring to. "Forget about it," Neo said, shaking his head slightly. "I'm here to tell you about the excavation mission." "What about it?" Jack asked, straightening slightly. "You guys will fail, and everyone except Arthur and you will die." Jack's expression stiffened, but there was no surprise or fear in his eyes. "I see." Jack's words trailed off. "You guys failed because you opened the seal on Mars wrongly," Neo explained. "Are you sure?" Jack asked. "I am sure about it. As for the correct method of unsealing, no one knows it honestly." "Then," You guys need to awaken your void affinity and use it along with death as chaos to slowly corrupt the seal and break it successfully. It should work that way, in theory at least. If you think you can't do that, then don't try to remove the seal, Neo said. Okay, but who is you guys? Arthur and you. Arthur has void affinity? Jax questioned, surprised. He does, Neo confirmed, and he thought. He was bred to be the perfect warrior. Of course, he has void. Neo gave Jack a few more warnings. Be careful, Neo said finally with a small encouraging smile. He was about to leave when Jack suddenly called out to him. Neo, you should come with us. Neo stopped and turned around. If we fail and Mars goes on a rampage, then we need someone to subdue him. Yeah, that's why I'm explaining everything to you. I trust you enough to know you can handle it. It's impossible for me. Jack's voice wavered, and he clenched his fists. Shadow Window and Shadow World. In both places, he had done nothing to help. Worse, he had caused more damage. What if I make a mistake again? I'm not strong enough to handle. Then be strong, Neo interrupted Jack. If you can't do that, don't remove the seal. Or ask my brother for help. He'll get you someone strong enough to hold off Mars' rampage. Neo activated his shadow jump spell before Jack could respond. His figure melted into the shadows in an instant, and he disappeared without another word. Jack stood there, alone. I hope I did the right thing by pushing him like that, Neo thought. As much as he wanted to help, Neo understood that this was something Jack had to overcome on his own. He had to stand back on his 2 feet. He really doesn't know how to talk, Jack chuckled. He understood Neo's intentions were good. Now I need to find a way to break the news to everyone. He took one last look where Neo had disappeared into and returned to the cafeteria. You are back already? Arthur questioned. Chapter 392. Essence and Moon's Demand. Were you with Neo? Felix suddenly asked with narrowed eyes. Jack was surprised by the accuracy of her guess. I was. How did you know, though? Veneth told me, Felix replied. The snake spirit, visible only to her, coiled lazily around her shoulders. Why did he leave without meeting us? He said he was busy. His words dampened the group's mood. The warmth of the food now seemed less comforting. It was clear Neo was involved in something dangerous again. He hadn't met them because he didn't want them to worry. If it had been before, Felix and the others would have been angry. They would have demanded to know why Neo hadn't told them what he was doing and insisted they could help. But that wasn't possible anymore. They were too weak to stand alongside Neo. If they tried to help him, they would only become a burden. The realization stung. It left a bitter taste in their hearts. Jack noticed the heavy atmosphere and decided to change it, forcing a grin onto his face. I don't think it's something dangerous, he said. Remember Professor Anna? She's also on leave. Felix's eyes flicked back to him. What are you trying to say? Morrigan told us Neo met with her. He bought her a plushie, Jack said with mischievous expression. Hee, I bet something is going on between those two. They must have gone somewhere together. Somewhere they can. Jack trailed off. His knowing smile stretched wider. His implication caused the others to exchange awkward, confused glances. A faint flush of embarrassment crept onto the faces of Sean and Nathan. Arthur cleared his throat, breaking the silence. I don't think Professor Anna would be involved with a student. She doesn't seem like someone who would do that. No, I think Jack is right. Those two always had this weird air around each other. Also, you might not have noticed, but Professor Anna was always biased in Neo's favor. Felix said and then thought. Even during the S-rank mission slot competitions, Professor Anna went against the principal and took our Neo's side. The group began to whisper among themselves excitedly. The tension from earlier melted away, replaced by the light-hearted distraction of gossip. Jack, pleased with himself, eagerly added more fuel to the fire. His gestures exaggerated as he recounted other clues to support his theory. He knew Neo was going to absolutely thrash him later. He decided to leave the future problems for the future him and have fun now. They suddenly stopped talking when Morrigan put the spoon down with force. It made a loud noise. "I'm full. I'll go train now." Morrigan left without another word. The group was left in a stunned silence. "No way. No way," Felix muttered with a shocked face. Her wide eyes darted towards the door. "Don't tell me she is jealous. That's just your imagination. This is Morrigan we are talking about. Even the reason she became Neo's fiancée was for food," Clara said. She looked at Morrigan's disappearing back and continued, "I think she is worried her free food fiancé ticket will disappear if the news about Professor Anna and Neo is true. There is no way she is jealous. Why not? Maybe she had a crush on him. No sane person will have a crush on that madman." Clara rolled her eyes. Their first meaningful interaction was Neo grabbing Morrigan and jumping down from a cliff. "Why yeah," Felix smiled, recalling that day. Neo felt a chill crawl up his spine. "Why do I feel like someone is talking bad about me?" He glanced around before he shook his head, dismissing the thought. He focused on the task in front of him. The small shop in front of him had a flickering neon sign above the door. He entered and bought a super extra-large singing set along with tens of thousands of songs downloaded on the device. The shopkeeper gave him a strange look but said nothing, quickly completing the transaction. The angel inside his shadow space, Valkyria, complained almost immediately when he gave them to her. "The material of the music set is not made from void-resistant material. It will break soon. It's time you learnt how to control your void affinity. You are always blasting it in all directions like there is no tomorrow," Neo said. "If you can't do it and the music set breaks, I won't buy more for you." "Fuck you, bastard. I asked for something that would entertain me, not a training device," Valkyria shouted at irritably. "I'll take it back if you don't want it. Fuck off." Neo left the shadow space after settling the matter with Valkyria. He chuckled as he thought how the angel would be caring about a device that was not even 1/10 of its size. He started to move towards the southernmost point of the continent. The shadow jump spell allowed him to travel at high speed, but it wasn't enough. An hour later, he stopped. "This isn't going to work. At my current speed, it will take me a few days to reach the destination." Neo didn't have time to waste. He needed to be fast if he wanted to save Elizabeth. He took out his Grim Reaper badge and spoke into it. "Cerberus, can you tell Veldora I called for him?" The badge shook as if nodding, its faint vibrations echoing through his palm. Without hesitation, he moved towards the towering mountain range in the next city. It would be a disaster if Veldora arrived inside a city. The badge began to glow as soon as Neo reached a clearing near the mountain's base. A pale black light shot out from it, piercing the sky. The light seemed to shatter as it hit the heavens, scattering like broken glass before reforming into a swirling black portal. Shadows danced around the edges of the portal as an oppressive presence filled the air. With a mighty roar that shook the earth, Veldora descended from the portal. His immense form blotted out the sun. "I need your help to go somewhere," Neo said as Veldora landed with a thunderous impact. The ground trembled beneath his weight. The dragon lowered his head, bowing before him. "It will be my pleasure, Prince." Moments later, Veldora took to the skies with Neo on his back. There rushed no winds just like last time, and the world below turned into a blur of greens and browns. The ancient dragon's speed was astonishing. "We need only an hour at this speed," Neo thought. "I might be a paragon, but my combat strength should be around early exalted." He glanced at the massive form beneath him. "Veldora is also exalted rank. Both of us are around the same rank, but the difference between our strength is like day and night. He only needs an hour to cover the distance that would take me days." Neo closed his eyes, steadied his breathing, and mediated on Veldora's back. The rhythmic beating of the dragon's wings was soothing. He began to read the information Sphinx had given him. It told him how to transform Obitus into a complete sacred treasure. "Condense your world energy into essence," the instructions read. "Fuse that essence with your sacred treasure until it is completed." Neo reread the information. Isn't this too simple? As if responding to his skepticism, A moon's intent spoke directly into his mind. Its words transformed into letters that appeared before him. It's not simple at all. Worlds take thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years, to complete the sacred treasure. Your case is a bit different, of course. But that doesn't mean it's going to be simple. Neo waited, expecting more information. But it never came. Why did you stop talking? Stop talking? I thought it was the end of the convo. Lol. Neo's brow twitched. Just tell me why my case is weird. You really want to know? Yeah, Neo said, suppressing the feeling that Moon was getting more relaxed with him and going to say something absolutely moronic. Pay me with 1 hour of bed action scenes if you want the information. What? Sex? It said, as if Neo had not understood its connotation. Let me watch some good old fucking. Neo closed his eyes. He focused inwards, shutting out the absurdity of Moon's demand. His will surged like a torrent. It condensed into world energy, and he tried to condense even more. Is it me, or did you just ignore me? Neo ignored the text. Bah, stop acting like a saint. There is no swordsman who doesn't like to swing his sword. The corner of Neo's lips twitched. Swinging his sword was the last thing on his mind. He had a lot of things to accomplish and he was short on time. Moon's intent harumphed. It stopped talking when it realized Neo wouldn't reply. If Neo was going to be stubborn, then Moon's intent could do the same. It refused to give any information until Neo plowed a holy land. Of course, it would still fulfill its role as a blessing. The information it could give, however, was not part of the blessing, which was why Moon's intent demanded a price for it. Dozens of minutes passed as Neo concentrated. Beads of sweat rolled down his nape, dampening his shirt. World energy began to manifest around him. It looked like white flames, flickering and wavering in the still air. But a closer look revealed something else. The flames were not flames at all but were instead formed from thousands of thin threads of energy gathered together. Neo grunted as he pushed himself further. His muscles tensed, and his focus sharpened. Each thread of energy bent to his will as he tried to condense the white flames into essence. Chapter 393, Essence Collection Plan. The world energy refused to condense. It was like trying to compress a stone with hands. With nowhere to go, it started to tremble, but Neo forced it to condense. The white threads trembled and flailed around. The energy within him started to rampage. His breath hitched, and his hands shook. The white flames began to burn the air around him. He withstood the pain, and, after what felt like hours, condensed all of the world energy into a single strand of essence. His chest heaved. A glowing white thread floated before Neo. He had to expend all of his mental energy to create it. I don't think I can create more world energy for now. He had trouble speaking. His chest rose and fell irregularly. He had to wait until his mental strain disappeared before he could try to create more world energy. It would take hours, given the exhaustion he was feeling. Next, he tried to combine the single essence with Obitus. The world seemed to shift around the glowing thread. It contained enough energy to power the Stage 0 Earth for a decade. The fusion was much easier, perhaps because Obitus helped him in it by sharing the mental burden. Obitus. Type. Sacred treasure. Incomplete. Ability. Harmonization. Essence. 1/1000. A screen appeared in front of Neo. He had never seen it before. This must be one of the benefits of the status screen update. His eyes fell on the essence numbers and he frowned. I need to recover for 7 to 8 hours after creating a single essence. That means I can create only 3 essence a day. It would take me 334 days to turn Obitus into a complete sacred treasure. Neo's expression was far from good. The worst part is that creating essence is so hard that I can't do anything else with it. And after creating essence, I'm too exhausted to move, let alone fight. Neo needed 334 days if he did absolutely nothing but create essence. He needed a better way. I can try to use true darkness to devour the monster's seed of existence. It should strengthen my own seed of existence, which will indirectly strengthen my mind. meaning I can create world energy faster and recover at a quicker speed. Since Seed of Existence was a bundle of one's existence, the stats it would give should, no matter what, strengthen Neo's mind. Luck didn't matter. The only problem was he would need to devour a large number of strong monsters. "We are about to reach the destination, Prince," Veldora said. His voice snapped Neo out of his thoughts. Neo stared into the distance. Several cities and sprawling fields lay between them and their destination. Neo's senses easily pierced through the miles, focusing on the faint energy signature ahead. A crimson sunset painted the sky, casting long shadows over the jagged cliffs below. "Should I use it?" Neo murmured to himself, pulling out the plain black mask Sphinx had given him. "Why are you holding a mask, Prince?" Veldora questioned. Neo explained his situation to Veldora. There was a high chance the other executioners would be senators. They might hold grudges against Elizabeth, as most exalted demigods of Luminara did. If they discover I'm an executioner, they'll know I've either reached exalted rank or I'm close to it. And they'll also realize I'm trying to help Elizabeth, who's already teetering on the edge of death. That makes me their enemy, and they'll likely try to eliminate me before I succeed, Neo explained. "If they are your fellow executioners, doesn't that make them your allies, Prince?" "I doubt they would go against Sphinx's wishes and fight amongst themselves," Veldora said. "Executioners, even I, work with Sphinx for our own benefits. We're not its servants," Neo replied. "If they think Elizabeth's death serves them better than the reward for completing this mission, they won't hesitate to act against me." Neo hesitated. His fingers tightened on the mask. Part of him wondered if he was being overly cautious. But the fact remained, Sphinx had given him the mask for a reason. "There is a chance we will have to fight," Neo said and thought. "I doubt they will attack me as soon as we meet. If I was in their place, I would wait until the opponent had lowered his guard." "You don't need to use the mask, Prince," Veldora said with quiet pride. "You've done nothing that warrants hiding your face. If anyone so much as wishes to harm you, please say the word, and I shall make their end worse than death." Neo smiled faintly. He shook his head and patted Veldora's broad, scaled back. "I can handle this myself. As for the mask, I wasn't planning to use it anyway. Let's land now. The others are waiting for us." "As you wish, Prince," Veldora replied, his mighty wings folding as he descended with a powerful dive. The ground trembled beneath the force of the ancient dragon's landing. Shockwaves rippled outward, shaking the nearby forest and causing the sandy beach to shift like waves underfoot. Veldora raised his massive head and unleashed a deafening roar that echoed through the skies. "Whoa, an ancient dragon? Looks like the new guy is some big shot," Percival whistled, standing a few hundred meters away. He had platinum blonde hair that shone under the fading sunlight, and a hammer, one of the 4 true soul weapons, was strapped across his broad back. "A mortal dares to address the second prince so casually," Veldora snarled, lowering his head to glare at Percival. The sheer pressure of Veldora's aura slammed into Percival like a mountain. The ground beneath Percival cracked. Before Veldora could use more force, a soothing voice rang out. "We apologize, esteemed ancient dragon. Please forgive us." Olivia spoke with grace. She stepped forward. Her sea-blue hair cascaded over her shoulders like flowing water. Her curvaceous figure and the mature aura surrounding her exuded confidence. What stood out most, however, was her resemblance to Leonora, which made her look like her elder sister. Standing to her side was Nicholas, another executioner and a senator. Nicholas, the master of Templar Signora Everly, the woman Neo had encountered upon returning from the shadow trial. He appeared to be in his 40s, with stark white hair and a thick beard. His piercing gaze and stoic demeanor made him look unapproachable. "Veldora, I will take care of the matters from here on," Neo said, leaping from Veldora's back. "Understood, Prince." With a flicker, Veldora dismissed his massive physical form, transforming into a swirling blue flame that hovered above Neo's shoulders like a guardian spirit. "Oh, it's the suicide-loving ruler," Percival remarked with a sly grin. His tone was teasing as he added, I thought you were only a paragon when you left the shadow trial. How did you become an executioner? Things happened, Neo replied. I'm more surprised to find out our student council president is one of the executioners and an exalted demigod. It's nothing much for me. Haha, Percival chuckled. Neo scanned Percival with intent out of habit. He did the same with others. Percival was a blessing holder of the Apollo clan and a seraph, a reincarnator. This was information Neo had already known. However, something unexpected sent a jolt of shock through him. Chapter 394, Shared Growth. He is covered in Apollo's intent. Is he Apollo's reincarnation? The sheer density of the intent surrounding Percival was overwhelming. At first, Neo wondered it might be from the blessing, but the intent was too thick, too deeply ingrained. Neo scanned Percival multiple times. That intent isn't coming from the blessing. It belongs to Percival himself. Why would a god reincarnate? When Neo remained silent, Olivia spoke. We should get moving. The faster we reach our destination, the better it would be. Okay, Percival replied with a cheerful smirk. Olivia led the group toward the harbor, where a massive ship was docked. The salty sea breeze filled the air, mingling with the distant cries of seagulls. Waves gently lapped against the wooden pier, rocking the vessel ever so slightly. The ship bore a striking resemblance to the nether ships of the Underworld, clearly modeled after their design. However, it was far from pristine. Its hull was battered, with patches of rust creeping along its edges and mismatched repairs dotting its surface. That ship does not work anymore, Prince, Veldora whispered to Neo. As if Olivia had overheard him, she turned her head slightly and clarified. We can't get to our location by normal means. It needs a dilapidated ship like this. Neo nodded. The four of them boarded the ship. The planks groaned under their weight, as if protesting their intrusion. Olivia snapped her fingers, and a faint blue glow enveloped her hands. Her spell flowed outward, enveloping the ship. As if responding to her command, the ship undocked itself. Its ropes unraveled and fell into the water. The sails unfurled with a burst of wind, and the vessel began to glide across the water. We will have a strategic meeting in an hour. Until then, you are free to do whatever you want, Olivia said. She conjured small, jelly-like water slimes that bounced along the deck. They acted as guides, escorting the group members to their assigned rooms. Everyone was visibly tired. They had rushed to the meeting point after receiving the sudden summons from Sphinx, leaving no time for rest until now. Neo entered his room and was immediately struck by its unexpected luxury. The ship appeared ready to collapse from the outside, but the room was spacious and well-furnished. A plush bed with silk sheets occupied one corner, while a small table with intricate carvings stood by the window, offering a view of the ocean. The faint scent of lavender lingered in the air. Neo sat on the edge of the bed. Should I use Crownless King on Veldora? Neo focused on the blue flame floating nearby as a guard. He shook his head inwardly. The skill's description was quite vague. How will loyalty work? Would it give me backlash if someone who was my subordinate betrayed me? Or will it force my subjects to become loyal? Using the skill on Veldora was dangerous. What if it turned the ancient dragon into a mindless puppet? I better use it on a training dummy first. If the result shows the skill is safe, I can use it on Veldora. Neo had the perfect training dummy for such a dangerous experiment. He entered his shadow space. As soon as he arrived, his ears were assaulted by a cacophony of dreadful music. The dissonant notes reverberated through the air. If Neo hadn't known better, he might have thought the sound was an attack. You are here, Valkyria said. Perhaps it was just Neo's imagination, but he could sense a faint trace of sadness in her voice. The lingering sadness quickly disappeared and Valkyria spoke in her usual haughty demeanor. Knock before you come, will you? Have some manners. Don't worry, Neo retorted, rolling his eyes. I wouldn't peek on you even if I were paid for it. Valkyria muttered a string of curses under her breath before she questioned him. Why are you here? I needed to test my skill. Here. On you. Why do I feel like there is something dangerous about that skill? It's safe, I think. Hopefully. The fuck do you mean, you think hopefully? I'm not letting you do anything to me. The maggots squirmed away and the thousand-eyed pillars seemed to shift backward. I never said you had a choice. In the blink of an eye, Neo vanished from his spot and reappeared atop one of the thousand-eyed pillars. The surface of the pillar was squishy and pulsated beneath his feet. Before Valkyria could react, Neo placed his hand on the pillar's fleshy surface and activated the Crownless King skill. A surge of energy flowed out from Neo's body, coiling like tendrils as it entered Valkyria. The angel instinctively smacked away the invading energy. The target has refused the bonding. Crownless King has failed to activate. Why did you do that? Why wouldn't I do that? Because you don't want a beating, Neo replied with a sly smirk. Fuck you. Valkyria turned to flee. Neo used a chantless incantation. His shadow writhed and expanded, morphing into colossal hands that moved with terrifying speed. They grabbed Valkyria and pinned her in place. Let me go, you bastard. Valkyria cursed him repeatedly. After minutes of struggling and spewing insults, Valkyria finally stopped. Be gentle, she muttered, closing her eyes, having given up on escaping. Neo activated Crownless King. The stream of energy penetrated Valkyria's squishy form and entered deep into her. Neo felt himself connecting with Valkyria on a fundamental level. Her emotions and thoughts became much more clear to him. Bond successfully formed. Bond Major 1. Bond Minor 0. Skill. Resilience. Shared growth. Resilience. You can survive in the harshest of environments, and your ability to adapt to foreign or hostile environments is boosted greatly. Skill gained from Bond Valkyria. Shared growth. You grow stronger as long as your bond grows stronger. Inherent skill of Crownless King. Works only on Bond Major. Neo's brows rose. How do you feel now? Abused. Just answer the damn question. I feel somehow connected to you? That's all. Chapter 395, Tartarus, Truth About Gods. Her response made Neo frown slightly. Connected? Does that mean the connection will ensure she doesn't betray me? Or if she does, I'll sense it beforehand? He thought to himself. While the skill was undoubtedly powerful, Neo decided he needed to observe Valkyria over time to fully understand its effects. Do you know anything about resilience? He asked. Yeah. Valkyria replied in a begrudging tone. It's one of my abilities. It helps me adapt to the worlds I'm invading. Neo asked her several more questions. He left the shadow space after he received the answers to the questions he had on his mind at the moment. He returned to his room aboard the ship. The bed creaked softly as he sat down. Crownless King. Progress 3%, 14%. Empathic Transcendence. Progress 7%, 10%. Neo felt his skills strengthen. He leaned back against the bed. Shared growth will allow me to gain strength as Valkyria grows stronger. I need to find a way to let it out and train. He was drowning in thoughts when suddenly Neo sensed a change in his body. The bloodline debuff weakened. No way. Is this the effect of resilience? Neo was pleasantly shocked. He focused inward, feeling the bloodline debuff weaken ever so slightly. Immediately, he wondered if there a way to level up resilience. Temporarily removing the debuff was something he had learned to do, but it came at the cost of his energy. Sword intent, essence. Everything Neo used now consumed an enormous amount of energy. If resilience could ease that burden, he needed to find a way to strengthen the skill. It doesn't look like the skill can level up right now, or maybe it can, but it's not showing for now. Neo rubbed his chin. Even if resilience couldn't level up at the moment, Neo speculated that Crownless King's level up might strengthen the skills it granted. Neo's thoughts were cut short by a short alarm echoing throughout the ship. A calm voice followed the sound. Please come to the central room for the meeting. Neo stood up. He hadn't realized how quickly the hour had passed. He stepped into the corridor and made his way toward the central hall. He passed several rooms before reaching the hall. Inside, He found Olivia, Nicholas, and Percival seated around a circular table made of polished black wood. "Come sit with us, Neo," Olivia said with a warm smile. Despite her youthful appearance, her demeanor was that of a kind mother. Once Neo settled into his seat, Olivia spoke in a composed voice. "This time, our goal is to reach the world named Tartarus. Reaching it is relatively simple. We need only two things: to get lost on the Blood Sea and to have someone with high negative karma aboard." The mention of the Blood Sea sent a chill through the room. Even Nicholas, the stoic senator, shifted slightly in his seat. Olivia continued, her voice unwavering. "Tartarus will pull us toward it as long as we satisfy these two conditions." Neo was surprised to hear the word Tartarus. However, it had no connection to the underworld he knew. Tartarus was an independent world. "Why is that world called Tartarus?" Neo asked. Before Olivia could answer, Percival leaned back in his chair, his hammer resting casually against the table, and spoke. "That world only pulls people with high negative karma. You could say it's a den of evil, and it doesn't let anyone leave once they step on its land. That's why it's named Tartarus." Olivia nodded in agreement. The fourth person originally chosen for this mission was someone with incredibly high negative karma. "But we didn't expect that person would be replaced by you, Neo, and that you would become an executioner as well. Now that we know where we are going, let's do it," Percival said. "I will go first. My mission is to find and collect Ares' god weapon and his corpse, if possible. According to the Sphinx, Ares died in Tartarus." Neo became confused at the sudden shift in the conversation. His attention, however, was pulled by something else. "Ares is dead? You didn't know?" Percival raised an eyebrow before nodding to himself. "Oh right, you're a new executioner. Listen carefully, and don't share the information I'm about to tell you. Only a few people know about this, and I'm explaining it because all executioners need to be aware of it." Percival locked eyes with Neo. "All of the old gods are dead," Percival said bluntly. "Ares, Gaia, Hermes, Dionysus, none of them are alive. The gods don't protect us because there is no god alive to do that. We're on our own." Neo was stunned. His mind reeled, struggling to process Percival's words. If the gods were gone, then how was Amelia, a direct descendant of Poseidon, even born? And how had their world remained safe from the outer gods all this time? Percival ignored his shock and leaned back in his chair. Olivia, however, noticed Neo's furrowed brows. Her voice was gentle as she asked, "Do you need some fresh air? We can have the meeting later if you're not feeling well." Her motherly concern was evident in her eyes, and her soft features seemed to radiate warmth and care. Neo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "I'm okay. We should continue the meeting." "If you say so," Olivia replied, though she didn't look entirely convinced. "But if there's any problem, don't hesitate to tell us." She turned her attention back to the others and added, "My mission is to help us return from Tartarus. That world has an ability to trap anyone who enters it, and I'm here to help you all deal with that." "My mission is to collect Tartarus's sacred treasure," Nicholas said. The three of them then turned their attention to Neo. Percival misunderstood his silence and offered an explanation. "The Sphinx tells us only our missions, and not others. It ends us creating confusion on missions. It's why we started exchanging the details beforehand to help us coordinate." "Does that mean I can work alone after we reach Tartarus?" "You can, Neo," Percival said, his smile vanishing. "But I wouldn't recommend it. That place is hell." Chapter 396, Sword Saint. "I was just asking." Percival stared at him. He seemed to doubt whether Neo would truly work with them. Silence settled between them for a few moments. "What is your mission, Neo?" Olivia questioned, and continued the conversation naturally. "Blood Sea War is going to happen within a few years. Our continent will be invaded by monsters of Tartarus. My mission is to delay the war and to stop it from happening if possible," Neo said. For a moment, he wondered if the others would catch his lie. Sphinx was no selfless being who would want to protect Laminera after all. Thankfully, it seemed they were used to Sphinx assigning them strange missions. They did not question the authenticity of Neo's words. Blood Sea War. Olivia's gaze clouded with emotion. She clenched her fists as if struggling to hold back words. In the end, she remained silent. How many monsters will invade? Nicholas asked. Thousands of them will come in the first wave. The weakest among them would be Paragon. Neo revealed. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the group. They couldn't help but glance at each other. That means some of them will be exalted, Percival said, his usual smirk disappearing. Not some of them, Neo shook his head. A lot of them will be exalted. All senators, or senior Templars if you would call them, were exalted demigods. Including them, Luminara had around 100 exalted demigods. And yet, against the monsters of Tartarus, their numbers were nothing. This answers our question about the first executioner, Percival muttered. If Tartarus is so strong, no wonder he hasn't completed his mission yet. The others nodded. The first executioner? Who is he? Neo questioned, his interest piqued. By the way they spoke of him, this first executioner seemed to be a formidable figure. Sword Saint Kane Williams, Olivia answered. He left the continent centuries ago. We only discovered a few hundred years back that he was in Tartarus. However, we don't know what he's doing there right now. What did you say was the name of the Sword Saint? Sword Saint Kane Williams. Why are you so curious? Nothing, Neo replied. I just wanted to know our senior. Neo leaned back in his chair. Kane is alive? How? He had the fate of the fallen star. No matter what we, Daniel and I, did, Kane could never survive. He would always perish after fighting a strong monster. His fingers drummed lightly against the armrest. Although he had been disappeared from the past, Kane always managed to survive his first few encounters with anomaly number 79. It was thanks to him awakening his trait. But he would die later. Neo had given Daniel multiple quests to save Kane. They had never borne any fruit. It was as if the fate was determined to kill him. The best ending for Kane was trapping him in the eternal dream, like what happened to him in my timeline. In Daniel's last timeline, he made sure it happened to Kane, and that Kane didn't die. Kane should be trapped in that dream. How did he wake up? Perhaps another demigod or awakener had awakened a trait capable of destroying eternal dreams. Even a powerful demigod at peak Paragon or Exalted could shatter those dreams, even if they did not have a trait that worked specifically against them. Eternal dreams were created using a device found inside a window. In the past, no one could wake up from them. But maybe that changed in the future. Kane is alive. A surge of excitement pulsed through Neo's veins. His grip on the chair's armrest tightened slightly before he exhaled and let go. After the meeting ended, Neo stepped towards the ship's upper deck to breathe some fresh air. The planks groaned softly beneath him as he climbed the steps. A sharp, salty wind greeted him as he emerged under the vast, starless sky. Dark clouds loomed overhead, stretching endlessly across the horizon. As much as he wanted to reach Tartarus quickly, he had to be patient. According to Olivia, they would arrive as soon as they encountered a shift point. Blood Sea was a ginormous water body, present in several worlds and dimensions. It was possible due to the bending of space. The points where space twisted and linked the Blood Sea across different worlds or dimensions were named shift points. These shift points were unstable. New ones were created and destroyed every second. If a lost traveler with high negative karma travels on the Blood Sea, a shift point leading to Tartarus will open before them and swallow them. Neo recalled Olivia's words. He could see the Blood Sea bubbling ominously below. The thick mass of dark-type elementals churned over its surface. Their high toxicity forced the executioners to remain inside. They didn't want to get a stomachache, as Percival had put it. Of course, stomachache was a mild way of saying death by internal corrosion. Breathing the air above the Blood Sea for too long could erode one's lungs from the inside. Touching the water? Out of the question. If anyone took a dip, it wouldn't take more than a second for the Blood Sea to consume them alive. Neo took a deep breath as he stood on the deck. The fresh air entered his lungs. For him, someone who was attuned to Underworld, the air of Blood Sea was no different from the breeze of a spring garden. The dark element infused surroundings, except for the grudge-filled wails of the Blood Sea, calmed Neo. As for the wails, Neo was used to the voices of darkness. They did not affect him much. Neo ignored the wails and focused. He closed his eyes, and he tried to activate his empathic transcendence trait. The elementals remained quiet. They did not respond to his call. Neo furrowed his brows and increased his focus. His senses stretched beyond the ship and into the surrounding energies. The results did not change. Just when he thought he had failed, a calm, old voice called out to him. Your skill is weak. At your current level, you need to concentrate hard, be present in a high elemental concentration environment, and the elementals must be willing to talk to you. Only then can you talk to us, given your skill activates successfully. Silvery motes of light floated around Neo. Space, he muttered. You are nearing the shift point. That's why we can talk. The shift point was where space bent, linking worlds and dimensions together. Naturally, it had a high concentration of space elementals. Neo wanted to speak with them to understand more, but suddenly his empathic transcendence skills output started to fluctuate. The connection flickered like a dying candle. The skill's effect was weakening. Remember our promise, child. The voice of the space elemental began to fade. The silvery motes trembled before dissolving into the night. Help our loved one. If you do that, we will give you another favor. The elementals for your flower, we will help you talk with them. Their voices disappeared, leaving behind only the howling winds and the bubbling sea. Neo tried to use his skill again, only to be met with silence. A notification appeared before his eyes. Chapter 397, Olivia von Villiers. Empathic Transcendence. Progress. 10%, 12%. His control over the skill had increased. However, activating it still felt like trying to hold onto an impossibly slippery bar of soap. Neo massaged his brows. Space will help me talk with other elementals. Does that mean they will ask the other elementals to listen to me? He frowned. Would the other elementals even follow Space's words? The space elementals seemed quite intelligent. Unlike air, who only knew how to prank, and water, who was lazier than a sloth, Space was mature and willing to talk. If it's so desperate to ask for my help, its loved one must be in huge danger. While he was drowned in thoughts, he sensed someone entering the deck. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Olivia said. It's fine. I was only looking around, Neo replied, turning to face her. His gaze flickered toward the horizon, where the sea churned unnaturally. Seems like we are about to reach the shift point. That's good news. The faster we reach our location, the faster we can complete our mission. She stepped beside him, resting her hands on the railings as she watched the distance. Despite her calm and mature demeanor, a trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes, and she gripped the rails tightly, her knuckles turning white. Neo tried to ignore it. However, her actions made him irritated. What is it? He asked. Pardon? I don't understand your question, Olivia replied, trying to hide her anxiousness. Why are you worried? Neo asked again. Olivia opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to dismiss the question. However, she stopped when she noticed the maturity behind Neo's gaze. It was unnatural for a child his age. Exalted, heir of the underworld. Both positions sounded grand, but they weren't easy to reach or handle. Out of trillions, only a single demigod reached exalted every 300 years. That fact alone spoke volumes about the difficulty of the path. And the underworld, even exalted demigods hesitated to set foot in that wretched place. Yet Neo, an immortal, must have visited it multiple times. It was no wonder he was far more mature than he should be. Sighing, Olivia decided to be honest. How is Leonora? She asked softly. Neo's expression remained unreadable. The affairs of the dead aren't allowed to be revealed. I see. A trace of sadness flickered in Olivia's eyes. She smiled ruefully, lowering her head as she tried to suppress the tears threatening to appear. Her shoulders tensed. Neo observed her in silence. "Why didn't you try to revive her?" he asked suddenly. "The time mages of your clan could have saved Leonora." He already knew the answer, but he asked anyway. Sometimes, people needed a reason to release what they had buried deep inside. And it wouldn't do him any good if his mission partner's mental state was in tatters. An unreliable ally was worse than a competent enemy. "I suppose it's fine to tell you," Olivia said, inhaling deeply to compose herself. She exhaled slowly, gathering her bearings. "Our clan received a vision of the future, of a war. It devoured everything. Nothing was spared. The god clans fell. The demigods were slaughtered." Her fingers trembled as she clenched them into a fist. It was a horrific sight. She lifted a hand to cover her eye as if the memory was refusing to disappear. "That must be the Blood Sea War," Neo said. "Maybe it was. We still haven't found many answers. All that the vision showed us was no one will survive. Not me, not my family, not a single person." The air around them felt heavier. The distant wails of the Blood Sea rose and fell, mingling with eerie bubbling of Blood Sea. Olivia's grip on the railing tightened. "And, take that," Olivia choked up. A storm of emotions flashed across her face. Grief, regret, guilt. She clenched her jaw, trying to suppress the tremble in her voice. "We became afraid." The god clans searched frantically. They decided to eliminate anything that could threaten the future. But the vision did not change. That's why. She struggled to speak, knowing what she had done. "We let Leonora die. The underworld is safe, much safer than the world of the living. The monarch of death, the strongest god, lives there. No beast and no monster can harm that place. If Leonora could secure a foothold there, before billions arrived in the underworld after dying in the war and the lands of dead turned more chaotic, she could live peacefully as a respected figure. She would be safe there," Olivia said. Neo leaned against the railing. "Is that why you bribed the Grim Reapers?" He chuckled. "No wonder they gave her a breathing spell." Giving a breathing spell to a soul hunter was entirely within a Grim Reaper's jurisdiction. They were allowed to choose their successors and could favor anyone. Olivia remained silent. Her mind was filled with worries. Was her daughter eating well? Had she adjusted to the harsh environment of the underworld? Even if it was for her future safety, was it truly okay to let her stay in the underworld, when even exalted demigods feared that place? The Templars from the Temple of Death had reassured her that the rumors of the underworld was over-exaggerated, that it was not as bad as everyone made it out to be. However, Olivia could not help but worry. This plan was dangerous. That was why they had never tried to send Leonora to the underworld before. It was only when Leonora unexpectedly died that they decided to follow through it. "Leonora wouldn't want you to cry like that," Neo said. "Olivia might be an exalted demigod, but she was a mother too. She and her husband had always doted on their only daughter. Just the thought of Leonora being in the underworld made them feel as if their hearts were being ripped apart." Neo remained silent. He let Olivia reel in her emotions. While the two stood in silence, Neo sensed the space elementals growing in numbers. The silvery motes of light flickered around him, drifting like fireflies in the dim air. The doors to the deck creaked open, and Percival and Nicholas entered. Olivia quickly wiped her tears before they could see her distress. "We are near the shift point," Percival said, as he surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, the wails coming from the Blood Sea disappeared, along with gravity. The ship plummeted. For a split second, it was as if they had been airborne all along, and now falling from the sky. Then, with a deafening splash, the ship crashed back into the Blood Sea. The entire process took less than a second. It sent a sharp jolt through their bodies, leaving their hearts pounding. The shift points were dangerous to use. Right now, they had been lucky. Their ship had fallen into another world's Blood Sea in a straight position. In the worst-case scenarios, the ship might appear within the Blood Sea, submerged. It would have been an instant annihilation. "Where is the Tartarus?" Percival asked, after he gathered his bearings. I don't see anything. Did we arrive in the wrong place? Artemis' blessing says it's near, Olivia answered. The blessing allowed them to find a path to their destination. Chapter 398. Arriving at Tartarus. The blessing allowed them to find a path to their destination. It worked only when the destination was within the same world as the blessing user. Olivia activated Wayfarer, one of the abilities granted by Artemis' blessing. A soft glow traced her fingertips as she pointed straight ahead. There. I don't see anything but the blood sea there, Percival replied, frowning. Neo furrowed his brows. Something about this felt off. Driven by instinct, he stepped forward and stretched his hand in the direction Olivia had pointed. His palm brushed against an invisible surface. Something is here. It seems like a barrier. I don't feel anything, though. Percival moved his hand around the same place as Neo, his fingers grasping at empty air. He felt nothing. Maybe it reacts only to those with negative karma. Neo pressed his hand against the unseen obstruction again. It was a physical barrier. As long as he could touch it, he could break it. His fingers dug into the invisible surface. He clenched his hands and tore it apart. A fracture split open in space, revealing a land beyond it. Let's go inside. Neo stepped through the tear without hesitation. The moment he crossed, a fresh breeze greeted him. He looked around. A vast stretch of sand extended before him, the shore marked by the rhythmic lapping of dark waters. The blood sea still existed at the very edge of the sandy ground. Suddenly, the debuff over Neo's bloodline weakened slightly. A frown appeared on his face. This wasn't the resilience skill's doing. Why did it happen? As Neo focused, trying to sense what had changed, he realized a surprising truth. The world of the living of Tartarus and the underworld of Tartarus were one and the same. Since Neo was standing in what was both the underworld and the world of the living at the same time, his debuff had been partially lifted. What are you thinking so hard about? Percival questioned as he arrived. The tear in space vanished by the time Olivia and Nicholas stepped through. Neo turned to check the place where they had come from. The barrier was gone, completely erased, as if it had never existed. He shifted his gaze back to the group. Seems like we need to find another way to return. For now, let's look for the Ka. Sword Saint. Neo activated Wayfarer. A strange sensation welled up in his mind, as if something was asking for a destination. Sword Saint Kane Williams. The response was immediate. A trail of silvery mana, visible only to Neo, appeared before him. It shimmered faintly, stretching into the distance like a guiding thread. Neo and the others exchanged glances before nodding. Without hesitation, they followed the trail inland. The landscape gradually shifted. The vast shoreline gave way to dense vegetation, and soon, they stepped into a forest. Towering trees with thick, gnarled trunks loomed over them. Their sprawling canopies blocked most of the sunlight. Thick scent of damp earth and ancient wood wafted in the air. The presence of powerful monsters was present all around the forest. For now, Neo and others ignored the monsters and kept moving forward. After traversing the wilderness, they arrived at a secluded clearing. A small, unassuming hut stood in the center. They stopped a good distance away. I will go check. If it's safe, I will give you all a signal, Neo said. A signal? How? Olivia asked, worried about him. Neo formed a weak intent clone and left it with them. Since he could communicate through the clone, it would serve as an effective means of relaying information. With that settled, he approached the hut. The door creaked open at his touch. Inside, the space was barren. Only a single wooden table stood at the center. A girl, seemingly in her early 20s, sat at the table. One side of her hair was half black, and the other was half yellowish golden. Her golden eyes remained fixed on the steaming cup in her hands. When Neo entered, she slowly raised her gaze. Where is Kane? I don't see him here, Neo questioned. According to Wayfarer, Kane was supposed to be here. The girl, still seated at the wooden table, traced the rim of her cup with a single finger. Wayfarer isn't as accurate as you think. There are plenty of ways to trick it if you know how it works, she replied calmly. I see. Neo stopped speaking when the realization struck him. His expression darkened. Did you read my mind just now? I did. Her golden eyes remained locked onto his. Is there anything wrong with it? She asked, tilting her head slightly. Without waiting for Neo's response, she placed the cup down with a soft clink and reached for her sword. The air inside the hut seemed to shift. Master said he doesn't need help from people who are weak enough to be a burden, she stated, standing up in one smooth motion. The weight of her presence grew heavier, and the atmosphere became suffocating. That's why I'm here to test you. Neo's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Before he could finish his sentence, the girl released her aura. A force crashed down upon the room like an invisible tidal wave, shaking the wooden walls and sending a gust of wind surging through the open doorway. The weight of her presence threatened to crush Neo. Author's note: do you guys want side chapters featuring Arthur and the others' adventures? This would include their training to defeat Neo's clone, the Academy ranking tournament, the excavation mission, and more. Of course, I'll keep the pace fast for these side chapters so they don't take up too much of the main story. Or would you prefer I continue as I have been, just showing the results without detailing the process? For example, I never showed Sean training to use the time element or Arthur unlocking his invincible skill, only revealing their progress afterward. Let me know what you think. Chapter 399, Cain, Dragon Clans. It wasn't just heavy. Her aura contained something far worse. The girl's presence seemed to swell. Her golden eyes shone with a cold chill as she stared down at Neo. Dragon fear. The ground trembled beneath them. The air thickened, warping and twisting as if space itself bent to her will. A primal fear crept into Neo's mind. I suppose this long should be enough? Neo asked calmly. The girl flinched. He seemed unaffected by her ability, dragon fear. How are you okay? She asked. While the attack was powerful, it was a mental attack, and I'm a darkness user. I have a strong mind. Ava's looked at him with a tense gaze. A strong mind? That wasn't unusual. Almost everyone on Tartarus had that. Her ability was supposed to work on all of them. It had broken stronger men, reduced warriors to trembling wrecks. Yet Neo, he shrugged it off like nothing. Suddenly, a third, familiar voice echoed through the room. Good job, Ava. I will take care of it from here. The space around the second chair rippled like a disturbed reflection in water, revealing a man who had been invisible until now. I wasn't invisible. I was in a pseudogap, the man Cain said, having read Neo's thoughts. Instinctively, Neo shielded his thoughts to stop anyone from peeking into them. Oh, you can do that? Cain questioned, surprised. His tousled brown hair and carefree smile were unmistakably familiar. He looked no older than Neo remembered. If anything, he looked younger. I'm sorry about my daughter's test. I asked her to do it, he said with a small laugh. You can call your friends now. With a snap of Cain's fingers, the barren room changed. The plain wooden walls shifted and expanded. Within moments, the simple hut transformed into a luxurious, two-story house. Cain now sat comfortably on a plush sofa, while Ava disappeared into the kitchen, preparing tea. Neo remained standing near the doors. He doesn't remember me. Neo had expected this outcome. He had prepared for it. He had told himself it wouldn't matter. Cain was alive, that was enough. But standing here, watching him smile and speak as if they were strangers, made Neo's heart clench. He didn't understand why. He shouldn't have felt this way, but he was sad. The other three executioners entered the house. Have a seat, Cain said, gesturing toward the chairs. They nodded and followed his words. Ava returned from the kitchen, carrying a tray of tea. The cups clinked softly as she placed them on the table. The group talked as they took a sip of the warm tea. Why are you people here? Cain asked. He set his cup down with a soft clink and explained. The contact between Tartarus and anything outside is rarely possible. That's why I don't know your current situation and the reason why you came to this place. I'm here for Ares' god weapon and his corpse, if possible. The sacred treasure. To help them leave Tartarus. You can leave Tartarus? Kane's brows lifted as he turned his gaze toward Olivia. Yes. That's surprising. Kane leaned back slightly, crossing his arms. You should hide that ability. If anyone in Tartarus finds out about it, they will do anything to get their hands on it. Tartarus was a prison for those with high negative karma. Most of its inhabitants were darkness users. The unique nature of darkness had shaped a brutal society where people devoured their opponents for stats, skills, bloodlines, and more. I will keep that in mind. Olivia nodded. What about you? Kane's eyes locked onto Neo. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he increased the output of his intent, weaving countless fake intent and wrapping his real thoughts with them. I'm here to stop the Blood Sea War. Neo planned to reveal his true mission to Kane, to ask for his help in blooming Everwitch Violet. But that conversation had to wait until they were alone, far from the watchful eyes of the executioners. What about you? Why haven't you returned to our world yet? Percival asked. The unfamiliar way with which he talked with Kane made Neo frown. Apollo and Kane should know each other. Why is Apollo acting as if this is their first meeting? I cannot do that even if I wanted to. Tartarus never lets anyone leave once it captures them. Honestly, I doubt you can do it either. Kane shrugged as if it didn't bother him. Even if I could leave, I wouldn't, he continued. I have something to do here. Of course, I will help my fellow homelanders with their task, as long as it's not too absurd. But first, let's have breakfast. We don't have time to waste. Eat while you still can. Kane interrupted Percival with a casual wave of his hand. Trust me, this is the only time you can have some peace. Taking Ares' god weapon isn't going to be easy. You know where it is? I do. I also have a way to help you guys get the sacred treasure and a ticket out of this damned hellhole. The only problem is... Kane trailed off. His fingers tapped idly on the wooden surface before he pointed at Neo with his chin. Blood Sea War. Since you came here to stop that, I suppose the war will be between Tartarus and Earth. Yes, Neo replied. Kane let out a sigh. I have no idea why it is going to happen and how to stop that, he admitted. Actually, I do know someone who has the ability to start the war. The problem is, they will never start a war. As he spoke, Ava entered the room, balancing a tray of food in her hands. The wooden plates clattered softly as she set them down. Steam rose from the freshly prepared dishes. She kept glancing secretly at Neo as she served. What do you mean by that? Olivia questioned. Kane took a slow sip from his cup before continuing. Tartarus is a hellhole. The strong eat the weak and get stronger. They keep getting stronger unless they lose their mind from darkness and start a rampage. It used to happen every decade or two. Then the dragon clans appeared and stopped the constant rampages from happening. To do that, they offered people their bloodline and used it to rule over Tartarus. How is that related to the Blood Sea War? Olivia asked. She was clearly eager to find a way to stop the upcoming war. Kane leaned forward as he mulled over her words. The patriarch of the Blood Dragon clan can control beasts and make them impervious to the Blood Sea, for some time at least. If someone attacks you from the Blood Sea, they need the help of the Blood Dragon clan. That would mean the Blood Dragon clan. Whatever you are thinking is wrong. Blood Dragon clan is one of the only places left in Tartarus with conscience. They won't do something like starting a war and massacring another planet. We have proof that the war will happen soon. That's why I said I have no idea why the war would happen, and how to stop it. Chapter 400, Dungeon Abyss of Nightmares. His answer made all of them frown. The breakfast continued, and Kane made small talk, explaining about the situation of Tartarus to them. Everyone in Tartarus, except those who were born here, has a connection to their own world's world core. Do you know what that means? He asked. They don't care if Tartarus' world core is destroyed? Percival said. You are correct. Everyone here hates being in Tartarus. Most of them are looking for a way out. The easiest option is to destroy Tartarus' world core. Olivia completed his words. Then what about those who were born here? Their core would be linked to Tartarus World Core. They must want to protect Tartarus at all costs. I didn't expect you guys to know so much about world cores. Kane joked, then explained. Wars happened in the past between both sides. Some wanted to find and destroy Tartarus World Core and escape this hellhole. Others wanted to stop them. It wasn't until the 7 dragon clans appeared that a ceasefire happened between both sides. Kane chewed his food before he added, "The current aim of everyone in Tartarus is to find its world core. After that, they will force the world core to send them back." The executioners frowned. The way Kane worded his explanation made one thing very clear. No one knows where the world core is? Olivia asked, hoping otherwise, or else their mission's difficulty would spike. Unfortunately, no. Kane shook his head. The world core hid itself to protect its life. I don't think I need to explain why it did so. Everyone nodded. Since Tartarus kept its inhabitants locked inside, there was no surprise they wanted to escape, and planned to destroy the core to achieve that. The breakfast ended. Ava took the dishes to the kitchen. There, she used a spell to clean them instantly before bringing dessert for the guests. "What about our tasks?" Percival questioned. "Remember what I said about not knowing the location of the world core? Actually, we do have a rough idea where it is." Kane stood up and went inside the room. He brought out pen and paper and drew a diagram on it. "Abyss of Nightmares. It's hiding in there." "What is that?" Seeing Olivia's frown, Kane explained more. "Think of it as a dungeon, but on a larger scale. It's bigger than entire worlds and with multiple floors." "Dungeon? Oh, my bad. I forgot you guys wouldn't know what a dungeon is." Kane let out a chuckle. "During my time, almost everyone knew what dungeons were. Only Neo understood that Kane was talking about dungeons that appeared in light novels and anime. Think of it as a place where mob monsters, extremely powerful monsters, and natural treasures that are born due to high concentration of energy are found," Kane explained. He drew 7 emblems around the diagram. "You guys are in luck. The 9th Grand Expedition will enter the Abyss of Nightmares in a week. If you would have been a bit more late, you would have to enter that place alone." Grand expeditions were formed by combining the most powerful forces of the 7 dragon clans. Their goal was to enter the Abyss of Nightmares, map it, record its environment, and their main goal was to locate the world core hiding within. All past 8 grand expeditions had met a dreadful end. None of them could locate the world core. Their catastrophic defeat was what led the survivors to name the place Abyss of Nightmares. The 9th expedition was formed after carefully selecting the most powerful talents from across Tartarus. This preparation alone had taken 500 years. "You guys will go with them. I will introduce you to their leader and help you join the expedition. You will be safer with them, and you don't need to worry. The dragon clans are prepared. This time, the expedition will be successful." Kane's words were blunt. Percival finally understood why Kane had said they won't get rest anytime soon after today. "If you want us to join the expedition, I suppose Ares' god weapon and the sacred treasure are both there. Do you want us to help the expedition at the same time?" Kane laughed when he heard Percival. "I'm sorry for laughing, but yeah, something similar to Ares' god weapon was recorded in the information left behind by the 4th Grand Expedition. I will tell you about it later. As for the sacred treasure, since the world core is there, it must be there too." While Ava was taking away the plates used for desserts, she mumbled to herself, "Helping the expedition? I shouldn't have expected anything better from people who willingly entered Tartarus." Hearing her, Percival tilted his head. "Was there something wrong with what I said? Are the dragon clans opposed to outsiders?" "Hardly. In fact, they are welcoming to outsiders. The problem is..." Kane looked at the 4 of them. "Olivia and Nicholas can join the expedition. They won't be anywhere near the top forces in terms of strength, but they will be good enough. The 2 of you, though, won't survive a day there," Kane said. "What's the problem with us?" Percival narrowed his eyes. "What's the problem?" Kane seemed surprised. "Don't tell me you don't understand what is wrong with you two." He stared at Percival. "You are a peak Empyrean. How do you think you will fare in a place that gives trouble to an army of Exalted?" I can make my breakthrough to Paragon any day now. And even in my current state, I can fight exalted. Fighting is not the same as being equal in strength. The atmosphere of the room shifted. Cain frowned. The first 3 ranks are mortals. Even if you, an Empyrean, can fight exalted, which I doubt, you aren't at the same level as those beyond mortal ranks. Just hearing true names will kill you. And how long can you even fight exalted ranks? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? That's far from enough. The expedition can take weeks, months, or years. You won't survive there with your stamina. He spoke in a cold tone. You must be banking on your ancestors' blessing that allows you to use his spirit, sunshine. But are you sure that you can use sunshine within the abyss of nightmares? That place is special. It might not allow a spirit like sunshine to manifest. After berating Percival, he turned to Neo. You are weirder than him. You don't have a spirit's boost like him, and you are a grade 5 paragon, but you seem much stronger, not to mention the other source of strength you have inside you. Neo was surprised. Even if Cain could use intent, it was far from what Neo could use. He hadn't expected Cain to be able to sense Neo was different, thanks to him being a heaven breaker. What rank can you fight at your current level? Cain asked Neo. Grade 5 or grade 4 exalted. That's barely anything. The difference between each grade of exalted rank is more than the difference between peak grade 1 paragon and a new grade 5 exalted. At your current combat strength, grade 3 exalted monsters will crush you and use you as a toothpick without any trouble.
Hello everyone. We now have a Discord server. Join us for faster updates, discussions about your favorite novels, and exclusive Discord-only content. Don't miss out. See you there. Scan the QR code on the screen or enter any of the displayed links into your browser to join our Discord.